for a final charge on Delta 8 and Delta 9, banning Delta 8 and Delta 9, looking at the sale of intoxicating hemp products in Texas and what needs to be done about the sale of these products, and also, in particular, marketing these products to children. A lot of issues we need to discuss here, and so we're going to start with the three invited witnesses. And the chair calls Dr. Timothy Stevenson, Dr. Robert Emick, Mr. Mark Melson. Come on down, you guys. Have a seat. Thank you for waiting. A lot of big stuff today. This is an important one, so thank you for being here. When you're ready, when you're comfortable, introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Senators. Tim Stevenson, Department of State Health Services, Consumer Protection Division, on the charge. And just wanted to start with some background on the legislation that brought consumable hemp. Of course, all of this started in late 2018 with the National Farm Bill, Federal Farm Bill, December 2018. In the 2019 session, Texas passed a bill to allow Texas to have our own act to control hemp. And the Federal Farm Bill, again, context is important. It carved out a distinction in the definition from marijuana to allow hemp with low levels of THC, specifically listed was Delta 9 THC, to be excluded from the definition of marijuana to help with agriculture and other growing practices, and again, in the Farm Bill. So we had our Texas Agricultural Code pass the Texas version of the Farm Bill, how to control hemp, basically lifting the definition of hemp out of the federal. It's very, very similar definition there, just one word different or two words different related to the seeds of the plant. So then in the 2021 session, Texas responded quickly, passed a bill. Then we, in the Department of Health State Services, we had passed a rule effective August of 2020 to implement the consumable hemp program. In that, again, I think it's important to focus a little bit on the definition. The carve out for hemp, Delta 9 THC is specifically listed, can't exceed 0.3% dry weight basis for hemp and hemp products. It does not, the definition doesn't list all the other isomers and all the other types of THCs that might be added back to the product. It specifically doesn't list Delta 8, and there are other isomers of THC and other products that have similar pharmacologic activities that it doesn't list. The department maintains that with hemp you can't set the cap of 0.3 THC and then synthesize other THCs and add those back into the product and sell it as hemp. We maintained that, and when we started implementing that, we got enjoined in a lawsuit that with an injunction so that we couldn't enforce that. And that action is still in the courts, heading to the Texas Supreme Court ultimately. It's interesting, consumable hemp products, so anything that we would be eating, and our department deals with food ingredients, things that we eat. But interestingly, smokable products fall under that as well. If it's a smokable hemp product, again, under the 0.9, 0.3 of Delta 9 THC, then that's included. Our rule said that you couldn't manufacture, process, or sell smokable products. Again, the department got enjoined in a lawsuit. Specifically, the language in the statute says you cannot manufacture or process smokable hemp products in the state of Texas. The lawsuit allowed the sale of smokable products in Texas. So that's the status where we are with consumable hemp products. And again, with other ingredients being added in, we can't enforce that. We can enforce the cap on 0.9, or Delta 9, 0.3%. Beyond that, we still maintain that other THCs and Delta 9 above 0.3 are controlled substances and then could be controlled and enforced by DPS. Just to get a little bit quickly into the program, we have a license for those that manufacture and process hemp products, consumable hemp products, and then we have a registration for those that sell the products. We also, since it is regulated as a food, we have authority for wholesale distribution warehouses. Those dealers must have a license with the department as a wholesaler of food products for the basically the warehousing. If they store the food product, they must comply with food safety requirements. We have inspectors that inspect both the manufacturers and
Get a little closer to the
retailers.
microphone as you
Yes,
pull.
sir.
Just you can pull it closer to you if that's easier. Go ahead.
We have
don't wanna miss it.
inspectors that inspect both the manufacturers and the retail registrants for hemp products. And then we have authority to test the products. I'll cover testing a little bit with the laboratory testing. We have a contract with a university laboratory to provide that testing. They break down the testing in 4 different groups. So Delta 9 is one family of tests that we focus on. Again, since we're enjoined and can't enforce anything on other THCs, we don't invest testing on Delta 8 and other THCs that might be in the product, just Delta 9. We can test for pesticides, heavy metals, and other bacterial contaminants. So those 4 groups of tests. We can spend a lot of money on testing in a hurry, $350 per family of tests. And so for one sample, if we test for all 4 categories, it's $1,400. So we don't tend to invest a lot of state resources in that. We tend to rely on testing. We rely on the ag department does testing on the product in the field. Again, there's 0.3% Delta 9. The manufacturer has to test the product, each batch or lot, and provide certificates of analysis for the testing that they do. That follows the product all the way through the process to the retail store. And at the retail store, the consumer should be able, by rule, to access the certificates of analysis. Most of the time, those are done digitally through QR codes and barcodes, but they could be provided in paper, hard copy. So again, those certificates of analysis focus primarily on the Delta 9 THC. Just again, a little bit by the numbers, 642 licensed manufacturers, 3,633 registered hemp stores, but a registrant may have more than one location. So a total of 7,082 retail locations across the state. There's when we started the program, we got 4.2 FTEs to cover the state. 2 of those helped with licensing. The other 2 inspectors covered the state, and 0.2 of a manager to run the program. We were able to add inspectors as the fees generated revenue, and so in 22 we hired 2 more sanitarians to cover the state, and that brought our total to 6.2. And just this year we have authority through the fees that have been raised to add another 6, and we're in the process of hiring 6 more sanitarians. So that'll be 12 folks to cover the state.
And I don't want to interrupt, but I guess I do because I am. Briefly, sanitarian. So like so that's an inspector. That's like a milk inspector is a sanitarian. Is that like a sort of a job classification? So when we say sanitarian, that's someone who's inspecting the manufacturing, retail, everything.
Both of those, yes, sir.
Okay.
Basic skill set of a sanitarian, again, it is a food, a consumable hemp product, and so that skill set of looking at sanitation, food labeling, it's same basic job skills that they would use for a retail food operation or a manufactured food operation.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
And I'm nearing the end of my comments, sir. So with that staff that we have, right now we can get to every place in Texas. It takes about 5 years to get there the first time. We don't do a pre-inspection, so they get a license, registration, they start. If we get a complaint, we put them up higher on the list and would go to those, but otherwise we get to places randomly as we can, so that's about 5 years. With the staff that we're adding, if we anticipate basic status quo. As one might expect, we had a rapid growth of number of manufacturers the first year and second year, and then it has mostly leveled off 2%, 8% growth. We tend to be slightly upward growth, but you could consider it a plateau. If we anticipate that most recent trends, with the new inspectors that we hired, we'll be able to get to places about every 3.7 years. And again, if there are complaints, we'll go to those more frequently earlier in the process, but it'll take us a while to get to places based on our staff. I think I'll stop there, subject to your questions.
Thank you very much. We normally walk through the complete panel and have ask questions, but I want to ask, if the committee and you will allow, I want to ask a couple of threshold questions. By the way, thank you. That was a very helpful overview. Those numbers are really important to us. Because I'm kind of slow, walk us through one more time. What is Delta 8? What is Delta 9?
It's all tetrahydrocannabinols, THC, same chemical structure, if you will, in terms of number of carbons, hydrogens, oxygen molecules. The only difference is the location of one double bond on the carbon between the carbon 9 and carbon 8. So that's the Delta 8 and Delta 9. Again, very similar chemical structures. There is a slight different shape because of that double bond and the place that it is, but it still binds to receptors in humans and animals. I could just cover a little bit about CBD, cannabidiol, which was a very common product when hemp was legalized in a lot of states through the Farm Bill. Turned out to be a large supply of cannabidiol. Manufacturers could take cannabidiol and in the process of heat, catalyst, and solvents, they could convert cannabidiol into Delta 8 quite readily, and also some Delta 9 comes out of that process. If you look at the chemical structure for cannabidiol, you just cleave off a hydroxyl group and close the ring, and you have Delta 8. So it's a very easy and functional precursor to Delta 8.
And we'll all have questions for you shortly. Thank you for that. Doctor, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
First, I'd like to thank you for having the chemist before me. No, howdy. Chairman Hughes and members of the committee, my name is Robert Emick, and I am an emergency physician from Austin. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Texas Medical Association, Texas Pediatric Society, and the Texas Public Health Coalition. I have worked in the emergency department for 34 years, and there, unfortunately, we do not split up Delta 8 and Delta 9. To us, it's all THC. And I can tell you that when the ER patients presenting due to a THC ingestion can be broadly broken down into three categories. One, pediatric patients who have accidentally overdosed on a grown-up's THC product. Two, patients who present in an acute psychosis due to THC. And three, chronic users of THC who present with cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. Over the years, Texas has seen an increase in THC-related poison center calls, many of which have been children after an accidental ingestion of THC. This has led to children being sent to the emergency department where I see them, and a number of them being admitted to the hospital, and even if some being admitted to the ICU for advanced care, and at times intubation and respiratory support. Studies have shown that THC consumption by children and adolescents can cause serious neurologic, behavioral, and/or respiratory issues. It is important to note that the 0.3% THC concentration limit that is often cited was initially chosen in the 1970s to distinguish between high and low THC cannabis plants. This concentration threshold is not based on clinical guidance regarding the safety of consumption, addiction, or intoxication patterns. We need and ask for research in this area to determine the health implications of consuming products with varying THC concentrations. Additionally, THC can negatively impact and interact with prescriptive medications by either reducing the prescriptive medication's efficacy or in combination causing other serious health issues. There is a study that shows that interactions with such medicines as warfarin can cause increased bleeding, or with central nervous depressants and symptomatic can cause additive effects causing somnolence or unresponsiveness, and clozapine and xanthazepine, which are antidepressants, where you can have reduced efficacy. This is particularly a problem that we see in the emergency department because people may be using THC to self-medicate as an adjunct to try to stabilize a mental health concern and have an adverse effect because of it. I bring up these concerns not to diminish programs such as the Compassionate Use Program, which is based on research and is done in a controlled environment at the direction of a trained physician. To protect Texans, we recommend the following. Give the Department of State Health Services jurisdiction over all consumable hemp products to assess product safety and to close exploited loopholes. Establish safety monitoring strategies and research to detect health outcomes of the THC use. Ensure that all THC products are appropriately labeled with the total THC concentrations, not only Delta 9, and that other active ingredients be listed also. And that we should continue to invest in a robust product laboratory testing system with funding to ensure state and federal compliance and the ability to detect contamination of any harmful chemicals and heavy metals, and ensure that a product is accurately portrayed on the product packaging. I could talk about the pediatrics, or I could talk about the paranoid psychosis, but instead what we mainly see most frequently in the emergency department is the cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. And so I'll just give a quick example of that. I was in another state working where it is legal to have marijuana and cannabis products. And there were these two gentlemen at about the same time that came in, not together, not related, but they each kind of presented the same pattern, that initially when we would see them, they would have their severe abdominal pain and nausea, vomiting. They would require admission for IV antiemetics to help with their nausea, vomiting, and they would require narcotics for their abdominal pain. We would do that, and it would be over several days. And the interesting thing was that with both of these gentlemen, when we first saw them, they refused to think that it was the THC or the cannabinoid that was causing this. And so we would work with them. We'd try to get counseling and such over time. One of the interesting things was that when the hospitalists would go around to make daily rounds, they would find the patients often in L&D and postpartum in the hot tub. And through the internet and through studies, we've found that there was another symptom, that they got relief of their symptoms with the hot tub. Strange, I don't have an answer. But after 5 or 6 years, both of these gentlemen realized the issue, and they both quit the THC consumption on a daily basis. One went into bodybuilding, one into rodeo. And neither of them had another episode of the cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. That is that they come in 6 times a year, and then that's for about 4 or 5 years. And then they tend to recognize an issue, have help, and then don't have the symptoms anymore. Thank you. In closing, our focus is to protect our patient from acute harm and poisoning. We thank you for the opportunity to provide the invited testimony.
All right, thank you. We'll have questions for you in a moment. Thank you very much. Major, thank you for being here. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. Vice Chair Paxton, thank you. Members, I appreciate you allowing me to be here today, but most importantly, I thank you for what you do. My name is Mark Melson, and I'm a major with the Texas Department of Public Safety Criminal Investigations Division. I once again want to thank you for allowing me to be here and giving me this opportunity to speak about intoxicating hemp products in Texas and the challenges that DPS, Highway Patrol troopers, and special agents currently face. Notably, there is a lack of clarity in current law related to baked goods, vapes, gummies, oil, and smokable products made with cannabis derivatives. And currently, there are no roadside presumptive field tests available that distinguish between illegal marijuana, legal hemp, or Delta-8. Drug sniffing canine are unable to make the distinction between hemp and marijuana. And from an officer's perspective, it is not possible to make a distinction between legal and illegal based on sight and smell. Texas DPS is committed to maintaining public safety by serving and protecting law-abiding citizens, as well as enforcing drug possession and trafficking laws. I'll keep that intro short, and I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner, thank you. I have some questions for each witness, but I want to yield to the other members first. Senator Perry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Specifically to Mr. Stevenson, the court case that's pending, I'm going to make a statement if this is the reason that you're kind of at a stalemate. It's because Delta-8 was not specifically addressed in the statute, and it kind of came about through some cute chemists in the industry that decided they could be smarter than what we were trying to do, and obviously they were. They've had their way for a while. But is that the reason we're stuck, is the statute did not address Delta-8 specifically?
Yes, sir, that or a cap over all THCs, language like that probably would have made it easier for the court to make that decision.
So with statute, we can clean this mess up that the industry chose to do. I was the author of the hemp because of the Farm Bill. It was meant to give agriculture a new product for the market, specifically in the fiber market. And as predicted, when I passed that, I said, if you guys screw this up by being cute and getting people high from it, there will be consequences. And we've tried for several sessions to come up with the magic formula. I would argue, or I would state, Mr. Chairman, don't chase the chemistry. It's probably simpler than that, and maybe CUP program comes to mind. But I'm disappointed, but I'm not surprised that we are here today, because clearly it was foretold this could happen, and now we've got people getting high off of something in Texas that we have said we don't do. And it's by virtue of very cute industry making a lot of money at people's expense. So I hope we fix this. It's time. It's past time, actually. And you're going to have a whole lot of arguments why you shouldn't, but I will tell you we should. And to that point, Delta-8 is, you don't, when you enforce or you inspect, because of the court, I guess you don't even acknowledge Delta-8 on premise. You just kind of gloss over that.
Right.
Can you give perspective? Is it the bulk of what's coming out of these retailers now, Delta-8, or a large percentage of it? I mean, is that a fair statement?
The bulk, it would be hard for me to say, but it is quite prevalent. A lot of times, even a combination. I did mention our testing. We've tested about 330 samples. Most all of those we have checked for Delta-9 THC. All of those were acceptable on the Delta-9, save 3 that came the last year in smokable products. So the consumable hemp products are not high on Delta-9, the ones that we've tested.
So the Delta-9's probably working in accordance with legislative intent. Is that a fair statement?
Our testing seems to confirm that. Yes, sir.
You said there were 7,082 retail locations. I was quoted a number, and I don't know that this to be true, but there's a whole lot of unregistered or unlicensed facilities. Is that true or not true?
We get complaints, sir, if someone's not registered. If he's registered and I'm not, sometimes he tattles on me. And so we get a complaint, and then we go check those. There have been a few like that where we found they did not have a registration. It's not a big number.
Okay.
But again, it's complaint driven and what we find in the field when we're out doing surveys.
Okay. To the gentleman in the middle there, the ER doc. So you made a comment that the 0.303% was not a magic clinical number. It was just something that was picked arbitrarily back in the 70s.
Yes, sir.
So you're basically saying, I guess probably that shouldn't be our variable, but it is federal, right? That's where that came about. So
It is federal, and I cannot say where I've seen research that shows that it is safe or not safe.
okay, I want to back up real quick, and you may not know this, Stevens. I'm told that a lot of the cannabis-friendly states, those that have legalized pot outside the federal guidelines of illegal, are actually trying to get rid of Delta 8 now. Is that something you're aware of or something you know? Is that something you can say anything to?
I haven't seen a lot of trends there, sir, that I could comment on.
And then to my enforcement folks, lots of money running through these establishments. Have you seen an element of some of the cartel in some of these suspected problems? Are they beginning to move some of their laundry or some of their money through that? Have you got any indication that they're involved in the trade?
So if I was going to compare Delta 8 or hemp products to another substance that has become illegal, that would be the K2 or the bath salts. And the reason that I would compare those two is because ultimately what happened with the K2 was that the criminal organizations did get involved. There was some actual terrorism-related organizations that were involved. But we haven't seen that necessarily with the hemp and Delta 8 products. I'm not saying that it's not going on, but because of the nature of the way that the laws are written right now and the injunction, we're just not able to enforce and investigate those in relation to the Delta and the hemp.
I don't know which one of you three mentioned it, but the metals and some of the things that some of this stuff's being cut with and manufactured with, that's probably not Texas manufacturers, I'd guess. A lot of this is probably outside the state. Is that true or not true, or do you know?
Sir, we had 5 out of our of all the samples that we tested for heavy metals that were high on lead. I don't have the data to say if those positive on heavy metals on lead were manufactured in Texas.
Okay. Is it fair to say a large part of the product is not manufactured in Texas? Or do we know any one of the three?
A significant amount, but I don't have a percentage.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I could go on for a long time, but I would just suggest to you, for those that truly believe that Delta 8 is part of their medical regimen, that we have a policy in the state where it is monitored and prescribed and watched in accordance with those, and the supply chain has integrity where people will not get sicker from it or using it. So if we're going to make legislation, and that becomes an important piece of the conversation, because I know there's a lot of market out there for it. There's a lot of people that do this now. That may be the compassionate use may be the proper place to put it. But I would also suggest don't chase the chemist, because you'll never catch them as we go through this conversation. And let's be a little smarter than the average bear out there on how to shut down the problem that unintentional consequences, although probably foreseen, if I'm honest, and said. If you go back and review testimony, I said it very clearly. We will shut it down if it goes beyond where it needs to be. And it was once said, here's the sad fact. I said that if this gets loose, you will kill the agricultural industry conversation. And truthfully, hemp fiber production in this state and around the country, for that matter, has been undermined by Delta 8s and like conversations, because it's taken the headlines away from a very viable and very lucrative market for agriculture if it wasn't for this conversation, probably.
Thank you, Senator Perry. Senator Menendez, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To our Dr. Stevenson, the chemist. Some folks have said that it was never the intention of the legislature to monitor and regulate hemp products. But obviously, since you have promulgated rules and you've got everything you've testified, it is surely knowing you knew that you had the direction from the legislature to monitor hemp products. Is that correct?
Monitor
Monitor the quality, the
consumable hemp products.
consumable
Yes,
products.
yes, sir.
Yes. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And so we know that with the passage of HB 1325 in 2019, the manufacturing, the distribution, and selling of these products in Texas has been legal and regulated. Yet we continue to hear people say that it wasn't the intent to regulate. So what is the approach? And I've heard you say, and I mean, part of me thinks you're saying a little bit tongue-in-cheek, how small the numbers of people you have in order for the magnitude of the situation. But what is the approach you're taking in your agency to promulgate these consumable hemp rules and regulations and that govern these consumable hemp products? What's your approach?
Yes, sir. To try and my title is Consumer Protection, so in all of our programs, and we have numerous, trying to protect the health of Texans as much as we can with the limits of the statutes and what our rules and court systems will allow us to do. It really, this program especially shows the interface of statute, rule, and the court system. As I said, we've been on two fronts, both the smokable products and on the Delta 8 and other THCs. We've been limited by the courts to enforce, if you will, those sorts of programs that get more to the safety of the product.
So with the sheer overwhelming numbers of distribution points, vape shops, head shops, whatever you want to call them, have you done the numbers on what it would take for you to, and then the question would be, if the retail location has gotten so overwhelming, is there somewhere further upstream distribution that you could be testing products to make sure they're safe? Other states have seals that things have been tested, that it's safe. I don't see anything of that kind in Texas. If you go to other states where cannabis is regulated and legal, that people know what they're getting. They know the THC to CBD ratios that they're getting. And that would be, in my opinion, a healthier environment. I'm not sure how you feel.
Absolutely. We focus on the manufacturers primarily. The retail shops, they take a packaged product for the most part and sell it. Sometimes they rebottle it and put it in a different package container. But we do focus on the manufacturers. And as I said, with the testing, I spent a lot of time wrestling with the testing in all of my years with the food industry. It's expensive. It has a place. And as you said, rightfully, Senator, further upstream is probably better, preventing issues in the process, engineering things into the process rather than trying to test them to safety at the end. It becomes cost prohibitive. So we do look at those certificates of analysis at manufacturing.
Yeah, thank you. For our major from DPS, are you prepared to answer, are you familiar with issues with the Compassionate Use Act?
No, sir.
Okay, well, that's a shame because I think that this whole conversation about this Delta 8, Delta 9, some people see it as an alternative. You said earlier that now people are getting high. I'm not trying to be argumentative. People have been getting high in this state for a long time. And the reality is, some people feel that going to a vape shop and buying something, they're buying something that's safe. And the reality is that it's probably safer for them to use a product that's not currently legal in this state. And we need to have a long conversation about that and look at other states' best practices about what's the safest way. If we want to make his life safest, how can we maybe join other states? There are lots of states, even conservative states, that have passed a full medical cannabis program. Of course, there's a recreational use, But the reality is that the only people, it's the same argument y'all like to use about guns. By having laws against this, the only people that are having it are the people who don't care about the law. So we're keeping it out of the hands of, you're a doctor, right, sir?
Yes, sir.
My understanding from pain specialist, that one of the best products for nerve pain, better than gabapentin, better than any narcotic, is cannabis. Are you familiar with that?
There are people that would say that. I have not seen the research that confirms it.
I will tell you that
I mean, anecdotally, I know people who have anecdotally, but I haven't seen any research studies.
I'll tell you, I've had these conversations with many doctors, and the reason is because I have a very close personal knowledge of someone who's had 2 back surgeries, has 2 fusions, a revision of a fusion, has been put on fentanyl patches, and legal cannabis has helped this person more than any narcotic they've ever had. And so, last question. Doctor, in the emergency room, it pains me to hear of children getting access to any pain whatsoever. But are the numbers disproportionate in terms of what we might call accidental overdosing of cannabinoid products? Are they any more higher than other alcohol or other drugs?
To answer your question honestly, is that if you want to throw alcohol into the picture, then I probably see more cannabinoid. I see very few children exposed to alcohol. It takes a grown-up having a drink available for them to consume.
Right.
But to answer your question, honestly, although they have occurred more frequently than in the past, they are still infrequent. It's your regular prescriptive pill ingestions that you would see more frequently. So it's not the most frequent thing.
So great point. And so a prescription pill, if it's let's say a hydromorphone, which is the generic name for I forget the.
You use the generic name.
Yeah, I did exactly. But
You're speaking of oxycodone or codone.
Yeah, no, actually, I'm actually thinking about the other one.
Oh, you're thinking of Dilaudid?
Dilaudid, the strongest one, Dilaudid.
Hydroxymorphone.
Yeah, hydroxymorphone. So one of those, or God forbid, I remember the time I accidentally touched the fentanyl patch. I mean, in 2 or 3 seconds, I thought I was going to pass out. This was a used patch that fell in the bathroom, going to pick it up. And so these things are much more intense than any of these cannabinoid products, than narcotics, aren't they?
I would not say, I find it interesting, that you were, succumbed by touching a fentanyl patch for a couple moments because they're a delayed release. But the answer to your question is yes, there are medications that are of more consequence. And the question is do you have zero consequence before, or near zero consequence before? Although in the body for 21, 28 days, it's usually about 6 to 8 hours of a psychoactive. And when you look at decreased body size and the amount, and that's why I, in my written testimony, have said that, although the Texas Medical Association does not endorse the legalization of marijuana, we do have some safety steps that we mentioned as y'all move forward. And that would include child-proofing the bottles, non-pediatric type, packaging. Right. And there is a just recent study that when you ask the question of the effect, that the THC has a greater effect in paranoid psychosis on children between 12 and 20, and that you cross an intersection at that point where it's not as high. And so that would be suggestive of that y'all look at further things of a 21-year age. But less than that, there are children that with their minds developing, it can be of greater risk. Right. But that other medications later in life or earlier may have more risk.
And I guess my point was narcotics tend to have a decrease on your ability to breathe. You know, you can fall asleep, pass out, die.
Yes, sir.
And so this is a controversial subject, but it is a subject that I think we need to just come to the realization that we opened the door. And now that you can't tell the difference, you were telling, I think, sir, the major, you guys, there's the court order, the lack of testing, the dogs can't tell the difference between cannabis and the hemp products, and so therefore it's almost impossible to prosecute. Is that an accurate statement?
Yes, sir.
So in a way, inadvertently, we passed a law that sort of legalized the use of cannabis in the state of Texas.
Mr. Chairman.
That's what it feels like.
Senator Paxton had a question.
So let's be clear, this started with a conversation from a federal farm bill that was focused on fiber more than CBD. And it was going to happen federally anyway. So it evolved up through that. Secondly, to be clear, the other states that you speak to, a large part of them or some of them are now reconsidering and pulling back. Oregon specifically has decided that maybe the path to legalized pot was not the smart thing to do. If you talk to people in Colorado, they tell you it was a mistake. So the history is beginning to be on our side, and the state of Texas has never said they were good with any of this in the sense that pot is going to be a legalized product, be Delta 8 or be it through synthesized smart chemists. So this is not the state inadvertently doing it. We have a clear position on it, so clear that we recognize there possibly is some benefit of alternative medicines, but we regulate it through CUP. And I think that's the proper place for these techniques that you speak to, and for those that find relief in it. We have a path, and arguably I've heard that it becomes too expensive and it's pretty onerous, and maybe we ought to look at that process a little bit. But to be clear, Texas did not legalize pot, knowingly or unknowingly, in the sense that the direction this started out was a federal farm bill for the benefit of agriculture. And it's been bastardized, as we were fearful it could be. I've not been disillusioned that it could end up here. The fact that it's here now, it's time to fix it. And so, and for those states that have chose to be, again, ahead of this issue in their minds progressively, they're having regrets in removing that. And I think you're going to see a trend there. Now, we may have a federal administration now currently that decides to throw everybody out with the bathwater, and then heaven forbid the employers that have people driving 18-wheelers, we've just legalized one more vice to make it more dangerous to be on the roads. That's just one example. But this was a conversation we had in 19. It's sad that, unfortunately, human nature being what it is, we've got here today. But back to my point, if we think it's a needed benefit to those that do use it, then we can have control of where they're getting it and who's administrating it.
At the end of the day, that's what we want, is our consumers to be safe. And at the end of the day, we should, as a state, if it's happening, we should be able to have some control, regulation, make sure people are safe. And so I know there are people, experts in this room that will help us with the back and forth on what we can do better. So thank you all very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Menendez. Vice Chair Paxton, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for Dr. Stevenson. At the beginning of your testimony, you talked about certain situations where you can enforce and others where you cannot enforce, and certain maybe even legal proceedings that are prohibiting that or interfering with that right now. But when you say enforce, what mechanisms of enforcement are available to you?
If a typical food, as a food product, if it were mislabeled, we can enforce through the violation process and even take it to a state administrative hearing. And so we have that avenue as a food product.
Would that involve fines or?
Yes, ma'am, and potentially revocation of licenses and things like that. For the Delta 9, if it exceeds the cap, then that becomes a controlled substance. Again, that definition becomes so critical. It's hemp if it's under 0.3. If it gets above 0.3 Delta 9, it becomes a controlled substance, and it becomes a law enforcement issue to enforce in that regard. And again,
So you
the
hand
other,
over, you hand over to law
we
enforcement? in
notify
those
law
circumstances?
enforcement. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is predominantly, you're talking about dealing with manufacturers?
Both.
Okay. And retailers?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
We, with manufacturers, they have their certificate of analyses. I'm not aware of any manufacturers that were producing a product above the 0.3 cap that we had to deal with. Again, we found it in the retail store in the 3 smokable products.
Okay.
But I'm not aware of a manufacturer that exceeded that cap. So then we dealt with any potential food handling, labeling issues with the manufacturers as we would a food manufacturer. And we have those enforcement activities.
And those certificates are
Analysis.
of analysis, those are, I guess, kind of self-reported by the manufacturers.
They must be done by an accredited laboratory.
Okay, so they have to have a third party?
They have to have, that testing has to be done by laboratory specified in the statute, International Standard Organization 17025 or equivalent. 17025 is the primary laboratory accrediting agency, so they have their analysis, certificates of analysis from the laboratory.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. And Dr. Emick?
Yes, ma'am.
And Senator Menendez brought up the issue of, you had mentioned pediatric patients in the ER. So you mentioned kind of, as I heard it, 3 broad categories of the main things that you see.
Yes, ma'am.
Related to this issue: pediatric, predominantly accidental ingestion,
Yes, ma'am.
acute psychosis, and then chronic users.
Yes, sir.
Of those 3, what percentage of the folks coming in are the pediatric cases?
It's a small percentage. I would put it in, at the facility I work at, there's somebody later who works at a pediatric facility, and therefore they see higher numbers of that. The pediatric patients would probably make up 5-10% at the most.
Okay. And how severe is the situation for a child like that comes in? So it may be a small, not a large number, but is it on the scale of 1 to 10?
Okay.
Severity?
Usually, when you have a child, it's between 1 year to 4 years of age.
Okay.
A toddler who has unknowingly taken the gummy bear or the cookie or the chocolate or whatever. And they are usually somnolent or unresponsive. And at the facilities I work at, we would transfer them to a pediatric hospital or to be observed. And what I did not mention with Senator Menendez was, yes, there are other ingestions that could be more serious or deeply, but if they bring in a patient with a narcotic, I have naloxone. If they bring in a patient with a benzodiazepine, then I have flumazenil. When they bring in a patient that has had a THC or ingestion, I've got time. There is not anything I could give them that will make them come out quicker. And talking, so we, as I said, often if they are unresponsive, they will be unresponsive. We try to avoid intubation. I have not had to intubate a child due to this, but many others have. They may actually have to intubate them in the hospital or the ICU if they continue to become more unresponsive and diagonal respirations where they're not breathing to maintain their respiratory status. And they are usually admitted for, these patients are admitted for at least 24 hours, maybe 5-6 days or longer, depending on how long they're unresponsive and the medicine, the THC is wearing off.
Is that different than the other accidental ingestion
Yes, ma'am.
situations?
Yes, ma'am. In most part time,
Because you can treat those.
I can
those
treat
other-
those, I can watch them for a few hours, and then it becomes a CPS case. And if CPS wants me to admit them, I admit them. And if CPS says, we'll take care of it at home, then we let them go home after a period of observation with normal mental status.
Is there a difference in the long-term effects on a child? Because what we're talking about, in some ways, this accidental ingestion is a bigger issue than just the THC products, but you have a way to treat the other things that you don't have available to you with these kinds of ingestions. And is there a difference in the prognosis for the child long-term?
I am not the best person to answer that question. There is a pediatrician who is uninvited, but what usually happens in the emergency department is we admit them and then someone else takes care of them. Do I see them in follow-up with delayed sequelae? No, ma'am.
Okay. One other question, Dr. Emick.
Yes, ma'am.
So you sort of referred to some of your suggestions for regulation or
Yes, ma'am.
whatever sort of legislation we might consider. One of the things that you highlighted was accurate portrayal on packaging. I was just wondering if you could kind of clarify what you mean by that.
Actually, it's, if you look at the packaging, that is, it's bright colors. It is attractive to children and young adolescents, that type of packaging.
Okay. So specifically, that was with relation
To the
to
pediatric.
marketing to children.
Marketing to children, yes.
Would you mind just highlighting for us the specific recommendations that you have for things that go to children? I think at a minimum, we could all agree that children are in a special category with relationship to this. So would you mind just kind of highlighting your specific recommendations?
Yes, ma'am. We left it predominantly within the written testimony, but first would be child-proof containers.
Mm-hmm.
Second would be the no marketing to children, appropriate marketing to adults only. And then thirdly, but most importantly, is we would recommend 21-year age limit if you were to allow for recreational use. And that's actually based on the recent study that showed increased paranoid psychoses from 12 to 20 and then leveling off and not being just equal to the population at 20, 21 going forward.
Because these products affect adolescents differently.
Well, because their minds are still developing, and the neuro linkages are felt to be immature and not fully developed.
So it interferes with the development of their
Yes,
brain.
ma'am.
And that changes their whole future forever.
It could, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Senator Parker, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Appreciate you all being here today. Thank you for the excellent testimony. I just have one question pertaining here to these pediatric cases. Doctor, when you were visiting a moment ago, Dr. Emick, about accidental ingestion, how frequently is that happening here across the state? Do you have any sense of the scale of that problem?
I would say that it is increasing more than 10 years ago. I don't have an exact number. I should, but I apologize. I did not do my homework in that area.
Ballpark, 500 or more? Less than 500? Less than 100?
I can actually get, this gentleman has data,
Please.
but I have national data.
Okay, thank you.
We have some preliminary data from the Texas Poison Center Network, TPCN. I say preliminary. This is what we were able to pull in a few short weeks. This is not publishable.
Sure.
Peer-reviewed. These are not peer-reviewed data, but
Understand.
9,344 from 2019 to 2024 so far in 24.
Just in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's compared to 4,443 in the 2014 to 2018 era. These are just folks under 19. We just looked at that aspect of the way some of the data that they have stratified probably goes to less than 20. It's a strange age, 19, but that's what the data that we have. So,
Okay.
2,500 cases approximately in 0 to 5, 891 cases 6 to 12-year-olds, and 2,100 approximately 13 to 19-year-olds.
Thank you for the data. That obviously gives us a sense as lawmakers of the magnitude of the problem. So that was very, very helpful to understand those numbers. Another comment I want to come back to, another question rather, I guess, for Dr. Emick with regard to neuro linkages with regard to these products or any other type of narcotic or opioid. Maybe just from a clinical perspective, if you wouldn't mind just talking about those neuro linkages and the challenges specifically for development and youth. But we all know the brain isn't fully developed till the age of 25. But if you just would comment for a moment on your concerns broadly with these classes of product with regard to the youth in particular.
Well, there are three areas that I would be concerned of in how it relates with the neuro linkages and the overall risk to the patient. The first one being the paranoid psychoses and possible increase in serious mental illnesses as such. The second would be the increased risk of seizures with these ingestions, and therefore injury based on seizure. And then lastly, with the respiratory depressant, the need for intubation and the lack of body control with aspiration and other issues that may occur due to a somnolent person without airway control.
Okay. Senator had an interesting comment. No, thank you very much for giving that overview. That was excellent. I want to take the questions in another direction here just for a moment, and I want to ask all three of you to respond, if you would. I, like my colleagues, are very concerned with all of these products broadly in the marketplace for a long time. And my perspective has always been, let's look to see very clear, established, documented science, i.e. white papers, control testing, and so forth, that shows value for any of these kind of substances before they be utilized with any particular type of population. Now, with that being said, I'm particularly concerned with the concept of taking away Delta 8, Delta 9 from our veteran community in particular, because I think the veteran community uniquely, suffering from so many cases of PTSD and so forth, are really seeing unique benefits of some of the capability of the substance. And so I'd love your thoughts, again, different populations, different strata, but I'd love to get your thoughts with regard to safety and effectiveness and your perspectives, all three of you, with regard to these products specific to the PTSD population within our veteran community here in the United States and here in Texas.
As stated, on behalf of the Texas Medical Association, we continue to support the compassionate use program.
Okay.
And that we believe, just as you stated, there should be more research. There are going to be a number of people who are going to probably talk to you about all the benefits. And there are some good studies, but most is anecdotal or observational. And what we would like to see are good IRB reviewed, controlled studies that show the benefits and the risks. And that's what we support, is taking care of the patients.
Very good. Thank you. You're not supposed to comment on that.
From a veterinary background, looking at pharmacology and the way drugs are tested and brought onto the market and things, it is an interesting consideration, if you will. Typically, they go through trials and they're released based on their level of safety.
Yes.
I'm not aware of rigorous testing on Delta 8 and other sorts of THCs. And right now, as I said, we're joined in the lawsuit, so we can't control those. They are readily available in consumable hemp products. They could be in the compassionate use program. And so where those things settle out is worthy of study and thought.
Very good. Thank you. Doctor?
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir. The way that I would respond to that is by saying, from the perspective of the Texas Department of Public Safety, I'm sure you're aware that our Regulatory Services Division has the compassionate use program.
Absolutely. I've been doing a great job with it.
Yes, sir. And while I can't speak specifically on that division's behalf, what I can say is that's based on clear legislation and certainly clear science. So from the overall perspective of the Department of Public Safety, what we look for is to serve and protect the citizens of the state of Texas. And in order for us to best do that, we have to have a clear definition of what's legal so that we can serve and protect those citizens that are abiding by the laws, and what is not legal, so that we can invest those criminal acts and those defendants can be brought to justice.
Absolutely. You need clear guidelines for those that are in the compassionate use program, right? And we have that today.
Yes, sir.
But with regard to these products, we need to have the further discussion. But I just wanted to kind of get your perspective, and it was great to kind of have you go one by one and talk about the compassionate use program, one, and the uniqueness of that veteran population, where some of what I've seen certainly shows it to be very beneficial. And I guess one more question along those lines, Dr. Emick, with regard to an IRB. You talked about an IRB, an institutional review board, for people that aren't familiar, and familiar obviously with the clinical practices going through traditional FDA discovery, right? So 1A, trying to do efficacy, to 1B, to get to 2A, to ultimately get to 3, to come to market, all those kind of things. But my perspective is, how would you judge or define an appropriate IRB? I mean, in terms of the parameters of an IRB, what would you like to see in an IRB to give the Texas Medical Association comfort on a product?
When you say, I am used to all academic institutions having an IRB that have proper, they have rules, they have requirements. If you have an academic institution, I know a number of people who were talking about that they are undergoing studies in Dallas or Houston, that those are probably IRB reviewed and they wouldn't occur. And even the hospitals I was at that did not have academics still had an IRB to review cancer studies and such when medications would be used. So I think that anything that is officially established, I don't have it.
So you don't put a criteria on a particular IRB study, one versus the other, as long as if it's an IRB study, if it's with an institution of higher learning or what have you, that as long as they're following a protocol that's recognized by some IRB, then you're sufficiently satisfied from a Texas Medical Association perspective.
Yes, sir.
I just want to understand that from getting kind of a level set with regard to what you view standardization or quality to look like. So, okay. Thank you very much. That was very helpful. Thank you very much for being here, gentlemen.
Senator Parker, thank you. Senator Perry.
Real quick, on respect to research and white papers and studies that have been done, and if I'm wrong on this, tell me I'm wrong, but is it fair to say that in the THC realm, we have lots of clinical data and studies on the impact and the effects on those that use, and would they be something we could migrate to in absent of, or do we need to do separate Delta 8 / synthetic / derivatives of CBDs and cannabis stuff? So my point, I guess, is we're asking for research. It doesn't exist on Delta 8. There's some anecdotal white paper or one-offs or examples where people believe they're better, and they may be, truthfully. But is it fair to say that the research exists today with respect to impacts of THC, good and bad, in an industry out there that has been peer reviewed. I mean, is that a fair comparison or not? Do we need to go and do our own independent studies specific to these products? Or is it fair to say that we have enough background of THC and research and impacts and development of adolescents and some of the reasons some of these states are looking at them and removing that legalization of it? I mean, isn't there data out there or not? Tell me yes or no in your opinion.
My answer would have to be at this time, no.
Okay, so we do need to research a product that's in wide distribution for its legitimacy in the way of benefits or not, and then if it is beneficial, work it to a form of where we can control quality as well as impact for those people that seek to do it. We don't, in your humble opinion as a medical professional, you don't have that data today.
I do not.
Okay, fair, and that's a great answer. I just assumed that THC is THC, so that's a layman's perspective. But I appreciate the honesty, and we may need to move on research and pull it out of the market until we get there.
Senators, any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Dr. Stevenson, I have one question. And by the way, when Senator Perry kept saying, don't chase the chemist, that wasn't personal. I hope that wasn't. But I want to ask.
I just say, as a chemistry person of one time in high school, it left an impression on me to know I am not one. So.
I want to ask something, and I believe you answered this, and forgive me for not taking better notes. We understand on Delta 8, there's some litigation. I think you said the Department of State Health Service is under an injunction. Is that correct?
Temporary injunction, yes, sir.
Thank you. And if you've spoken about this, let's talk about it again anyway, so we all get it. When was that lawsuit filed? How long have you been under this injunction? Ballpark. 2021,
Late 2021. I believe it was filed in November. We received the temporary injunction on or about November 8th, 2021.
Okay.
And again, it's still ongoing.
Okay. And so I realize that you're not the lawyer for the Department of State Health Services. Do you have a sense for who the parties are, who sued, what that's about? You talked about it a little bit, but if you don't know, that's okay. But anything you know about that, we'd like to know.
I just know the plaintiff is Sky Marketing.
Okay. And do you know who that is? Or what?
Yes, sir.
You don't have to go look it up. It's not just beyond the scope of your training, your education, which is most impressive. I just wanted to know in case you knew.
I have it here.
I don't
yes,
know.
Sir. Sky Marketing, doing business as Hometown Hero, create a CIG Temple, LLC, Daryl Sarif, and David Walden.
And so the case has been pending for a couple of years and
Went through district court and is now in the queue for Texas Supreme Court.
Supreme Court. Okay, thank you. Some of that came up, but I wanted to make clear because that injunction kept coming up. I want to make sure. Remember, is any other questions for this panel? Thank you, Dr. Stevenson, Dr. Emick, Major Melson. Thank you all for being here. You are excused. Now we're going to call up 3 more witnesses, and then we will open public testimony. And so the chair calls Brady Mills, Dr. Peter Stout, Nico Richardson. If you can sit in that order. If not, we'll move your nameplates around. But we'd have Brady Mills right here on the end, Dr. Stout somewhere in the middle, Nico Richardson over here on this side. And while they're taking their places and they're sitting up, let me, by way of road mapping for the benefit of those watching and those who are going to participate, again, we will hear public testimony on each of these charges. Now, the way we do this, we look at the charge that has the most witnesses, and we take that one first, and then we take the one with the next number of witnesses. We move through there. So just so you'll know. So that means that after we finish testimony from these 3 witnesses and we finish the questions, we're going to stand at ease for only about 5 minutes because our expert technical people need to make a couple of changes up here. So we're just going to have a stand at ease for about 5 minutes, get this ready, then we'll begin calling public testimony We'll be taking public testimony on the Delta 8 and 9 charge first, then on the elections, and then on the land question. So be aware of that. If you're waiting to testify, that may help you order your schedule. So we're looking forward to hearing from you, gentlemen, but public testimony, which is very important, be aware. We'll take a 5-minute recess after this panel. Not a recess. We'll stand at ease for 5 minutes, and then we'll hear public testimony on the Delta 8 and 9 charge, then on the elections charge, and then on the land charge. Hope that's clear to everyone. And
Thank you, sir.
give them time to get the water spread out. That's good. That's there for a reason. And often witnesses don't use it. Somebody was showing some leadership, I guess. All right. Thank you very much. Welcome. Mr. Mills, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. My name is Brady Mills, and I serve as the chief of the Texas Department of Public Safety.
Pull that mic a little closer.
My name is Brady Mills, and I serve as the chief of the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory Division. I am on the charge, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak today to discuss the complexities faced by crime laboratories across the state concerning cannabis and THC-containing products. Our role in this is, as materials are brought to our laboratories as the largest forensic service provider in the state of Texas, is to try to determine if a controlled substance is present, so then we can report that to law enforcement and then to prosecutors that ultimately handle these cases. As part of our legislative appropriations request, the laboratory identified legal impediments related to cannabis testing. We have shared them with the Texas Association of Crime Lab Directors, which it's my understanding they're included in Dr. Stout's written testimony that you have received this afternoon. These revisions to existing statute are to mitigate the impact of cannabis product testing in forensic laboratories and to allow clarity in the law regarding these products. Our impediments, if moved enrolled into change statute, do not allow consumable hemp products to contain any isomer or derivative of THC other than the 0.3% Delta 9 as defined by the Health and Safety Code. So this does include prohibiting Delta 8. The vast majority of the impact of laboratories is on our seized drug teams around the state, but it's also essential to consider the impact of cannabis on our toxicology testing program, especially in cases involving driving under the influence. Approximately 40% of our drug toxicology cases we test today test positive for THC. Our primary responsibility is to provide scientific analysis and support the legal definitions in criminal cases. The changes to the definitions of marijuana a few sessions back have challenged our ability to support the courts here in Texas, as different courts have interpreted the law differently. Inconsistencies and gaps in different counties and courts create uncertainty regarding testing requirements across the state for our chemists. The laboratory must allocate our limited resources, which there's not a great capacity there, to try to meet the needs of the different prosecutors around the state. Historically, marijuana testing was straightforward. We identified the plant by plant structures or performed color tests to detect THC or cannabinoids. With the change in hemp legislation, this changed the testing process radically for our laboratories. The changes require the laboratory to test misdemeanor cases now, because those results cannot be obtained from law enforcement professionals. There's no roadside testing at this point. We also have to develop quant methods for plants, liquids, oils, and edibles. If changes were made to not allow consumable hemp products to contain any isomers or derivatives of THC other than the Delta 9 as defined by the Health and Safety Code, the laboratory would have the ability to develop a test method to test specifically for the other THCs, the non-Delta 9s. And this would allow for a more streamlined testing strategy and consistency across the state for us to support prosecutors. In conclusion, understanding the complexities of the forensic laboratories is crucial as we navigate the evolving landscape of cannabis legislation. So thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. And as we've done previously, we'll go on and hear everyone on the panel, and then we will take questions from the members. So, Mr. Stout, thank you for being here. Will you please introduce yourself and give us your testimony?
Hi, my name is Dr. Peter Stout. I am the head nerd of the laboratory that serves the city of Houston. I am also the president of the Texas Association of Crime Laboratory Directors. So I guess I'm the nerd for the nerds in the state. I've got a big old thick package for you that I've tucked a number of things in there to try and give you some ideas around what cannabis testing used to be for laboratories, what it is now, also to try and give you some structure of this blizzard of acronyms that go with all things cannabinoid. I've also got a paper in there that we published, actually, DPS, us, the Harris County Institute of Forensic Sciences, and Sam Houston all went together to try and develop a method for us to be able to test stuff in the laboratories, and there's a publication of that. So there's a bunch of stuff in there. So I'm from the crime laboratory perspective on this. We never show up on anybody's good day. It's always a bad day when we show up in your life.
Except today.
Except today. To be really,
It's just disturbing.
yeah, but my wife hates taking me out because I can suck the air out of any room. You know, we don't see the responsible products. So our perspective on this is all of the stuff where somebody's done something dumb, and that's, you know, to be really clear about it's. I am not nearly smart enough, and I don't envy all the task of trying to divide between what could be really promising use for cannabinoids and hemp fiber and all of these really good uses and the dumb stuff we see. We get the dumb stuff. But hemp used to be, and marijuana used to be one of the simplest tests for us. It was something that took us minutes and dollars to do. Like Brady was saying, we looked at it under a microscope and put pictures in there of what the stuff looks like. We identified structures on the plant that made it cannabis sativa, the plant. And then we stuck a couple chemicals on it that turned purple. If there were cannabinoids of any sort there, we're done. Minutes and dollars. After the Federal Farm Act, and this has happened all over the country, so this isn't just something that's happened here in Texas, that testing now went to be something that takes us hours and hundreds of dollars for one test. Most of the stuff we get, we're going to have to do multiple tests in it. I get stuff that comes through Houston airports. It's hundreds of pounds of green leafy material. I'm going to be into that for probably tens, if not hundreds of tests, each of which cost me hundreds of dollars. A case like that, I can be into it for tens of thousands of dollars easily in the testing on that. So it gets really expensive for us doing this. And the article that I put in there, again, keep in mind, we're getting the dumb stuff. We're getting the stuff that's not the responsible products. What we see when it comes to us as green leafy material, 97% of the time it's pot. It's over, and we test over under 1%, just as a safety threshold on the 0.3%. It's all pot. But we do really expensive testing to get to that. Also keep in mind, for forensic laboratories, like Brady said, it's not just the solid dosage materials that we have to deal with. We've got to deal with this in the toxicology standpoint, so that's after somebody has taken it. Then they're out there driving, something awful happens, and now we have to try and sort out, did it contribute to the accident? Did it not? What does it mean? What's called medical legal death investigation. You've got somebody dead. They've got these compounds on board. What does that mean? And trying to sort that out. So the circumstance that we have of the lack of clear definition around all of these other compounds that are not Delta-9, I really don't know what they mean. And one of the things, so I did include in there, like Brady mentioned, the suggestions that we've got for changing in the code. And this is from our perspective of the laboratory trying to make stuff easier for us, is the more qualitative the analysis is, the more we're back towards something that is, yep, it's just got cannabinoids there, makes life a lot easier for us. And the difficulty, if you think about for the labs, every lab in the state is underfunded. Every lab in the state has some version of backlog. So anything that goes to making the testing more complex and more costly means the resources have to come from something. So y'all want me to be testing marijuana materials, or do you want to be testing pills that kill people or sexual assault kits? I only have so much money. And if I put it over there, I don't have it for that. So in whatever the structure is from the laboratory's perspective, irrespective of all the other stuff, our concern is that there is an understanding of the impacts of the forensic laboratories, because we can't keep up with what's there right now. The change from the federal legislation blew us up before, and I mean, Senator Perry, we talked about this some and the impacts of the laboratories. Before House Bill 1325, my turnaround time was 7 days. Now it's about 120. And that's an outgrowth of having to deal with this difference in complexity of testing. So I'm happy to answer questions. There's a ton of stuff in here. Tried to give you a framework of some of the legislative things from the laboratory's perspective and how we deal with that complexity of testing. But thank you, and I appreciate the time today.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Stout. There's a little styrofoam cup hiding your title from me, so I apologize
Oh, it's quite all right.
for not addressing you properly to start with. Thank you for your testimony. Nico Richardson, introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Thanks for being here.
My name is Nico Richardson, and I am the CEO, and I'm here representing Texas Original Compassionate Cultivation. Thank you to the Senate State Affairs Committee for having me here today and for giving me the opportunity to testify. We are the largest operator in the Compassionate Use Program, which is Texas's medical cannabis program. We have been serving critically ill patients here in Texas for the past 7 years. Prior to my current role, I worked for 10 years in the highly regulated medical cannabis markets. I was on the team that launched Tilray. It's the first industrial medical cannabis company in Canada, and we're also the first medical cannabis company at IPO on the NASDAQ. We were regulated back then by Health Canada and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, so I have ample experience working in highly regulated and new markets. Today, I'm here to talk to you about the opposite end of the regulatory spectrum, which is the intoxicating hemp market here in Texas and its impact on the compassionate use program and Texas citizens. The intoxicating hemp industry in Texas has been marketed as something that's legal, safe, and capable of self-regulation. However, many hemp products are highly intoxicating, more potent than what's offered in the medical CUP program here, and dangerously under-regulated at this point. Intoxicating hemp is nearly identical to medical marijuana with the same effects. Consumable products sold in the hemp industry are largely the same and often far more potent in certain formats than what is allowed in the CUP. Delta-9 THC, which we've been talking about, is Delta-9 whether it is derived from hemp or whether it is derived from marijuana. It is the exact same molecule with the exact same effect on the end consumer. An example of this would be a medical marijuana gummy from our program would be 1 gram and have a 10 milligram dose in it. In order to have the same dose in the hemp industry, you just have to increase the size of that gummy to 3.2 grams. The effect is exactly the same on the end person. Additionally, the consumable hemp industry sells smoking and vaping products far above the 0.3% THC threshold by using other intoxicating molecules that are not listed in the hemp bill or the 2018 Farm Bill. There are at least 10 intoxicating cannabinoids that we know of today, and only one is regulated in Texas currently, which is Delta-9 THC. Under earlier testimony, you guys were asking what the most prevalent product is in the market, in the hemp market today. It's probably THCA flower is what we see the most of right now. No one mentioned that. We were talking a lot about Delta-8. THCA is basically just marijuana. THCA is the precursor to Delta-9, and we talk about it here, but this is the most recent loophole molecule. It's marketed as hemp, but nearly every THCA product sold in Texas, at least that we have seen, contains illegal amounts of Delta-9 THC. THCA converts into Delta-9 when exposed to heat, so when you light it on fire, or simply with the passage of time. By the time THCA products have actually been transported into Texas to the stores where they are sold, the product has likely already been converted to Delta-9 above the federal limit of 0.3%. So we've conducted time studies on our own flower, and if you test our flower, we can show that about 3% of the THCA converts to Delta-9 THCA over the course of a month. So within, call it 15 days, if you're starting at 0 Delta-9, which is probably not the case most of the time, within 15 days of that product sitting in a stable environment, it's probably already converted about 0.3% over to Delta-9 THC, from our estimates. Delta-8 was the other molecule you were talking about. Delta-8 THC is chemically derived compound. It's produced by washing CBD with an acid to produce a compound nearly identical to Delta-9 with very similar psychoactive effects. There are no restrictions on the amount of THCA or Delta-9 that can be sold to anyone in Texas, including minors. Most intoxicating hemp products come from out of state and lack accurate testing today. While the number of hemp dispensaries has exploded, hemp grown in Texas has actually waned. This downward trend in Texas grown hemp is partly due, we believe at least, to the fact that Texas products cannot be sold as smokable hemp. We talked about the language discrepancy there earlier. Imported hemp products, however, can be sold as smokable hemp in Texas. So most of that THCA flower, if not all of that THCA flower, is actually coming in from places like Tennessee and Oklahoma. The acreage of hemp grown in Texas reached its zenith in 2021, yet the number of hemp retail registrations has grown from the numbers we have are 1,948 in 2020 to over 7,000 most recently in 2024. To put that in perspective, California's regulated marijuana industry only has about 1,650 retail licenses in the entire state of California and a full regulatory body to deal with that, not 6 people. One of the big problems with imported hemp from out of state is that our state regulators have no jurisdiction over out of state labs and therefore no ability to verify test results. What is listed on those out of state certificates of analysis rarely comports to what's actually in the product from what we've seen. Hemp licenses only need to provide the COA if asked by the Department of Health and Human Services. And with more than 7,000 retailers and thousands of out-of-state products being shipped into Texas every day, it's near impossible to confirm the accuracy of out-of-state lab results. By comparison, under the CUP, licenses must test every single batch of medicine and provide those results to the DPS every single month on monthly inspections. Patients are leaving our medical system now for unregulated products. So the CUP has been a life-changing resource for patients in need in Texas. Unfortunately, starting in 2022 and rapidly accelerating in 2023, we have seen our active patient base dramatically decline, basically cut in half. This trend is perfectly juxtaposed with the exponential increase in recreational hemp licenses across the state. When we ask our patients and doctors their reasons for leaving the program, one of the most prevalent answers we receive is that patients are still consuming marijuana, but they're doing it from a cheaper source, the hemp industry. On average, 90% of our patients leave the compassionate use program after 1 year, so that's our churn rate. There are 3 primary reasons we see. One is accessibility. The regulatory burden has greatly hampered accessibility in the CUP. CUP licenses can only store our inventory at one single location in the state of Texas, one central location. Patients either must wait to be put on a delivery schedule or drive up to 2 to 3 hours from their house to go find a pickup location that works for them. By comparison, the hemp industry can store nearly identical products out in the open at any location, including near schools. 2 is product formats. Patients are looking for product formats that are not available to them in the CUP, but are available without restriction in the hemp industry. Senator Perry, you talked a lot about Delta-8 and wondering whether or not there's efficacy around that molecule and whether we should be exploring that. Part of the reason Delta-8 is so attractive is that there's no 0.3% threshold on it. And because of that, they can actually sell it in an inhalable format, which you can't do with Delta-9 anywhere in the state. That's the real reason Delta-8 is so popular. 3 is price comparison. So while we consistently have driven medicine prices down over the last 2 years, it would be impossible to match rock bottom prices associated with zero regulatory burden that the hemp industry has. So while we're required to grow medical cannabis in a high security indoor environment, test every single batch, drive that medicine back and forth across the state of Texas, hemp retailers can buy THC extracted from large farms in North Carolina, Tennessee, Oklahoma, and drop ship those products into retail establishments across the state of Texas. Unfortunately, very unfortunately, due to these reasons, there is a pretty high likelihood that our medical program will not continue to exist in the coming years. It is not an economical program for the operators. Intoxicating hemp products do not undergo the same growing, manufacturing, testing, and approval processes that the CUP requires. Right now, at least 27 states have already passed regulations banning or severely restricting the sale of intoxicating hemp products. However, in Texas, unfortunately, it's still legal for a teenager to buy a highly intoxicating hemp product across the street from their high school. That sounds like hyperbole. If you go 2 miles down the street here, you can go to Lively Middle School. There's a vending machine across the street. If you go another 3 miles down to Crockett High School, there's a hemp dispensary 75 yards from the front door. These products are indistinguishable from medical marijuana. The only difference between medical marijuana in this state and intoxicating hemp is that one is heavily regulated and the other is not. So thank you for your time. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, do you have questions for the panel?
Yes, I
You're
do.
recognized.
Thank you, sir. So back to the chemist, the head nerds. I asked this earlier to more of a regulatory format, but is the complexity science, chemistry, or in that genre, or the statute?
No, it's the statute.
It's the statute.
And
So if the
see-
statute was clarified, you could test, and if there's THC there, it's illegal.
I would be happy with an answer that I at least know what to test.
And it is 40% of your driving under the influence now, was your testimony.
Yeah, that's a DPS number. It's probably not that far off the mark for us in Houston.
So you may not be able to answer it. I think the compassionate use guy probably has a better perspective, but the Delta 9, which is legal under the Hemp Act and under Texas, does it not give them the same effect? Is Delta 9, why was Delta 9 not enough? Is it just greed and profit motivation through
There's probably-
cute? I mean,
Sorry.
no, I'm just asking. I don't know. Evidently they get a different impact from something other than Delta 9. Because Delta 9's legal.
It's not that it's a different impact. The percentage by weight classification that we're applying to this product just changes the delivery mechanism.
So you have to do more of the Delta 9.
It's not that you have to do more. When you ingest it, okay, if I put 0.3% in this cup right here, I could probably put 100 milligrams of THC in that cup, if not more. That's an incredibly high dose. You typically wouldn't, if you had a 20% marijuana flower that they were smoking, it would be less than that. It would probably be like 50 milligrams. So that 0.3% doesn't matter. It just forces you
It's
to.
how you deliver it.
It forces you to digest.
So
it.
Delta 8's delivered differently, therefore you get the impact quicker or easier.
Because Delta 8 is not required to be 0.3%, you are able to sell it in a vapable format.
Let's
So,
just say if it was 0.3%, would it be a Delta 9 then basically?
Yeah.
So,
Yes. There's one other reason, which is economic, which is we had a CBD boom in this country after we first legalized hemp in 2018, and we had this huge glut of CBD. It was really entrepreneurial chemists, as you guys very smartly brought up earlier, that found a way to alter CBD to turn it into Delta 8. That's when Delta 8 became very popular in the United States, was on the tail end of the 2018 Farm Bill.
and you raised this issue, and I think it's something worth noting. In California, there was actually a documentary on it for a while. When they regulated it in California, guess what happened? All the good guys went broke, the ones that were regulated, and all the bad guys filled the void plus. So there's 1,600 regulated facilities in California. I've heard numbers into the thousands of unregulated in California. So having a cup program as restricted and as monitored as it is prevents that chasm, if you will, if we just kind of gloss over the Delta 8 conversation in regulatory. So we're kind of at that point where it goes back to an all or nothing. Because if we begin to squeeze these guys out, we're going to have the bad guys fill in, and then we have some true legal clarity there that we know what to do with those guys.
Right now, the program is largely unregulated. I know I shouldn't say
No,
this,
I
but
get it. No, it's not.
largely unregulated. So it's more akin to
it's-
the thousands of
Right.
California unregulated actors that you're talking about than it is to the California.
I agree with you, and it's unregulated because people got greedy and found a different way to sell something that people are willing to pay for to get high. I mean, that's truthfully, it's just no different than any other vice. So I appreciate your testimony, and you highlight where Texas wants to be and where we believe we are, and the reality is we're not there. But to be clear, it is the statute and not the chemistry that complicates this conversation.
Yeah, if I may, the last page in my big old packet that I left for you has got a listing of a portion of the cannabinoids that are in THC. So you said don't chase the chemist. From our perspective, please don't chase the chemist, because that's going to make me have to figure out how to do a quantitative analysis on
Point
all
made,
of these
because
things.
We'll never get there. Thank you.
Senator Paxton, and then we'll have Senator LaMantia, Madam Vice Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I was kind of settling back down, but then something disturbing was said again. And so you mentioned that not far from here, across the street from a middle school, is a vending machine. So it just brings up the question to me, and I don't know that anyone is prepared or able to address this, but what sorts of regulation do we have around proximity to children? And of course, a vending machine wouldn't even require anyone to sell it to them, right? I mean, that's completely a child just walking across and sticking money in, or credit card, debit card, or whatever. So do you have any information on that?
My understanding is that there are no regulations around proximity to school. For the CUP, we have to, and these are prescription pickup locations where you have to have a prescription to even come in and get your medicine. We have to be 1,000 feet from a school or daycare.
I am not aware of that either. And so we get calls constantly from prosecuting attorneys around the state asking these questions. And so these are questions that we're not able to answer.
Okay. I think that's something that would be important for the committee to consider, is proximity to schools and other locations where there would be high concentrations of kids, especially without adult supervision.
Thank you, Senator Paxton. Senator LaMantia, you're recognized.
Thank you. And on the proximity to schools, like there's rules for alcohol and how close is a place that sells alcohol can be to schools. And so that would be something that we could look at as well. But I did have a question about the cannabinoid test. So if there's any cannabinoids, as like in the picture that you have in the packet, it'll turn purple. Does that include CBD or is that just THC?
It does, and that's so the testing that we used to do really didn't differentiate any of the cannabinoids.
Okay.
So we would see the same thing if it were, legit hemp. We would basically see the same kind of testing, because hemp and marijuana are the same plant. They're going to look the same under the microscope, and they're both going to give us a purple test. So we wouldn't be able to distinguish hemp from marijuana with that testing in these definitions.
Got it. And CBD, though, is different THC, right? Because it doesn't have the
Right. It's
high
the one
factor?
that's got so CBD, cannabidiol, has the one open ring that the chemist was talking about. All you got to do is whack off a couple of molecules and it closes that ring to make it delta 8 THC.
Got it. But ingesting CBD doesn't have that high factor that THC and these other
It
items
does
do?
not. So I'm a toxicologist by training, which just means I do drugs for a living. But we look at it all from the standpoint of impairment,
Right.
like with driving under the influence of
Yes.
drugs and alcohol. There doesn't seem to be an impairing effect from CBD. Now, whether it's got other psychotropic effects,
We don't know.
above my pay grade. I will say, and I think it was mentioned before, Delta 9 THC is where basically all of the research has been done about effects and impairment and all of that. All of the host of 109 other tetrahydrocannabinols, I don't know. There's basically nothing. So from our perspective, when we're talking about impaired driving and medical legal death investigation, I don't know. And we see these things in impaired drivers, and then we're dealing with prosecutors trying to figure out, well, okay, this person just ran over a kid and killed him. Did that contribute? I don't know.
And then I know a couple years ago, there were a couple people saying that they were working on a breathalyzer type test for roadside impairment.
Yeah, they've been
Any
trying for a
movement in that?
while. So the difficulty, and this is where alcohol kind of lulled us all into complacency, because alcohol behaves very nicely. Alcohol is volatile, so it's easy to measure on the breath. There's a nice relationship between how much alcohol is in somebody and just how stupid they are. There really isn't that relationship with any other drug in just how stupid are they with how much drug they've got on them, at least from the standpoint of impaired driving. And THC is this big old floppy molecule that doesn't volatilize at body temperature. So trying to analyze for it on the breath is really hard. And while there have been lots of efforts at a roadside equivalent to a breathalyzer, it just hadn't panned out yet. And
Even a blood test can't say if they were high at the time or if they took it days before?
this is one of the really tough problems for us, is even when I've got a blood test and I can analyze for it in the laboratory, it is really difficult to say they had that much THC in their blood, they were X amount of stupid, and it contributed to their accident. It's really tough, and that's with Delta 9. It's because there just isn't that much research around it.
Right, the science isn't there.
And then there's even less for THC-O and P and M and V. And you mentioned about THC-A, tetrahydrocannabinolic acid. There's 5 different ones of those. And yeah, they convert to Delta 9. And right now, if you were to hand me a vape that has no THC-9 in it, but a whole crap ton of THC-A, is that hemp or not? I don't know.
And then I guess my last question is, do you spell marijuana with an H or a J? Because I've seen it both ways, and even in the report, it's both ways. So I'm not sure.
In our fine federal government's history,
Yes.
it got spelled with an H originally, and in Texas code, it's with an H. So officially, it's with an H.
Got it. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Lamontia. Senator Menendez, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Dr. Stout, you know, you touched on something that's very important. We definitely need to know anything that puts that where we could tell people you cannot do this because you can get behind the wheel or operate heavy machinery because you're going to be under the influence, without a doubt. I look forward to the science. I mean, I think that with the declassification or the moving of marijuana to Class 3, we'll start to see some studies that might help us with that. But in the meantime, you said that you have 4-month backlog. Is that what it takes? It takes 120 days. Is that what you said?
Yeah, in solid dosage drug testing.
Solid dose drug testing. 120 days is the amount of time it takes you to get back. And how? So let's say we add a bunch more cases. How does that impact the other testing you have to do?
It ain't going to go well.
So
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem in crime labs, that there isn't spare capacity sitting on the shelf, and this is our concern around how this gets decided. We can't keep up right now.
your lab tests for what right now? What does it test total?
Basically, right now, we test green leafy material to
No, I mean
determine
everything.
Oh,
That you, like
everything. We test across the board. So from sexual assault kits to digital evidence.
So more of these backlog other crimes that might have.
This is a reality for crime laboratories all across the country and here. We can't keep up with what comes in the door right now. So if there is a new demand that's put on us, it's got to come from someplace. So it forces me to choose, do I test this stuff for marijuana or do I test that sexual assault kit?
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Richardson, my understanding is that currently DPS has some legal license applications that they're evaluating, I think. You've mentioned that part of the reason you've lost doctors and you've lost patients from the system is that they go, well, why, if it's so difficult to maneuver? If Texas had an easier, legal, compassionate use system that would be more convenient for the patient, convenient for the medical provider, do you think you'd be able to, people would then stay within the legal Compassionate Use Act rather than go to a vape shop that they can just find, probably a quarter mile from their house. What do you think? Do you think that would happen?
Yep. Thank you for the question, Senator Menez. Certainly, it's one of the factors. So if we increase accessibility of the program to patients, we will see less churn from that. That comes from a host of different areas. You mentioned new licenses. That can certainly happen. There are things that need to be fixed with the program first, primarily inventory storage, being able to store our products where the patients are or closer to the patients rather than having them all centrally located in one place, which is where they are now.
You stated in your remarks that you've worked in this industry in Canada. Have you worked in other parts of the United States as well?
I have.
Is it unusual? I think I find it a little unusual for a compassionate medical use program to be housed within the law enforcement agency. I think other states have it within their Health and Human Services or medical. Am I correct in my assumption? Tell me about other states that you're experiencing.
Yes, the majority of other states either have it housed within Health and Human Services, or in certain instances they'll sort of carve off a piece of their liquor licensing regulatory body and have it done that way. Washington did it that way. It's not without precedent. Canada certainly started sort of dueling regulatory bodies for different pieces of the program under Health Canada and then under their RCMP. And so it has happened in the past, but it's not common.
Which state or country has the best operating medical use program? Easiest to use?
That's hard to say.
Good cost, safe. I mean, at the end of the day, we're not experts in this, but we know that there are a lot of people who could get a benefit from using this and want to do it in a safe way that's legal.
I'd say Texas is certainly very safe, and our program is a very positive aspect of the program here in Texas. Access is something that needs to be widened, but Texas is incredibly safe and probably one of the safest programs in the country.
But which is great. We want safe, but how good is it if you can't access it?
There is give and take, for sure.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Menendez, thank you. Members, any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you very much. You're excused. Thank you for being here. And so, to roadmap things for our folks will be testifying next. Again, we'll, as we open public testimony in a few minutes, we'll be taking testimony on the Delta 8 and 9 charge first, then the election integrity charge, and then the land, protecting land, access to home ownership charge. And so, a couple things to be aware of. So, earlier in the day, we had an overflow room where the hearing was being broadcast. That will be open again in E1016. E1016. So if you want to hang out there, if you can't find a seat here, you can go to E1016 and it'll be broadcast. Now, here's how we're going to do it when we get public testimony going. We'll call witnesses 4 at a time. So we'll call 4 witnesses and we'll have 4 witnesses on deck and maybe a few more. And so if you're on deck, we'd like you to come in, get close so we can move you in that as quickly as we can. We want to hear from you. We are going to adhere to the time limits because we have over 100, close to 150 witnesses. And so out of respect for all those witnesses, we're going to respect the time limits pretty tightly. So be prepared with your testimony and have it good and ready and what we need to hear up front. And so we will adhere to those time limits. So we're going to stand at ease for 5 minutes while we get some technical things set up here. Feel free to use that overflow room in E1016, and we will call you when you're about to testify.
How do we know what order we're going to be in?
We'll call you to give you some notice. Yeah. All you know is we'll call you to give you some notice. Okay, we're about to open public testimony on the charges. We're about to open public testimony on the charges before the committee. And so, again, we'll get a system going where we'll call 4 witnesses and have 4 on standby. Then we'll call that 4 up and 4 more on standby. So if you're here to testify on the Delta 8 and 9 charge, you'll be in the first group, though there's quite a few. If you're here to testify on the election integrity matters, you'll be in the next group. Everyone's welcome to be in here, but it's going to be a while before we get through the witnesses on the Delta 8 and 9. So those folks primarily didn't want to make themselves close by to here or to the overflow room. And we'll go that way. We are going to adhere strictly to the time limits because we want to hear from everyone. And if you're one of the first up, that's great, but respect those who are going to be here at 10 o'clock tonight or after, and we'll try to do the same thing. So, the chair calls Susan Hayes, Anik Akund, Veronica Rios, Chris Oppenheimer. Any seat is fine. So we're looking for Susan Hayes, Anik Akund, Veronica Rios, Chris Oppenheimer. All right.
In that order?
No, sir. Good question. Any order is fine. Thank you for asking. Before we had nameplates because we knew they were coming, so their order was more important. But y'all sit anywhere you want to. And we're going to ask the following folks to be in the room ready to go. We'll be looking for Aubrey Adams. Don't come down yet, but be ready, please. Aubrey Adams, Vicki Thomas, Dr. Matt Poling, Dr. Matthew Rossheim. So after these 4 witnesses, we're going to be looking for Aubrey Adams, Vicki Thomas, Dr. Matt Poling, Dr. Matthew Rossheim, and when they come, we'll call an additional 4 to be on deck. We are still in session. We were standing at ease, and so we're going to go right to left. That's not a political thing. It's left to right from where you're sitting. So we'll start over here. Pull the microphone close to you. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. The light will let you know when you're getting out of time, then it'll start to beep when you're out of time. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Well, whether you're left or right, my name is Chris Oppenheimer from San Antonio, Texas, and I'm the founder and owner of Botany Scientifics. And I just want to give a few facts real quick. Americans make up 5% of the world's population, but we use 87% of the world's medication. 1 in 4 Americans take more than 3 medications. In 2022, 107,000 drug overdoses. 3.3 million Americans die each year of alcoholism. And when you asked the doctor earlier how many deaths from cannabis, 9. 9 in a year. And the doctors, in all due respect, that were here, not one doctor in Texas or the United States of America is learning about the endocannabinoid system in medical school. We were born with it. We have CB1, CB2 receptors, and our bodies recognize it. So, Mr. Perry, yes, we do chase science. And that's why every person is in this room, because Big Pharma is the elephant in the room. And they're the ones that want to take control of this. And so every testimony that we give you, they take and use it against us. My father is a Vietnam veteran. He passed away 2 years ago from causes from Agent Orange. And we got him in remission with Delta 8. And after he took his 3rd vaccine, he was dead 30 days later. And so there is a place for this. There is a place for science. And there is a place for every one of us in this room to be able to be the doctors of the future, because what has been happening has failed us up till now, and we're looking for answers. And we can't count on our government. We can't count on the teachers. We can't count on the doctors. We can only count on ourselves. And so we can't wait for other organizations. Sorry, I'll cut. But I just am passionate, and I think that we need to really, really legalize it, because that's the only way we're going to learn about it.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Pull that microphone over, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, members of the committee. My name is Anik Akund. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Sir.
I am the CEO of Row Peace, a retail hemp business centered around health and wellness that was founded right here in Austin. I'm also an immigrant and a citizen of this wonderful country. Our business is federally and state compliant, and between our footprint in Austin, Houston, and Dallas, we employ and support over 500 families across 100 locations. If this industry were to be taken away from us, it would put me in a position to take away the livelihoods and well-being of 500 families and their children. We would have to let go of 100 plus commercial leases as well. At our business, we lead education first and have ensured the safe consumption of hemp products by adults and adults only. We believe we are providing a benefit to our community and hope you allow us to continue doing so. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Make sure that mic is close. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. My name is Veronica Rios. My son Francisco is addicted to THC. Due to this, he suffers from cannabis-induced psychosis. He's currently taking antipsychotic medication and is struggling every day with his mental health and probably for his rest of his life. Francisco has been at a recovery center and then to a sober living, this costing us thousands of dollars. I ask you, the people in charge, the ones who have the power to really make a change, how would you feel if it happened to one of your family members, to your neighbor, to a member of your church? Who would you turn to? How many families are we going to let this happen to before a ban of these dangerous products is made? Easily accessible substance is made. We can find it everywhere in every single strip mall, like they say, close to schools, and high schools, middle schools. We plead with you, a change must be made. It has to be made to protect our most valuable assets, our children's, the future of this great state, Texas. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Well, pull that microphone over and then introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hello, my name is Susan Hayes, and I'm an attorney, and I'm specialized in cannabis regulatory issues for several years, including representing clients in the legislative process. I also serve as the public representative on DPS's working group to advise them on TCUP. And the biggest thing I want to emphasize is Texas is so far behind on regulating cannabis. And when the state gets behind the market, this is what you see, a very messy market. And I know no one up there wants to be California or Oklahoma, but that's where we've arrived because we haven't kept up with it. You also are hearing from a lot of people here about the enormous medical demand for cannabis products. They work for a lot of people, but we have kept the TCUP program so strangled, people can't get in it, or they can't access the products, or the products are way too expensive because they're over-regulated. I have a handout for y'all to give you an idea of what this looks like in context, because you can't just think about the Texas market. You have to think about what's happening around the country. That gives you two maps, a map of what other states are doing about this issue and a map of what other states are as far as legal or medical or not at all. There's some interesting correlations on how other states are handling this. I will say something about the second map. Both of those maps are wrong about Texas. It says hemp is unregulated. It's not. We have regulations. We don't have a strong regulatory infrastructure. It also says Texas has no medical program. Not exactly true, but might as well be true because the program is so puny. So I believe that connection has already been made to this committee. This is also, I'll say, a very hard issue. Even if you come to a conceptual agreement of how you want to regulate, regulating these products is difficult. Other states are struggling with it. We've got a lot we can learn from the research they've already done, language they've already drafted, etc. And I'm available, my number's on there, to help any of your offices understand the issues and answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Hold tight. Let me see if members have any questions for any of our witnesses. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
To the second gentleman there, I don't know. Yes. How
Pull
much
that-
of your
pull that-
business model?
Oh, sir,
I'm sorry.
pull that microphone over so we can hear you.
How much
Yes.
is your business model Delta 8 or non-Delta 9, which is legal? What's your makeup of your sales?
If I understand your question correctly, you're asking what percentage of my business today is comprised of Delta 8 and Delta 9?
Yeah, let me back up. What percentage of your business is non-Delta 9?
Quite substantial.
90%?
No, but
80%?
I'd say a little bit less than half.
Half of it is illegal today. Basically, if the statute was written correctly, it would not be.
I'm not saying that it's. Your question is what percentage of my business today is not Delta?
Let's rephrase it. Half of it is legal under the current statute. Delta 9 specifically.
Correct.
Okay.
Any other questions, members? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Dr. Matthew Rossheim, Dr. Matt Poling, Vicki Thomas, Nicole Holt, and we'll ask the following witnesses to make your way in here and be ready. Next, we're going to be looking for Sharon Kruk, Omar Kura Jr., Lisan Inabathini, and still for Aubrey Adams. So, if we can have, do we have the? Did you say Aubrey Adams? I think I had you. Did I call you earlier? I'm sorry. Come on down, please. Thank you. Come on down. Welcome. We'll again begin on this side and work our way over, so pull the microphone close, introduce yourself, give us your testimony.
Hello, I'm Dr. Matthew Rossheim, Associate Professor at the UNT Health Science Center in Fort Worth, Texas, and Scientific Advisor to Texans for a Safe and Drug-Free Youth. Taking time off today to represent myself. I'm one of the nation's leading public health experts on derived intoxicating cannabis products, particularly their availability and marketing. Since 2021, I've published 14 peer-reviewed research manuscripts on the topic, particularly about their availability and marketing. In our city and many of these studies are specifically on Texas. And in Fort Worth alone, there are more than 100 stores selling these products. I'm showing you on the back of my handout what these products look like. They are candy, cookies, chocolates, chips, and flavored vape products. And it's entirely up to the retailers whether they decide to sell them to children. And they're getting in the hands of kids, as you've seen by the spikes in poison control calls, emergency department visits. And in 2023, 65 students in Tyler Independent School District alone were caught with THC vapes during that academic school year in your district. And so, a lot of people are going to talk about the health harms of these that we know. The truth is we don't know a lot of the negative health effects yet because they're so new to the market. They're newly innovated. And so we're going to continue to learn the negative health effects for years to come. And so it makes it very hard to regulate them when we don't know all of the negative health effects associated with them. What makes it even harder to regulate is that these products are being innovated specifically to circumvent any and all regulations. So it's not just Delta 8 and Delta 9. That's the tip of the iceberg now. We've identified over 26 different intoxicating compounds being marketed. There's Delta 10, THCA, THCO, THCP, HHC, and dozens others. And so what it looks like depends on which states, but states that have taken half measures still have the entire problem. And so that's why it's so important to have a comprehensive ban on all intoxicating cannabis and cannabis-derived products. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that mic close, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Hughes and committee members, for this important hearing. My name is Nicole Holt. I'm CEO of Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth, formerly known as Texans Standing Tall. I'm representing myself and my organization. Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth has been shaping communities where our children can thrive for over 30 years, and I've been in my role for nearly 20 years. And I'm here today to support banning all intoxicating cannabis and cannabis-derived products from the Texas marketplace and to request an adequately funded regulatory framework, which you heard is so desperately needed. And also, my office is in Senator Zaffarini's district. The body of research is very clear. When you increase youth access to a product, use increases. Nearly 1 in 5 7th to 12th graders in Texas say they've used cannabis, and the numbers are trending up, not down. And youth are at particular risk for addiction due to how their brain develops. We've created a cannabis monitoring tool that documented evidence of the product across the state and have found access to these products in every community. You have documents in your packet showing the types of products that you can find. Another thing that you should know is that traffic crashes related to cannabis and alcohol impairment are on the rise, and that young individuals are in particular risk. 26% of fatalities among those 25 and younger are testing positive for drug and alcohol use. And also, we hired Basselis and Associates to talk to voters across the state around a regulatory framework based on the needs that we've seen and the problems we've seen in other states. And overwhelmingly, voters want regulatory framework that works. We have data about that in your packet. And as Basselis described it, they've never seen such strong support on any issue. So the bottom line is we can't continue to put business interests over the lives of our youth and communities. We want to ban all intoxicating cannabis and cannabis-derived products and then create a robust framework for protecting.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Looks like you're getting the mic ready. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony, please.
Hi, good evening. Senators, thank you, Chair Hughes and Vice Chair Paxton and the committee members for the opportunity to speak. My name is Vicki Thomas, and I'm the Coalition Coordinator for the Circles of San Antonio Community Coalition at the San Antonio Council on Alcohol and Drug Awareness, also known as SACADA. I live in San Antonio, and I work in Senator Menendez's district, and I'm representing the coalition. I'm here today because I would like to share my concerns on intoxicating cannabis and cannabis-derived products. I want to bring attention to the issue of deceptive packaging and advertising practices we're seeing on cannabis products. These tactics pose a significant risk to the well-being of our youth and the integrity of our communities. Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth has been collecting this type of marketing from all over the state. The pictures that are in your white folders were actually taken in Senator Menendez's district over the last month by my coalition. Bright colors, playful designs, and fun flavors are deliberately crafted to catch the eye of youth and make cannabis more desirable and acceptable. Products packaged in this manner make youth curious about what's inside. In visits to local stores, we've noticed copycat packaging that resembles popular snacks, candies, and beverages. This type of labeling confuses consumers and trivializes the serious health risks associated with cannabis use. This intentional resemblance undermines our efforts to educate the public about the dangers of these substances. Other marketing tactics, like using superheroes, celebrities, and fictional characters on labels, influence young minds, and their association with drug use sends a dangerous message. Cannabis leaves, paraphernalia, and evocative images depicting drug use glamorizes cannabis use and conveys the false impression that these products are harmless. There is no place for ads on billboards, TV, radio, or social media platforms where they could easily reach impressionable audiences. Current use of cannabis among adolescents is associated with exposure to advertisements on social media, storefronts, magazines, billboards, internet, and television. We're now even seeing employees standing in medians of roads advertising free weed. This is not only an eyesore, but a public health hazard. These forms of marketing make it nearly impossible for young people to avoid exposure to these dangerous messages. When the tobacco industry was forced to stop using many of the marketing and advertising strategies I've spoken about, youth tobacco consumption decreased significantly. The state of Texas can take a significant step towards safeguarding the health and well-being of future generations by banning intoxicating cannabis and cannabis-derived products. This will ensure youth grow up in an environment free from the influence of these substances. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome to get the mic ready and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you for allowing me to testify today, Chair Hughes and Vice Chair Paxton and the committee members. My name is Aubrey Adams. I am from Pueblo, Colorado, ground zero for the marijuana expansion movement. My son became addicted, my teenage son became addicted to Colorado's marijuana, had episodes of psychosis, and became violent towards himself and others. I found refuge in Houston, Texas, with a recovery community. He achieved over 3 years of sobriety and became a leader in the program. Then he relapsed on Texas hemp, on Delta 8s and Delta 10s. We didn't see him for 2 years. When he showed up and he asked for help, he was skin and bones. He could hardly eat or drink. He was at toxic levels of cannabinoids, a syndrome called cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. THC is THC is THC. It's all harmful. Shockingly, Colorado has banned the sale of these cannabis variants in their state, but however, they are allowing them to be manufactured and distributed to Texas families. To stop this poison, we must put this language in a bill. All isomers, analogs, and adolescent products synthetically made using a chemical process from any cannabinoid, including CBD and THC, must be banned. For any products remaining on the markets, we have to remove the sugary flavors so the consumers can taste how toxic these products truly are. Also, warning labels, I don't have enough time to go through them, but they must know the risk of psychosis and the link to schizophrenia. We are destroying our young men. In conclusion, the hemp products that have caused this silent crisis, we must fund a robust state educational program with public service announcements. The public must know that THC is a factor in the increase in addiction, mental illness, homelessness, and the violence crisis. The folder I have provided you, I'm sorry, I'm almost done, includes testimonies of families that were not able to attend today. And through the 0.03 weight of Delta 9 THC, one gummy bear of CBD gummy bear can contain 9.7 milligrams of THC. If you have a handful of gummy bears, those contain up to 100 milligrams of THC. The industry is regulation resistance. I've been at this for many, many years, so please ban these products.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. Thank you very much, each one of you. That's right. Thank you. Chair calls Dr. Matt Poling, Sharon Kruk, Omar Kura, and Lisan Inabathini. And then we'll ask the following witnesses to be prepared to testify next. We're looking for Betsy Jones, Rhonda Howard, thank you, John Murray, and Christine Scruggs. So these witnesses, please, thank you, be prepared. It's going to be Lisan Inabathini, Betsy Jones, Rhonda Howard, John Murray, Christine Scruggs. All right. Did Dr. Poling?
Howdy.
Make it? All right, very good. I was about to take you off the list. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're all here.
Dr. Matt Poling.
Before you testify, tell me who you are. I'm sorry. How did I do?
Not great.
I didn't think so. It's okay. Hey, I asked because I really wanted to know. It's all right. Thank you. And tell me who you are.
Sharon Crook.
Okay, so is Omar, we're looking for, how about, is Betsy Jones in the room? We can get her up a little early if she would like to. Make your way up, Ms. Jones. Take your time. You'll be on the end. Don't rush. Take your time. And we will go ahead and begin. Thanks again. Sorry for the false start. Doctor, you're recognized. You got the mic ready. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Howdy, Dr. Matt Poling from College Station, which is much more Dixie chicken than Woodstock. Yet in the past few years, I've seen in my own primary care patients suffering Delta 8 THC injuries, including emergency room visits, very costly, from overdoses, new onset of psychotic illnesses, and exacerbations of previous psychiatric conditions. I've seen young people become addicted to these products and experience suicidal ideation, depression, and anxiety disorders, which they never had before. Everyone in this room knows or should know regulation is just a fig leaf because regulation has not protected anyone anywhere from these substances, which are readily available to teen users. Last Saturday, I drove my underage son to the 5 closest outlets to our home, 3 of which sold him THC products. For the sake of public health and safety, the state of Texas should ban all THC products, as many red and even blue states have already done with Delta 8 THC and analogs. More importantly, a public education campaign for youth and their parents should be funded to warn the public of the known severe dangers of any THC product. Currently, 3 times as many young people are using cannabis products as tobacco, despite the fact that smoking marijuana poses similar risks of addiction and cardiovascular disease, and THC is infinitely more likely to cause psychiatric injury than nicotine. There is no other medical issue where what the science says and what the public believes is farther apart, and we all have a duty to close that gap. Additionally, the association between increased THC use and potency and the increase in acts of supposedly random violence are becoming increasingly difficult for the media to ignore. Texas should mandate that all youth and young adult suicides, as Colorado has done, and FBI-defined mass shootings, as Texas would be the first to do, include a toxicology report available to the public. The public knows everything about how chronic cannabis users such as Salvador Ramos of Uvalde and Devin Kelly in Sutherland Springs committed their heinous acts. We also have a right to know why such acts keep happening. So I thank you for your attention to this important public health and safety issue.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Pull that microphone over and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good morning, Chair Hughes and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to provide my testimony. My name is Ishan Anabathini, and I'm a member of Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth's Youth Leadership Council. I'm in 11th grade and attending Reedy High School in Frisco ISD. I'm here to speak in favor of banning all intoxicating cannabis and cannabis-derived products. Most people assume that these products will only be sold to and used by people over 21. This is often not the case, and these products are unsafe for teenagers and have poorly understood side effects. I've seen firsthand how easy it is for minors to access these products. There's a vape shop in front of my high school and several more in the vicinity of my neighborhood that sell these cannabis products. Adults buy them and give them to older high school students who distribute them to younger students. Youth use of cannabis-derived products has become the norm at my school, where I see 15-year-olds using them in the bathrooms during class. Allowing these products to be sold legally keeps the barrier to acquiring them extremely low for minors, and the teenage years are a time when vulnerability to external influences reaches a peak. This is where habits are created and addiction starts. The decision-making region of the brain doesn't fully develop until age 25, putting young people at a higher risk of bad decisions and addiction. It's not a secret that the advertisements for these products target teenagers by the association of fun or coolness factor. Some of these products look like and are candy. It's not a mistake that a vape shop was placed in front of my school in Pearson Middle School, next to the boba shop students hang out at after school. Allowing these products to remain legal is accepting that youth will easily get these products, which leads to habits and consequences that create struggles now and later in their lives. I've already seen it in people that I know who carry the boldness of teenagers, but the vulnerability and the susceptibility too. They use these products and put their lives at risk. The reality of the situation is that all of these lives depend on the legislative decisions that you make. I urge you to use your power to keep kids and my peers safe by banning intoxicating cannabis and cannabis-derived products. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you very much. Welcome. Introduce
Chairman?
yourself. Go ahead.
Okay, yes. Mr. Chairman and members of the committee, thank you for allowing me the time to speak on this important matter. My name is Sharon Crook. I'm with the Coalition, a nonprofit in East Texas, and I'm a constituent in Senator Robert Nichols' district. I'm the executive director of a community coalition in East Texas focused on preventing youth substance misuse. The biggest responsibility of my organization, and one we take very seriously, is to protect our youth from harmful substances. Delta-8, Delta-9, and the other derivatives of intoxicating cannabis products are harmful to youth, so it's my duty to speak up. Since 2019, the availability of these products has absolutely exploded across Texas, and it's not limited to the urban areas like Houston, Austin, San Antonio. Nearly every convenience store in East Texas has entire shelves devoted to these products. Cake, Looper XL, and Happy THC gummies are proliferating with flavors such as Purple Punch, Pineapple Express, and cereal milk. When asked about the effects of these products, one convenience store clerk said assuredly, "Don't worry, you can definitely get high from these." On my way home this weekend for Memorial Day celebration, my husband and I drove down Highway 59 through Chairman Hughes' district. We spotted a billboard advertising cannabis dispensary stores with no medical card needed, as well as inflatables, flags, and other marketing items centered on promoting these products. What a disservice to Texans, and especially rural Texans, who already suffer from a lack of resources for treatment of substance use disorders. In Region 4, my region, admissions for marijuana use disorder treatment have steadily increased and now are only second to stimulants as the reason for admission and treatment. Intoxicating cannabis products add stress to an already overburdened rural healthcare system that struggles to adequately address behavioral health issues. We can all agree that we want to protect the health and safety of Texas youth. Banning these products is the best way to offer that protection so that we avoid those loopholes that these companies can find. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Pull the microphone over and thank you for testifying. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and the committee, for protecting public health in Texas. My name is Betsy Jones. I live in San Antonio in District 26. I'm an attorney and a prevention specialist representing Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth. The intoxicating cannabis products we're talking about are dangerously potent, and they are not intended for therapeutic use. The images in the booklet, the Texans for Safe and Drug-Free Youth folder, I think they're over here. Well, there's a bunch of pictures, and there's pictures from each one of your districts. Some of the pictures are outsides of stores, some are inside, some are the products, and some are just stores that are very close to schools. Sharon mentioned that there are convenience stores selling these products directly across from schools. There are convenience stores selling these products near parks. There are, vending machines selling these products in Austin and San Antonio and other places. There are kiosks, there are vans, there are trucks, there are people just selling these products everywhere. This is not the way we handle controlled substances. This is not the way we handle dangerous products in this country. Liquor has to be sold from a specialized store. It's not even sold in a regular store with alcohol. None of the products that we see in these stores would be allowed if they had nicotine in them. I mean, they would be kept behind glass. They would be kept locked up. There would have to be signs on the wall explaining how dangerous they are. But we don't have any of that kind of restrictions on these products. And in truth, we don't really know what's in them because the packaging, there's nothing saying the packaging has to be accurate. One of the pictures in the folder, when you do see the pictures, is it's a picture of a bag of gummies, and there's a little handwritten sign next to it with some suggestions for how to use it, and then it says, if you want a trip, take the whole bag on an empty stomach. So these products and the industry, they're not interested in selling these for purely therapeutic reasons. They are selling them for intoxication purposes.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witness? We thank each one of you for taking time to be here and for waiting. Thank you for your testimony. You're excused. Yeah. Chair now calls John Murray, Christine Scruggs, Cheryl Murray, Rhonda Howard, we're going to be looking also for Jesse Cabello, Monty Pounds, Mary Tello, and Angela Yon. So we'll ask those folks to thank you to be standing by to testify. Again, if we're looking for the next panel for Angela Yon, Mary Tello, thank you, Monty Pounds, Jesse Cabello. Welcome. Thank you for waiting. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm John Murray. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. I'm the president of a startup company that will focus on extraction and processing of hemp for consumable hemp products here in Texas. I have a bachelor's and master's degree in engineering with a background in physics and chemistry. Before retirement, I was president of a manufacturing company located in Houston. In my youth and for most of my life, I never took any kind of drugs. I never did cannabis or anything else. I was actually against that. I grew up in a conservative family. After retiring to New Mexico and having my wife's doctor tell her that she needed to get on medical cannabis, I decided to research the benefits and the downsides of medical cannabis. Numerous studies showed that the cannabinoids found in the cannabis and hemp plants can tremendously help many medical issues. I came out of retirement while in New Mexico to work as the R&D director for a vertically integrated medical cannabis company. The medical program here in Texas is extremely limited and foreclosed to many. Many turn to the hemp program for relief. The hemp industry recognizes the need for strict quality control and testing, common sense regulations, and child-proof packaging not conducive to attract minors. A 14-year-old shouldn't be allowed to purchase these products. We also believe that some of the products coming in from out-of-state sources may possibly contain residuals that could be unsafe and possibly in some cases not reported. We feel that with proper manufacturing and testing equipment, we can, with proper regulations, ensure that we are producing safer products to be sold to the public. I would love to work with the members of the legislature to come up with sensible regulations and packaging that minimize the use of these products by minors, but allow persons of a majority age to obtain the products that can be beneficial for their well-being. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Cheryl Murray. I'm a registered nurse, and I'm 70 years old. I was working as senior vice president of Lord's Hospital in Houston when I was diagnosed with an atypical autoimmune disease, lupus-like, rheumatoid-like, and MS-like. That, coupled with fibromyalgia and asthma and unexplained seizures, left me in continuous pain and anxiety. I saw many specialists in the medical center over the years and was forced to take disability. I spent the next 20 years dealing with the interactions of prescription drugs and side effects. When my husband retired and we moved to New Mexico, my rheumatologist said to me, "You need to go to Mexico and go to New Mexico and get a medical cannabis doctor." I was skeptical at first. Most of my life I'd been told that there was no medical benefits and that it was a gateway drug that people use to get high. CBD and THC allowed me to get off sleeping pills, steroids, chronic pain meds, meds for inflammation, anti-seizure meds, and more. Getting off most of these meds and using cannabis improved the quality of my life. I also was able to function as a hospice nurse for my dying mother. CBD and THC instead of morphine was a much more peaceful way for her to transition. Due to the severe restrictions of the medical program that has passed in Texas, such as the 1% THC cap and a limited list of qualifying conditions, many people, such as myself, use hemp-derived CBD and THC to give us a quality of life again. If you take that away, you take away my quality of life. We believe in proper regulation. Children should not be able to purchase cannabinoids. Child-proof and tamper-resistant packaging should be required. Advertising restrictions need to be enacted, and more education should be required. I urge you to look at the other states who have imposed milligram caps on an allowable amount of THC in products. I urge you, please do not foreclose an entire market simply due to some bad actors.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Christine Scroggs, and I'm from Pearland, Texas. Mays Middleton is my senator. I'm here to speak with you about the devastating effects Delta 8 and 9 and all forms of cannabis and THC have had on my 26-year-old son. He did not use THC products until after graduating college at the age of 21. On a trip to Colorado, he and his friends decided to try chocolate infused with THC. He accepted a job in Arizona and began using cannabis with his boss. His roommate introduced him to Delta 8 and Delta 9 gummies. In phone calls back to his friends in Texas, my son started expressing depression. The friend suggested he move back to Texas. So within 1 year of beginning regular cannabis THC use, my son moved back to Texas, but he began suffering from a delusion and paranoia, which was quickly noticed by a friend. The friend failed to notify us about this until 2.5 years later in March of 23. This was the first we knew of any THC use and delusional thinking 2023 was devastating for our son, as due to his delusion, he sent thousands of dollars to scammers. We tried to convince him he needed to get help. We were forced to take action to save his mind and his life, and we had to go outside of Texas to the state of Florida to do this forced treatment. Our son never had any suspicion of mental health disorder while growing up. He was a fantastic trombone player in advanced classes, National Honor Society, high school marching band leadership, and he never stood a chance once THC was introduced. My son has no diagnosis of mental health illness. He was diagnosed with a mild to moderate psychosis induced in part by THC. Since July, I've worn a St. Michael's medal, and I've also now been wearing a medal that has the Our Father on one side and the Serenity Prayer on the back. The Serenity Prayer asks us to God to grant us the serenity to accept the things that we cannot change, the courage to change the things that we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I'm asking you, senators, to recognize that you can change this hemp extract legalization in the state of Texas and turn the tide nationwide. Please have the courage to make that change. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman and
Get close to that mic so we can hear you.
Oh, thank you, Chairman and Vice Chair and committee members. My name is Rhonda Howard. I am a mom and a resident of Houston, Texas. Devastated but not defeated. Exhausted but not tapped out. Angry but not mad. Yes, angry at the fact that these products exist. Angry that they are illegally sold at every corner vape store and gas station. My son, an Eagle Scout, honor student, smart as hell, and perhaps a little awkward, which is why he started smoking marijuana when he went to college. Fast forward through hell, it has now been 4 years. He's been in and out of psychiatric hospitals due to his psychotic states. Most times on EDOs, emergency detention orders. I've had to call the police on my own son so many times for crisis intervention after he smoked THC products, because that's when he became psychotic. Our family has been forever impacted. This has devastated our lives. My son's brain health has been severely damaged. The trauma that THC and all the hemp cannabis derivatives have caused to my family and so many families has to be prioritized by legislation. I now live on the edge of fear, not knowing if my son will ever become mentally stable. I have not found any treatment programs here in Texas that specialize or focus on CIP, cannabis-induced psychosis. My son has not grasped the fact that THC products are the cause of his brain being altered in a false reality. I've gone into debt, sending him out of state to treatment programs in hopes that his brain can have a chance to heal. So I just ask that you give these children a chance and outlaw these products. I know Senator Paxton had talked about the neural brain and Google and all that affecting this, but this affects it even more. And you can't shut a computer down. You can't shut a phone down. We got to do something. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for these witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Each of your stories is important to us. Thank you. The chair calls Jesse Cabello, Monty Pounds, Mary Tello, Angela Yawn. And then we're going to be looking for Major David Bass, William Koch, Brian Dombrowski, Shada Torabi. So again, Jesse Cabello, Monty Pounds, Mary Tello, Angela Yawn. Are those any of those four witnesses with us? I know some folks have had to leave, and thank you very much. Thank you. So it looks like Ms. Tello is here. So how about David Bass? Is Major David Bass here? Major, come on down. We got a seat for you. William Koch might be Koch. Come on down. And Brian Dombrowski. Is Brian Dombrowski here? How about Shada Torabi? Shayda. Please come on down. You sit right there. Okay. If I call your name, there's not a seat, just hang tight and we'll have you on the next panel. Major, yeah, we'll get you papers and have a seat. We're good. You're fine right there. We're fine. Okay. So just,
Just wants us here.
all right. Ms. Tello, welcome. Introduce yourself. Pull that microphone close and give us your testimony.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to hear me today. I stand before you as one of the few Hispanic women-owned dispensaries in Texas since 2019. We're deeply concerned about the potential Delta ban in Texas. The impact of a ban would be far-reaching and devastating. Our business would face significant financial losses, as well as our employees.
Ms. Tello, get a little closer. We want to pull that mic in so we can hear you. You're doing good, but get the mic closer. Okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Beyond economics, there is a broader social impact. Many veterans rely on the products for their mental health. Banning them would deprive them of a critical resource for their well-being. Furthermore, a ban could drive Texans to the black market. With the increase in fentanyl-laced overdoses, there is a significant risk to those deprived of safe legal hemp products who may turn to the streets for THC, where they have no assurance of product safety. There has been a 34.5% increase in fentanyl-related deaths. In the first 5 months of 2024, there have been over 700 fentanyl-related deaths. To ensure the safety and proper use of Delta products, we support strict regulations such as age verification, child-proof packaging. This will help guarantee that products are safe, pure, and accurately labeled, protecting consumers and maintaining public trust. In conclusion, banning Delta products would not only jeopardize businesses like mine, but also undermine the economic and social fabric of our community. I urge policymakers to consider broader implications and work toward solutions that support both public health and economic vitality. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. So, Ms. Tarabi,
Yes.
welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you so much, Chairman and Vice Chair and Committee. My name is Shada Tarabi. I'm a seventh-generation Texan born and raised in Austin, Texas, the founder of Restart, the 13th licensed hemp retailer in this state, and the president of the Texas Hemp Coalition, our state's leading hemp advocacy organization, representing seed-to-sale operators from industrial to consumables. I've been in business since 2018 when the Farm Bill legalized hemp federally, and I'm speaking against the charge of banning Delta 8 and Delta 9. I also age gate and only sell to adults 21 and over. I think there's an unfortunate misunderstanding of the industry and the byproducts of an agricultural commodity that have been created as part of the free market. Yes, there are bad actors, but that's not the way to deal with a multi-billion-dollar economic opportunity for the state of Texas. Since the bill was passed in Texas in 2019, our industry has grossed total sales over $8 billion as of 2022, and the hemp industry currently employs approximately 50,000 plus Texas workers, and Texas hemp pays more than $1.6 billion in annual wages in our state alone. An outright ban would be problematic for multiple reasons, as outlined above, but primarily because Texans clearly want access to these products, and I'm here today asking for further regulation to support the growth of our industry, which is something we have been asking for as an industry for years for the state and federal level, as I personally have been in federal Farm Bill meetings and in our state since inception of this program and will be in DC in less than 2 weeks to continue doing the same. I'm asking that we work together to set clear specific regulations like age restrictions and testing, for example, that can be enforced by dishes that help meet the concerns of the Lieutenant Governor and the committee to prohibit the sale of these products to minors, similar to how other adult use industries have regulations and enforcement. To address the concerns of bad actors, my rebuttal would be that banning the sale of these cannabinoids would only further push these products into the illicit market, which has no pathway for regulation, prevention of selling to minors, or safety concerns. Texas has an opportunity to be a leader in the conversation with a thriving consumable hemp program, and we are open to compromise as an industry to reflect a better regulated landscape. Again, we have been asking for this for years, but have not been given the opportunity to progress our industry due to unfortunate misunderstandings. This is all despite other industries taking notice of the status of hemp in Texas and asked to comment on our industry. We would like to remind the Senate State Affairs Committee that we are a completely different program and are openly asking to work with the state. I welcome and continue to welcome all future questions and comments. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your testimony. Is it Mr. Koch?
Koch.
Koch, like the mayor of New York.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. He probably had brothers too, but
absolutely.
Good to meet you. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you so much. Good evening, esteemed members of the committee. My name is William Koch, CEO of Gilded Extracts, a hemp retailer and manufacturer based here in San Antonio. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak on the impact of the hemp industry here in Texas, focusing on consumer safety and the importance of adult consumer rights. Gilded Extracts embodies the Texas can-do spirit, having experienced significant growth and expanding our operations within the state. We are proud to have all of our staff entirely based in Texas, ensuring that our business directly benefits our local communities and economy. Consumer choice and safety are paramount. Texas's 2019 regulations have enabled businesses like ours to thrive. We prioritize safety through third-party lab testing, transparent labeling, child-resistant packaging, and ensuring our products meet the highest standards. Our customers, all of whom are adults because we voluntarily age-gate to only sell to 21 and over, are seeking alternatives to traditional medicine and rely on our products for health benefits. They deserve the freedom to make informed decisions about their own health. Banning hemp products could drive consumers to unsafe, unregulated sources, and maintaining a regulated market ensures access to safe products, protecting those consumers, and supporting the state's economy. We believe in reasonable regulation instead of prohibition. Regulations support business growth and high safety standards. Our investment in a $500,000 laboratory here in Texas reflects our dedication to quality control and compliance. In conclusion, I sincerely urge the committee to consider the positive impact of the hemp industry and the importance of adult consumer rights. Reasonable regulation ensures safety, supports businesses, and upholds Texas's reputation as a business-friendly state. Thank you so much for your time and consideration, and I'm happy and open to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony.
Sir.
Major Bass, get that microphone over there and introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
My name is David Bass. I'm the founder of Texas Veterans for Medical Marijuana. It's wonderful to see y'all senators again. This is my 7th session. I have a legal prescription for medical cannabis under the Texas Compassionate Use Program. I use cannabis for PTSD from my service in the war in Iraq with the 1st Cavalry Division. For veterans in Texas who use cannabis for service-connected injuries, there are 3 sources of cannabis. They are the Compassionate Use Program, the illicit market, or hemp-derived cannabinoids like Delta-8 and Delta-9. I have spoken at many veteran service organizations to educate veterans about the Compassionate Use Program. What I have learned is that many veterans prefer to use Delta-8 and Delta-9 products because these products are cheaper and they're easier to access. The most important thing I want to say to you is that regulating these products with common sense regulations, such as an age limit of 21, requiring the businesses selling these products to be licensed with the state, and requiring very strict third-party testing is, in my opinion, more logical than banning them. And improving the Compassionate Use Program by adding chronic pain as a qualifying condition, allowing the licensees to formulate the medicine using volumetric dosage, and allowing the licensees to open brick-and-mortar dispensaries should go hand in hand with strictly regulating Delta-8 and Delta-9. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for these witnesses? Thank you each for being here. You're excused. The chair calls again Angela Yawn. Is Ms. Yawn here? Okay, Will Shore is not wishing to testify. The chair calls Brian Dombrowski. Mr. Dombrowski, come on down, have a seat. The chair calls Beth Lasker Arcata. All right. And the chair calls Sheila Gavala. And I know some of these names I'm calling for the first time. We'll give folks time to get here. We're Sheila Gavala. We're also going to be calling Jacobus Zaburkis. Thank you very much. Marco Kraus. Do we also have a Mark Kraus? I thought probably so. Well, just want to make sure. No, thank you. That's great. Well, since if you don't mind, come on up since you're closer. Do y'all mind if you testify separately? Okay. All right. Very good. Okay. And then we're going to be looking for Lucas Gilkey. So, Lucas Gilkey, please make your way in and be ready to testify. And now that we're all here, thank you guys for being here. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you all so much for listening to all of us today. My name is Brian Dombrowski, and I have Lived in Leander, Texas for about 5 years now. I probably have a little bit different story than most of the folks in here today. I do not partake in this plant. I did for a short period of time many, many years ago. I grew up on the south side of Chicago in the 70s. I was the altar boy with the Dare Bear. I reenacted the "This is your brain on drugs" commercial when my hippie aunt came to visit. Then my dad died of cancer when I was 17, so I joined the Navy. I became the petty officer who sent my shipmates home for using the devil's lettuce. Then the corporate tyrant who implemented random drug tests. So I want to apologize to everyone in this room. I am truly sorry for that. In 2002, 13 years after my father passed, I moved to Northern California to run a district for Walmart. It was then that I was taught that this plant can do wonderful things for people. Every cannabinoid in this plant has a healing power. If I knew then what I know now is pretty much all I can say about it. Now I consult for clients in a dozen different states, including Texas. I work in the medical side, the adult use, intoxicating hemp, and the industrial hemp world. I can see this from many different angles, but the bottom line for me is that this plant helps people. So hemp absolutely needs more regulations, like age gating, truth in labeling, setbacks to schools, and some kind of track and trace. They are ready for it. Please regulate and do not decimate this industry. This plant heals. The people of Texas need this option, and the workers of Texas need their jobs. I am humbled to be able to speak in front of this committee. The respect I have for every one of you is unwavering. You are our leaders, and we look to you for guidance. Please give us a path and marching orders. We will not disappoint.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Mr. Chairman Hughes, Ms. Paxton, my name is Dr. Yakuba Zhuburkus. It's difficult to pronounce, so my students call me Dr. Z. I'm a tenured professor of neuroscience with a specialty in neurological disorders and epilepsy and dementia. And I'm also a fairly well-renowned cannabis and endocannabinoid system expert. I've actually been researching and teaching the endocannabinoid system and the cannabinoids, phytocannabinoids, and all the other cannabinoids, their actions in the brain and the body for over 2 decades. In the last 7 years, I have taught American Medical Association approved continuous medical education courses to thousands of medical doctors, and this is on medical cannabis, to thousands of nurses as well as healthcare practitioners. There's a lot of confusion about cannabis. I would like to remind everybody that I tell my students that THC has been an approved pharmaceutical medication since 1980s, that cannabis is being moved by federal government from Schedule 1 as not having medicinal effect to Schedule 3, and that cannabidiol is an approved anti-epilepsy medication, FDA approved for treating seizures, pediatric seizures that otherwise cannot be treated with other medications. For the last few years, I have been observing what's happening in Texas, and we've been educating the congressmen, the regulators. We've created a portal called Bluebonnet Wellness, which informs everybody about the state of science and the state of cannabinoids in the state of Texas. And also created Uniwise. It's a startup and it's a system, it's a technology that is based on all of the certificates of analysis as all of the cannabis companies have to do. And it produces clearly identifiable visual identifiers. It categorizes all of the cannabis products in a given taxonomy and assigns a particular score based on the active ingredients. I'm for sensible regulation and for very clear delineation of what cannabinoids are in what products so that consumers, the producers, and the regulators could very clearly trace everything back to the active ingredients. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Krause?
Senators,
Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
My name is Marco Krause. I am a sole proprietor, contractor, and consultant here in the hemp industry in Texas. I have actually been operating in this industry since I was 19 years old. I'm not going to claim that we shouldn't have an age gate. In fact, I think that every single person in this room agrees. However, the fact of the matter is, whether it was the intent of the legislature or not, you legalized it. You followed and copied the USDA definition of hemp. USDA definition allows us to use THCs. It allows us to produce these. HSC 443, which happens to be the Health and Safety Code chapter here in the state regarding DSH's regulations of consumable products, it lacks certain regulatory framework. However, there are good portions of it. I'm not going to read you directly my testimony that I've submitted for you today, but what I am going to tell you is the cat's out of the bag, but we all want to work with you to regulate this. I don't think that there's a single person in this room who's going to disagree with my point about an age gate, but once again, I started at the age of 19. I don't think everybody should be excluded from a potential industry that has had huge economic impact and research abilities. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Get that mic set up, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Beth Lasker-Arcata, and I'm representing myself. And I would like you to ban all isomers, analogs, and acetylated products synthetically made using a chemical process from any cannabinoid, including CBD and THC. I don't think we need these products tempting our loved ones at every gas station and convenience store, especially adolescents whose developing minds are vulnerable to damage. I'm speaking to you both as a family member whose loved one experienced a nightmarish consequence of Delta 8 and Delta 9, and as a trauma therapist in private practice for the last 25 years here in Austin, where I am witnessing an uptick in marijuana-related mental health disorders and complaints. I'm an LPC here. The cannabis industry convinced me that these products were safe, healthy, and natural. I didn't warn my children about cannabis like I did heroin, alcohol, or meth because I didn't know about the dangers, nor did I consider these products a part of any difficulties my clients were experiencing. Recent legalization and the sophisticated marketing of these products only served to reinforce my ignorance and let my guard down further. However, a close family member I care for deeply developed a daily habit in adolescence and began to change for the worse over a period of several years, and the result was a diagnosis of schizoaffective disorder with zero insight they were mentally ill. It was a nightmarish year of trying to get this individual into treatment while dealing with paranoid delusions, chaotic irrational behavior, and for over a year we didn't sleep, experiencing fear, heartbreak, shock at the cannabis-induced psychosis, and trauma. Recently, I discovered another family member was self-medicating with Delta 8 and Delta 9 gummies, and it's the same story. Suspicion, paranoia, dysregulated mood, zero insight, and is living in a homeless shelter now. Sounds like an exaggeration. It is true. True story. In my psychotherapy practice, I am also noticing an uptick, and I'm seeing it, hyperemesis, mania, and psychosis. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for these witnesses? Thank each one of you for being here. Thank you very much. You're excused. Chair calls Mark Kraus, Sheila Gavala, Lucas Gilkey, I see Mayor Mitch Fuller back there, or I did. There you go. Come on down. And we want to have, and Ms. Castillo, you'll be coming up shortly. Cindy Castillo will call you in just a moment. We're also going to be looking for Tyson Eberly, Kyle Aurora. And so we're ready to get started. Start here. Please introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Welcome.
My name is Mark Krause. I am a chemist by training and trade. I own an analytical laboratory here in Austin. I run 1,000 samples a month in our laboratory approximately. Our turnaround is not 4 months, it's 5 days. We don't charge several $100s a sample, we charge $50. I want to talk to you a bit about the regulations that are in place and explain to you what we've seen in testing over the past 4 years. When we started testing in 2020, the quality of the product, I think, as Secretary Perry has pointed out before, it was terrible.
Thank you.
I mean, we would get something in that would claim to be 50 milligrams of CBD. It might be 20, it might be 80, it might not have any CBD at all. Over the past 4 years, the spread of those products being made by Texas companies, and I'm going to distinguish here between Texas and other states. Those that are being made by Texas companies, we've seen the product quality improve to where if anything falls out of a 20% window, we're actually surprised. It's very rare that we see a failure in Texas manufacturers with their products. This is simply not true for products coming in from out of state. First of all, I think people talked about THCA flower, which I will tell you is federally illegal. It's being shipped into this state by the truckloads, by the ton loads, I think Mr. Perry would say. And this committee has possibly the power to stop that. You should. The regulations that you have in place with DSHS are frankly quite good. I work in several other states with their regulatory committees and their regulatory processes, and in my opinion, Texas has the best of the regulations that are published. Does that mean they don't need some tweaking? I believe they do. We need to have age limits. None of these products need to be in the hands of any child. We need to have distance between schools, churches, public facilities, and where these products are sold. Perhaps you can look at Florida as an example and say maybe we need to change the packaging so they're not attractive to young people. They definitely need to be in child-proof packages. However, if you put in place a ban, what will happen is we'll go back to where we were because these products were readily available prior to 2018. They were just black market. I don't think anybody really wants the cartels in charge of making sure that everybody in the state that wants hemp-derived or marijuana-derived products is their supplier. And we certainly are not in favor of that as far as a quality control standpoint goes. So congratulations to all of y'all. You've done, in my opinion, a wonderful regulatory job. I hope you continue. You have the power to fix the things that I think are necessary to fix, and I will pass the microphone.
Thanks for your testimony, and welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony, please.
Hi, Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, committee members. I'm Dr. Sheila Gavala. I'm a pediatrician here in Houston, Texas. I'm here on behalf of the more than 57,000 physician members of the Texas Pediatric Society, the Texas Medical Association, and the Texas Public Health Coalition. I appreciate the opportunity to comment today. I have seen far too many children and teens in my community be affected by the psychoactive effects of hemp-based products. We've talked a little bit already about how children are at risk of accidental consumption and poisoning. They show more serious and long-lasting effects of these products. We have seen this cause a dramatic increase in poison center calls, over 500% increase over the past couple of years in Texas, emergency room and hospital visits, many of which have been children. I personally have taken care of numerous kids that have come in with THC poisoning, some as young as 2 or 3 years old. They come in with altered consciousness, they're drowsy, they're sleepy, they can't walk or talk like normal, and in severe cases, they do have difficulty breathing. These symptoms can last hours to days, keeping them in the hospital and increasing our hospital costs. I recently took care of a toddler who had a more severe case that landed her in our intensive care unit. She needed a breathing tube and had extensive neurologic testing, only to find out that she had ingested a THC gummy that a family member brought and was left in the house. A part of the problem that we've discussed is that these products are being marketed in a way that's appealing to kids. They're in gummy, chocolate, candy forms, and then they're often packaged in ways that are colorful, attractive, and easy to open. Moving on to teens, we know that there are other risks that we need to remember with more intentional usage of THC. When we have frequent usage of THC and then usage of higher concentrations of THC, we increase the risk of future mental health problems. So the increased risk of psychosis, dependency, and addiction. But also, when they're using it during adolescence, we know that there's a reduction in the rates of their completion of high school, and it's going to increase the risk of other illicit drugs later on in life. So I'd like to urge us to consider enforcing an age requirement of 21 years old for these products, limiting the accidental ingestion by using child lock packaging, restricting the advertising and sales nearby schools, playgrounds, or via social media platforms. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doctor, for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Chairman, Vice Chair, thank you for having me. Committee, thank you for being here and allowing me to be here and talk to you. My name is Lucas Gilkey, and I'm a proud veteran and the CEO of Hometown Hero. We are a responsible steward of the hemp industry and honored to be a founding member of the Texas Hemp Business Council. Starting a business as a veteran, we chose hemp instead of medical marijuana simply because I did not want to be on the wrong side of the law with a federally illegal marijuana business. Despite Texas choosing to create a medical marijuana program, it does not change the fact that if I were to participate in that industry, I would be jeopardizing my Second Amendment rights because of federal laws around Schedule I controlled substances and federally illegal marijuana. When Texas legalized hemp in 2019, we embraced the federal and state legal hemp products. We have since built a company that provides for more than 60 families. Please don't put me in a position where I have to tell those families I can no longer pay them or provide health care for them. I don't want to be forced to search for regulatory stability in another state. I'm in Texas and I already love it here. Killing this industry versus reasonably regulating it would simply empower a state-sanctioned monopoly within the Texas Compassionate Use Program and empower street drug dealers instead of ethical businesses who are regulated and care about helping Texans. This is why we are encouraging this committee to adopt recommendations to strengthen regulations to ensure these products stay out of the hands of children and we are able to pursue the American dream. When I moved to Texas in 2013, it was said that Texas was wide open for business, and everyone believed it. Please keep that dream alive. I also wanted to state that over the last couple sessions, we have actively pushed for age gating. And this is something we will continue to push for. It really isn't up to us in how this happens. And we want to work with all of you and help you do reasonably regulations. By banning these products, you are literally taking a multi-billion-dollar industry and handing it to an industry that is not functioning properly. The medical marijuana industry in Texas isn't struggling. And there's things that can be done to fix that, and there's things that can be done to allow this industry to coexist. There's no need for a ban to wipe out. At this point, it sounds like it's well over 50,000 jobs of Texans. Thank you for your time.
Thanks for your testimony. Mayor, we know you would introduce yourself.
Mr. Chairman, Senators, Mitch Fuller. I'm the Legislative Director for the Texas VFW. The VFW advocates strongly for all alternatives to opioids, including service dogs, psychedelics, hemp, medical marijuana. Our top legislative priority is ensuring that hemp-derived consumables remain legal. The enemy here is the lethal and unholy alliance between the pharmaceutical industry and the Department of Defense and the VA, whose default treatment is pills, 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 pills. I know this from my own VA experience. We also would not support a potential state-sponsored monopoly with a limited number of medical marijuana companies without access to hemp-derived consumables. The VFW refuses to get caught in the crossfire of the cannabis civil war, marijuana versus hemp. We support expanding TCUP, which is limited and expensive. We believe in freedom of choice and personal responsibility. Let us choose the path for our healing. There's a conflict with interim charges in these Senate interim charges. There's a veteran suicide prevention and mental health interim charge in the Senate Veterans Affairs Committee that conflicts with this one, in our view, about Delta 8 and Delta 9 potential ban. Access to hemp-derived consumables saves lives in our community. It is affordable, it is effective, and it is accessible alternative to opioids. 7 VFW posts in this state have licensed vending machines that sell this product. Senator Hughes, my written testimony is the amicus brief in the Third Court of Appeals, the lawsuit that was mentioned earlier. I testified on behalf of the Texas VFW as a witness in this lawsuit. You will see the name of Dave Walden, who in his own capacity is a plaintiff in this. Dave Walden, in June of 2025, will become the state commander of the Texas VFW. We are extremely passionate about this. We want the ability to function and not be high in a pharmaceutical fog, which kills thousands of our veterans, causes many of them to turn to alcohol, which along with tobacco kills millions annually. And no one is suggesting banning alcohol or tobacco. Senator Perry, we are grateful to you for your assistance, along with Congressman Arrington, in getting that cemetery, that new state veteran cemetery. For us, this is about ensuring that our veteran brothers and sisters do not end up in that cemetery long before they should. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
To the pediatrician, so you stopped short of a ban, which is interesting to me from a medical perspective. So is that by virtue of just you didn't think through that, you see merits in it, or your association didn't want to go there?
I think it's mostly coming out of the fact that my expertise is in pediatrics, and so I'm speaking on behalf of what I know, and that is the effects that I'm seeing on kids.
Interesting. To the industry expert there, what is the percentage of your volume of business in Delta 9 cells?
Delta 9? Probably close to 60%.
60%?
Yes, sir.
And I want to clarify something for the committee. There's been multiple attempts to reform what we're talking about today, and the industry was not supportive every session and absolutely killed it on multiple levels. And secondly, this is the same industry that mimicked the Joe Camel programs back in the 50s and 60s for tobacco use. And now they're advocating they didn't see it coming. They're smarter than that. They knew exactly what they were going to get, just like the vape industry came before Health and Human Services and said, oh, we would never, ever, ever see kids using our product. And one of them had the nerve to say it's not got nicotine in it. But that said, these industries know exactly what they're doing from the get-go to the date to now. And they knew for a fact that they would ultimately end up marketing, and now we've got their attention, and it's all about, no, we shouldn't have done that. But just to be clear, they took their playbook from an industry that has made billions and billions and billions of dollars and created healthcare problems throughout that we are a beneficiary of lawsuits. So I'm expecting a lawsuit on hemp use down the road that we can fund some schools and general fund from, just like the tobacco fund. Maybe Mark Lanier's not as busy as he should be in this area. But just to be clear, this industry knew exactly who they were marketing to and how they were going to get that market opened up, because it's just as addicting as tobacco. And so that's what this industry does. And to sit up here with a conscience of crisis today that kids shouldn't be using it, they knew how they were marketing it.
Senator Perry, thank you.
Do you want me to respond, Senator?
That wasn't a question, but thank you. We're going to hear a lot of testimony, but we're not going to have outbursts from the group, or we'll have to clear the room because we have a lot of witnesses and we want to respect every one of them. Any other questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. Chair calls Cindy Castilla, Kyle Aurora, Tyson Eberly, Philip Snow. So I see we're looking for Cindy Castilla, Kyle Aurora.
You want them in order?
Doesn't, no, thank you, doesn't. Thank you for that. Tyson Eberly and Philip Snow. And then we're also going to be looking for, coming up, and if you happen to be in the room, you can testify now, Chris Martinez, Eddie Velez, Matt Buchanan. Still looking for Kyle Aurora.
I'm right here.
Very good. Thank you. We have Ms. Garcia. Thank you. So we're not looking for you. Thank you for being here. Yeah. We are looking for Tyson Eberly, Philip Snow. Okay, we're calling now for just only the second time. Chris Martinez, Eddie Velez. Come on down. Who are you? You take an empty seat. Thank you very much. You were going to be on standby, but there's a seat, so come on in. Thank you very much. And we're also going to be looking for the names I'm about to call. Please make your way into the room and be ready to testify. That's Michael Perez, Charlotte Owen, Maria Cruz Wolfel, Cynthia Cabrera. That's Michael Perez, Charlotte Owen, Maria Cruz Wolfel, and Cynthia Cabrera. So we'll ask you to make your way into this room if you're not already here and be ready for the next panel to testify. Thank you each for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is Kyle Aurora, and I'm here today on behalf of Texas Happy Club and Green Genius Supplies. We currently operate 17 licensed brick-and-mortar locations in the greater Houston area, several of which are in Senator Betancourt's district. I come before you today to voice my opposition to the proposed ban on consumable hemp, advocating instead for a forward-thinking approach that aligns with Texas's pro-business ethos. Texas has long been a champion of business and entrepreneurship, boasting an environment that encourages innovation and investment. The potential economic impact is profound, with millions, if not billions of dollars in tax revenue poised to flow to the state. Our organization alone has collected and paid over $1 million in tax revenue to the state, and we are but one fish in a large pond. Additionally, by choosing to regulate instead of outlaw, we can set the standard for responsible governance and consumer protection. We welcome a robust but reasonable regulatory framework that will drive excellence in product quality and safety. Our company is already prioritizing public safety by voluntarily age gating our products to consumers only 21 and over, despite not being required to do so, as well as utilizing child-proof packaging. Regulation also paves the way for job creation across various sectors of our economy, as the industry offers a wealth of employment opportunities for Texans of all backgrounds and skill sets. We alone employ and provide a decent living wage to over 75 diverse individuals, including veterans, minorities, and single mothers, all of whom would be severely impacted by a statewide ban. I also want to mention the commercial real estate crisis that would follow a statewide ban. Owners and lessees of consumable hemp businesses would be forced to default on their property obligations and will incur debts that they may not ever recover from. As such, I urge you all to consider the broader implications of a statewide ban. Let's embrace policymaking that fosters economic growth, creates jobs, upholds individual freedoms, promotes responsible consumption, and leads the way in an emerging industry that promises prosperity for our state and its citizens. Thank you for your time and my consideration of my testimony.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself, Ms. Castilla. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Cindy Castilla, president of Texas Eagle Forum, and we support a complete ban on the Delta products. We don't think regulation does anything to curtail the homelessness, the severe mental health diagnoses, the fentanyl overdoses and death that come with use of marijuana product. Delta is clearly a marijuana product. It's the same effects, same results. None of you ran to increase any of those things. You're working to solve those things, and we're just feeding them as we welcome drugs here. We are known as a pro-business state, but not businesses that break and harm. And in the interest of time, you heard from families, you heard their broken hearts, you heard from great doctors. We rely a lot on Dr. Poling for information because he sees a lot of patients and families that are dealing with marijuana dependence and the problems that come with that. And I recommend you all have his email address, that maybe you'll have a good conversation with him and he can help you sort out some of this. Thanks.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that mic over, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Chair, Vice Chair, and Committee, thank you for hosting today's hearing. My name is Chris Martinez. I live in Frisco, Texas, and work for Mood Products. I'm here to provide insights into the hemp products industry and the value of this category. First and most importantly, we're in complete agreement that regulated hemp marketplace is the only path forward. Ultimately, an appropriately regulated market serves all interests from the hemp farmer to the consumer, brand holder, and regulator. We are thankful Texas took the lead to implement a hemp program, especially with the ongoing regulatory confusion on a federal level. Texas regulations currently provide a licensing and testing protocol in addition to truth and labeling principles. These are the cornerstones of a sound regulatory model. Hemp products are developed for an adult population. With that, consumer choice enters the conversation. Consumer demand for hemp products has been growing since the U.S. Department of Agriculture launched a hemp pilot program in 2014. When the 2018 Farm Bill fully commercialized the hemp crop, the U.S. became home to a domestic supply chain for high-quality hemp. From that domestic crop, clean and high-quality finished goods can be delivered to meet the continued growing consumer demand. To provide assurances to lawmakers that hemp and cannabinoid products only being sold to the adult population, age-gate measures at the point of sale have proven successful in many other product categories as a means to control the flow of goods into commerce. We fully support age-gate protocols. Additionally, Mood supports regulations that require quality production and manufacturing standards to ensure safe products and standardized labeling so that adult consumers can make informed choices about the products they use. Finally, even though the hemp program is young in years, the industry brings a significant net positive economic impact to local, Main Street, and state coffers. In Texas alone in 2022, the state benefited from an industry that employed over 50,000 workers and enjoyed tax revenue from sales that exceeded $6 billion. By continuing to embrace this industry, Texas has a chance to bolster its economy, attract investment, and diversify its revenue streams. In closing, I am partial on this matter. From working with individuals across the hemp industry on a daily basis, I can attest everyone is experiencing anxiety over the uncertainty. Texas has a sound regulatory model for hemp and cannabinoid products. I encourage the state to build off that model in lieu of regressing into a prohibitionist stance. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Pull the mic over and introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Eddie Velez, and I'm a veteran and served honorably with the United States Marine Corps. My wife and I operate a family-owned hemp operation in Dallas, Texas called Oak Cliff Cultivators. We strive for compliance from our cultivation practices to retail sales, and we focus on educating our customers while providing them quality, safe, and third-party tested products. I would like to offer some points for the committee to consider for opposing this proposed ban. As mentioned before me, the economic impact on small businesses will be significant. My wife and I operate small businesses. We have 5 employees, so a ban on this product will push us to, lay off employees, will increase unemployment within our local communities. We believe in regulation over prohibition, such as alcohol. Regulated products ensure consumer safety through proper testing and quality control. We have two children of our own, a 12-year-old son and an 8-year-old daughter, and we understand the concerns about marketing towards children. We totally are against this, and we strive to ensure compliance and child safety with the products we sell to our customers. Additionally, with the lack of regulation, we self-regulate from third-party full panel testing to only allowing 21 years and older into our retail space. Instead of banning Delta 8 and Delta 9, I encourage the committee to work with the industry leaders to establish robust, common-sense regulations, standards, and guidelines to ensure the safety for our children and responsible adult usage. Potential consequences of a ban would, increase the black market for unregulated and potentially more dangerous products circulating within the state. I urge this esteemed body to consider these points and oppose any move to a ban. Let us lead with common sense regulation, promoting safety, economic growth, and the well-being of all Texans. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thanks for your testimony. The chair now calls Matt Cannon, Cynthia Cabrera, Mario Cruz Wolfell, Charlotte Owen. Chair calls Michael Perez. Also asked the following folks to be making their way here: Sean Salvaje, Scott Vallandingham, Chris Bentler, Amanda Taylor, Janae Sergio. Again, we're going to be looking for Michael Perez, Sean Salvaje, Scott Vallandingham, Chris Bentler, Amanda Taylor, Janae Sergio. And thank you each for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Chairman Hughes, committee, thank you for having me today. I am here representing the Texas Hemp Business Council.
Tell us your name.
Oh, my name is Cynthia Cabrera.
All right.
I heard you say it. I forgot.
Sorry.
Yeah. I'm Cynthia Cabrera representing the Texas Hemp Business Council. I will not repeat a lot of what has been said. The packets that are being handed out are from people who spent the day here but had to get back to their businesses, or consumers who wanted to submit testimony and had to leave, but you will be getting all of that. I just want to congratulate and commend Texas for being so proactive in 2019 to put out regulations for the consumable hemp products that would hit the market in Texas. It does need age gating, which we support, and we support child-resistant packaging. We are willing to work on anything else that you want to discuss. This is a great industry. We want to help you help us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, everyone, for spending long hours staying here to listen to our stories. My name is Mary Cruz Wolfell, and my son, he's 28 years old. He was a healthy young adult, excited about life. He loved his family and friends, exercising and eating healthy. He was finishing his college degree and did freelance camera and media work for churches, corporate events, and political campaigns, even being a stage cameraman when 5 former U.S. presidents visited Texas A&M. After using THC products in the form of vapes, gummies, and lollipops with 86% Delta 8 content, my son started isolating himself and friends and family and having trouble sleeping. He began developing paranoia and later experienced severe delusions. These things affected his work performance, and eventually he lost his job. Thankfully, he was not aggressive, but he was not functional and refused medical help. So we brought him home, and we've been helping him for the past year. Initially, his cognition was like that of a 2-year-old. He was absent-minded, didn't recognize himself in pictures. He had paranoia and delusions and did many bizarre things. Our family dynamics have changed to keep our son and our home safe. We continue to miss important life events, work, and loss of income to care for him. Since he is at home and doesn't have access to THC products, his brain has started to heal. He has improved gradually, but is still not the same person he was before using THC. Because of heavy marketing and misinformation about these products, he still believes THC is harmless since it comes from a plant and is sold everywhere. We fear if he uses again, he would relapse even worse. These products need to be banned so other families don't suffer or experience the heartache and pain that we are going through. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Charlotte Owen. I'm the president of the American Vapor Manufacturers Association. I'm from Senate District 21, raised in East Texas, so an all-over Texan. Last weekend, I had the honor to represent my district as a delegate in the Texas GOP convention in San Antonio. There was a very cohesive message on one front: stop overreach that shuts down businesses. My business wouldn't be shut down. I run a nicotine-free vapor shop, so we use supplements to get people off of nicotine. But 5 to 6 businesses in my town would be shut down. In the current state of our U.S. economy, even at a small sales drop, businesses will either thrive or fail. Texas can't afford to be heavy-handed when its citizens are hurting. Likewise, many of my good friends are veterans who rely on those products to avoid drugs that can cause complications such as tramadol. Many simply would look to the black market, which is neither safe nor legal. They could have dire consequences for those who rely on CBD products. Recently, the Department of Justice proposed to change substances that contain THC from a Schedule I to a Schedule III drug. I don't feel reviving the war on CBD is worth the expense to Texans if we put some common sense regulations into place. The cost for Texans would be great, and it could be put into places like property tax relief and closed primaries. So we do agree with child packaging, over 21 sales, packaging laws similar to vaping, which we fought for with the help of Tony Tinderholt. Removed from convenience stores where I feel that the carding laws are very lax. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that microphone over, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Hello, members of the Senate Committee. I want to thank you all for allowing me to speak today. My name is Michael Kyle Perez. Today, I take my cue from our revered former President Donald John Trump's best-selling book, The Art of the Deal. I have a big ask. I make this ask not as only a father to a son who just graduated yesterday, to a daughter who plans to graduate early next year, and as a husband to a disabled veteran wife whose son graduates Saturday, but also as a disabled veteran myself. I highlight these things not to garner sympathy or praise or anything of the sort, but to show you that the place that I'm speaking from is a place of true and deep buy-in. I'm invested in the outcomes here. This legislative body should not only not ban out of existence the current market for cannabinoids, intoxicating or otherwise, they should instead consider expanding our state's cannabis industry. But for today, I'm here advocating for and will focus on why removing access to established CBD supply chains would be reckless and result in a gap in individuals' personal use to control pain, and in particular likely would do nothing to address children getting access to these products. Banning hemp-derived products would gravely impact something like 7,000 currently established Texan businesses. That right there should be enough on its own to ensure that prohibition would be off the table. In fact, regulation that expands access and increase market solutions should be considered. Not only did the cannabis business in the state produce something like $8 billion in revenues to date and paid $1.6 billion wages and employed something like 50,000 workers, it did all of this despite the clear handicap that is our current regulatory regime. This industry has also secured over $1 billion in infrastructure investment in the state on its own. This feat has been accomplished with literally one business arm tied behind their backs. Second, a regulation, not prohibition, improves public safety. A market in the light of regulatory bodies is much easier to control than a market done entirely in the dark, with zero oversight by regulatory bodies because it is illegal. Third, the United States Department of Veterans Affairs is already expanding access to trials and psychedelic-assisted therapies. it seems nonsensical to end that.
Finish that thought. Go ahead.
It seems nonsensical to end that, and in fact, take a step back in our regulatory schema.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? We thank each of you for being here. Thank you for your testimony. The chair calls Sean Salvaje, Scott Van Landingham, Chris Bentler, Amanda Taylor, and soon we'll be looking for Janae Sergio, Washington Ho, David Nasser, Alex Fulbright, Adgia Khan, and Rodney Orta. Again, shortly we're going to be looking for Janae Sergio, Washington Ho, David Nasser, Alex Fulbright, Adgia Khan, and Rodney Orta. Right. Welcome. And when you're ready, pull that mic up and introduce yourself and begin your testimony.
Thank you, sir. Good afternoon. I'm Sean Salvaje. I'm a native Texan and a 100% disabled veteran, as well as a single mother. I served 13 years in the U.S. Air Force as a combat photojournalist and a strategic communications advisor for the Office of the Secretary of the Air Force in the Pentagon in New York City. I say this because it is very clear your veterans are here because they are interested in the well-being and the safety and protection of the country, the nation, and our people. We've all committed our lives to it, so much so that many of us have actually laid down our lives. And that is what we're looking at right now with cannabis. For myself, I am 100% rated. I have chronic debilitating migraines, chronic pain. I have PTSD, complex PTSD, and symptoms that mimic a stroke. These symptoms are only mitigated through my cannabis use. In fact, I am medicated right now and able to speak with you because of cannabis. Without it, my face would droop, my speech would slur, it would look like I'm having a stroke. Being a professional strategic communication advisor and then losing speech following my deployment and dealing with all of the exasperating medical issues, there was an option to slice into my brain. Docs didn't know what was going on, and all that is to say, we still have a lot to develop in terms of medical programming, but cannabis has been a solution for me. My concern, I'm a little bit concerned because we're generalizing a couple of things here. One is the access for children. Nobody really wants that, not the operators. The other thing is a comment that Mr. Perry made. Mr. Perry, with respect, while I agree with you when it relates to the tobacco industry's organization and lobbying power, the cannabis industry does not have this power. You're meeting a lot of small mom and pop operators who are trying to build a business from the ground up that helps to employ Texans. And those products that you're seeing that are marketed specifically to children are more often than not from the illicit market. Banning these substances is not, I'm a mother of two 13-year-old, 15-year-old sons. Banning these substances is not going to remove them from children being able to get them. They're only going to further bolster the illicit markets as they have in California. We don't want to go backwards. We're looking for positive, progressive change. I'm happy to have individual conversations and to discuss this privately, but thank you for your 2 minutes of time.
Thank you for your
Appreciate
testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Scott. I am one of the founders of DeVega CBD, and I'm terrified to be here. I woke up at 7:30, and I wasn't sure I was going to come, but I came. I did it because I'm going to do it a little different. I'm broke. I got in this business. Mr. Perry, with no ill intent to you as well, you're doing a lot of generalizations in this room. And I'm broke. I'm broke. For 5 years, I've been doing CBD since 2018. We've been doing the licenses. We've been doing everything above board and everything that we can do. We keep it away from children. Our packaging does not look like Joe Camel. It does not look like it goes to candy to any kids. We sell to veterans. We sell specifically to combat veterans. We do it to the veterans of foreign wars, the VFW. You hear about it in here. I got into this business to make money. I got into this business to make a lot of money. And after 2 years, this legislation shut my business down, our business down. We were doing smokable joints and blunts, manufacturing them here in Texas, legally, everything we were doing perfectly. We did the labs. We did it all. Y'all shut us down. And I'm here to say thank you, because what happened is we ended up getting into retail and selling to veterans. And I went broke because This stuff saves lives. People have told us, specific to me personally, that we've changed and saved lives. I've never had that. 51 years old. I've been in medical for 20 years. Did GE, Toshiba, did all this stuff. Nobody's ever come up and said, thank you for saving my life. I wasn't a military veteran. I wasn't in the Army. I'm doing things now that are saving lives, and it's worth it. I don't care I'm broke. I'll stay broke, and I'll keep fighting this because it's the right thing to do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Well, go ahead and get the mic ready and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
He did a good job. I don't have to add much. We do want regulation. We do. We just partnered with with the National VFW. We have packaging that looks like medical products almost. We're not looking to get anybody high. All of our packaging actually says the opposite. We tell you to start with a small dose and work your way up to find the correct dose for your body. We're not looking to get high. We're trying to save lives. We've got people, like he said, that come up to us all the time to tell us that we save their lives. They actually can function like a human, we've had people that one of our members that we've worked closely with was on 9,480 pills a year. He was taking meds on top of meds just for the side effects. He now takes 2 diabetes medications and takes gummies. A lot of the teacup, you guys have been talking about the teacup. A lot of our members cannot afford the teacup. They would love to use it, but it's too expensive. They are able to come and buy our products for a quarter of the price that it takes for a monthly charge. It is a good program. There's a lot of things that need to be just changed, and reform needs to come. But yes, thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, and make sure and give us your name to make
Oh,
sure.
I'm sorry. Chris Bentler,
the
the Vegas
That's good. Was making sure. Thank you
Thank
so
you, sir.
much. Thank you. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and distinguished members of the committee. My name is Amanda Taylor. I am a board-certified civil appellate lawyer with 20 years of experience practicing here in Austin, Texas, and I'm a native Texan. In the case that is currently pending in the Supreme Court that you've heard a little bit about, I represent the plaintiffs, who are both Texas veterans who use consumable hemp products and also Texas businesses who produce and sell consumable hemp products. You've heard from a lot of these representatives already, and I do not want to take the time to repeat what they have already eloquently told this committee, but I do want to emphasize 3 points. It should be clear at this point, my clients support responsible regulation for 2 purposes. 1, to make sure that Texas consumers are safe and informed about the consumable hemp products they desire to use. And 2nd, to make sure that we are supporting the growth and regulation of Texas business that is thriving, helping our economy thrive. It is important to understand that all hemp has Delta-8 in it. All hemp has Delta-8 and other isomers. So the problem with attempting to ban all Delta-8 is that it would eviscerate the Texas hemp industry. That is not good for Texans, both from a business standpoint and a consumer standpoint. I also want to be clear that we are thankful that this committee is looking at the issue because these important policy considerations are for our legislature, starting with this committee. These decisions should not be made by the courts, and they should not be made unilaterally by the commissioner. We need the legislature to work with us to find responsible regulation for the hemp industry, industrial hemp and consumable hemp moving forward. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witnesses? We thank each of you for being here. Thanks for your testimony. The chair calls Janae Sergio, Washington Ho, David Nasser, Alex Fulbright, and next we're going to be looking for Ajia Khan, Rodney Orta, Ross Martinez. Also, please be making your way into the room, Kenneth Berner, Thomas Monty, David Sergi. Again, we're looking for, in the next round, David Sergi, Thomas Monty, Kenneth Berner, Ross Martinez, Rodney Orta, Ajia Khan. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Janae Sergio. I'm an 8-year Navy veteran. I was one of the first to deploy after 9/11 in support of Operation Enduring Freedom. I'm also a survivor of military sexual trauma living with post-traumatic stress disorder. After I got out of the Navy and was diagnosed, I had 2 instances where I attempted or considered taking my life. On the first instance, I went to the VA and tried to get help the right way, the way that we're told to do as veterans. I sat in the waiting room for 3 hours, bawling my eyes out, waiting for someone to see me. They saw me for 10 minutes, prescribed me some medication, and sent me home. The medication that they prescribed me, I was working at the time in submarine repair, working on the reactors. So I couldn't be, I had to be focused. The medication that they prescribed me made me foggy. I wasn't able to concentrate, and I was unable to do my job where I'm the breadwinner for my family, and I have 2 daughters that I need to support. So I had to stop taking the medication. The second instance, I had a choice. I had a split second to make a choice. I heard Mr. Richardson earlier say that the compassionate use program is a give and take program. And I'm telling you, it's not a give and take program when you're talking about a split second choice that someone has to make. I had to the right of me, I had a gun, and to the left of me, I had Delta 8. And I was able to pick the Delta 8, take it, and give myself the pause that I needed in order to compose myself and make a right decision. Suicide is a long-term solution to a short-term problem, and it could be just a matter of taking one gummy that can stop a veteran from taking their life. And so I'm here to share my testimony. Like every other veteran here, we want some regulation. We don't want this in the hands of children. But there are people like us, veterans, who are out here surviving in society, doing amazing things, but there could just be that one moment where it could be all over for us. And so I'm asking, please do not ban Delta 8 and the consumables, please.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair and Committee, for having me. My name is Washington Ho. I am a second-generation Vietnamese American born and raised in Houston, Texas, a father of 2 beautiful young kids, a recovering addict, and a serial entrepreneur. The American dream is why my family chose to move to America after the fall of Vietnam. My American dream was almost lost because of my addiction. After multiple stints in recovery and rehab, multiple arrests, and trying many forms of medication over 15 years, I decided to give CBD a try after the legalization of Delta 8 and 9 with the 2018 Farm Bill. Knowing that it was legal to consume a product that may help me with my battle with addiction was the best thing I ever did for my life and my family. It saved my life. I've now been sober for over 4 years from alcohol and all the mental health medication I took for over 15 years. After doing due diligence on rules and quality of manufacturing, I invested in the hemp industry through my non-alcoholic THC beverage company, HoBuzz. I am also an investor with Bahama Mama, a 3-year-old company consisting of almost 100 retail stores currently in operation in Houston, Austin, Dallas, and soon to be San Antonio. I joined this company because I believe in the founders. They are a group of self-made, successful businessmen who chose this industry after seeing how the product helped their own health. I invested in the industry for the same reason. Without this product, my recovery from addiction would be very difficult. I know this from past-hand experience. I wanted to help more people learn about this product in my sober community and decided to use my public platform to educate more people. As the main star of a reality TV show, House of Ho on HBO, I have many fans around the world that look up to me and watch how I maintain my sobriety throughout 2 seasons, all filmed in Texas. It is important to me to continue to be healthy for my family, my business, and the people who I inspire through my public platform. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Chairman, Vice Chairman, committee members, thank you for your time. And I don't really want to reiterate what a lot of people said. My name is Alex Fulbright, and I'm with a company called Arvida Labs. We are a manufacturer. I live here in Texas. My team lives here in Texas, and we do sell our products here. But we are a manufacturer of pharmacist-created blended products. Nothing that we make is not underneath a pharmacologist. We have 4 on staff. What I think is so great about this is it's everything that we have fought nationwide for is exactly what you're talking about. We have child-proof packaging. We list everything on the back of our product. Some people talked about they should have warnings. Our products do. None of our products are or have been ever targeted to kids. We don't want that. But like you've heard here tonight, our products are medically blended to give benefits to these people, not just to get you high. There are it's just across the board of the products that we have. And like I said, they've never been marketed to children. The other thing that I wanted to say is that we invite regulation. I mean, more than just the packaging, testing. We have full panel testing for all of our products. They're 4 pages long for each product. We invite that for all companies. The thing that I don't like is walking into a store, and someone brought this up, I can't find their COA for half these products are on the shelves. Mine, it's written on the back. That's what I want. Truth in advertising. Make this to where we know what's going out into the public. Don't try to hoodoo them. That's what's going on. I applaud what's going on. We need this. It's a good industry. It helps people. Let's keep it clean.
Thank you for your testimony. Pull that microphone over and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Well, good evening, esteemed committee members. My name is Naveed Nasser, and I am here on behalf of Bahama Mama CBD Vape and Wellness. Our footprint reaches across the Houston area, Austin, and Dallas. I am a Bangladeshi immigrant. I've had the pleasure and the honor of calling Houston home for the last 30-plus years. As an entrepreneur for over a decade now, I've been able to employ countless employees across multitude of businesses. More importantly than that, I've had the honor of being invited into different people's families. Our current business now has a cumulative headcount of over 300 members that we touch on a daily basis. I've had the privilege of sharing my dreams with them, my experiences with people who were my employees. My employees are no longer employees. They have grown to become managers. From managers, I have the honor of calling them now business partners. They have grown, not just in age, but maturity, intellect, and now are running their own companies, their own businesses alongside with me. The only way that we are able to sustain this type of quality is through an infrastructure that we have created at Bahama Mama through education and rigor. We understand that this is an age-restricted business, and we serve that as a pillar of our business. Every single person that walks through any of our doors is subject to identification verification. I am in favor of verification and stronger standardization and regulation, just as everybody else is here. I have 2 younger sisters. I have 6 nieces and nephews. I can never imagine this getting into any of their hands. Unfortunately, there are people here who are here after the money and not anything else. Please, let's work together to create some sort of standardization. That way we can keep this industry clean.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions?
Just
Senator Perry.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of your websites. So Fireball's kind of a synonymous with candy, correct? To you, I think your name was. Whoa, I'm sorry, I don't.
Fireball?
Yeah, Fireball. I mean, it's at every vending store. So it's hard.
I think
candy.
it's a liquor.
No, I think it's kind of a hard candy. Fireball. It's kind of a real hard. Anyway, your shop has Fireball. I think it's something different than edibles, but it's. My point, I guess, is you either market to kids or you don't. And if you have things that are synonymous with the candy store, I remember getting Fireballs, and they were just hot, real hot cinnamon, hard candies. So if you're going to come in here and talk about not marketing to kids, you need to clean up your store. I didn't see a lot, to be truthful. I didn't see a lot of fancy packages on the website that were marketed to kids. There were some things, but Fireball is a kid candy, and it's currently in any convenience store, at least when I grew up. But my point, I guess, is just be careful, because we will check.
Any other questions, senators? Thank you, guys. Thanks for being here.
We won't find that on our side.
The chair calls Atjia Khan, Rodney Orta, Ross Martinez, Ross Westbrook, And we're going to be looking for Kenneth Berner, Thomas Monty, David Sergi. All right. We're not quite ready. Tell me your name.
Akia Khan.
Akia Khan.
It is
Wow.
phonetically incorrect. I'm
No, thanks for helping me. That's good. Tell me your name, sir.
Rodney Orta.
Okay, and what's your name?
Ross Martinez.
Okay. We're looking for Ross Westbrook, Kenneth Berner, Thomas Monty, David Sergi. Okay, I'll ask before this panel. We've called all the witnesses we have. Are you coming to testify, sir? Or just, okay, I'm sorry. Oh, very good. We have an extra seat. Come on down if you'd like to. That's what, thank you. That's great. And then we're still going to be looking for a few more witnesses. Let me say this. The names I've called are all the witnesses we have registered to testify on this topic. So so be aware this, after this panel, we'll have one more call. I think that's going to get everybody, but thank you for coming. Welcome. Hang on. You did the right thing. I'm going to call you in just a minute, okay? Thank you. So do that again. And so, Ms. Khan, introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Committee. For
Get that microphone good and close. You pull it closer to you if you want to.
All good? Yep.
Much better.
Thank you guys very much for staying all night with us to hear us out. My name is Akia Khan. I am an operating partner at Rowpiece, a high-end retailer of hemp-based health and wellness products. I am 26 years old. I moved here 8 months ago because I recognized what the state of Texas was doing with your hemp program. I have also lived in the states of Florida and New York. I most recently moved here from New York after working in city and state policy. I traditionally work in politics my entire life. I thought that was going to be my career for life. I was hoping to sit right where the vice chair is sitting one day. But what I have realized is through my own experiences that what I am selling today in my CBD retail store is a societal benefit. I myself go through 2 chronic pain conditions, and I do have a background of being a low-income minority from an immigrant family. I did not have access to healthcare all my life. There have been too many times in my past where I did not get access to a prescription, and I could not. Introducing hemp into my regimen has not only helped me come off medications, but also the additional medications they put me on because of the side effects of the original medications. It has changed my life. It has allowed me to create this business. And I want to stress to you guys one thing, which is anybody that is an entrepreneur in this room understands that to have longevity in our business, we need to market towards adults, and we only sell to adults. We have restricted the age ourselves. There isn't even a glass piece I will sell to a minor in my store. My staff is very well trained on the cannabinoids and how it interacts with the endocannabinoid system. And my location is just across the river on South Lamar if you want to come by. But one of the things I guarantee to every single one of my customers is that the back of the package does have a QR code. They all have COAs. We are regulating this ourselves. We hope you help us do that as well, and we hope this ban does not come through.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Pull the microphone over and introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Rodney Orta. I'm representing Delta 88. We're a hemp brand in Texas, and just want to thank y'all for hearing me out. Mr. Perry, you said something interesting earlier, and you said that people that take Delta 8 and Delta 9 just want to get high. And I just want to tell you that that's just not the case. Some people do, correct, yeah. But not everybody does. Probably the majority doesn't. And so I would just caution you from generalizing and putting us all in a box, sir. And another thing, I had the unfortunate situation in my personal life where my kid's mother got addicted to prescription pills, Xanax, Vicodin, and alcohol. It ruined our marriage. I had to run 3 blocks down to the highway off 290 in Elgin, Texas, about 7 years ago and save her from trying to throw herself into traffic while she was lit on all of those substances. Those were all readily available and pushed by doctors. She is now thankfully still alive.
I am raising my kids, though. I'm a single father of 4. My oldest daughter just graduated from high school, and my kids are doing well. They're thriving. But I just want to say that, there needs to be, first of all, my ex-wife is now doing a lot better. She's in therapy. She's thriving herself, and she takes Delta 9 2.5 milligrams a day. That's it, a small amount, and it's gotten her off of her Xanax. It's gotten her off of any pain medications, Vicodin, and her depression medication. Not only that, but she no longer is taking her blood pressure medication because her cortisol levels, I guess, are down. She's not as stressed out. She's doesn't battle with the anxiety because of the Delta 9, and she's actually thriving and doing really, really well. And it's not to get high. It's just to help her with the anxiety that she just has been dealing with, and the depression that she's been dealing with for a very, very long time. So there's a lot of good with this product, and I'm sorry for the people that have had bad instances and stuff happen to them, but that could have as easily have been replaced from them using Delta 8s or Delta 9s. We could easily have them been talking about them using pharmaceuticals or getting their hands on pharmaceuticals or alcohol, all of those things which shouldn't be in the hands of kids anyway. Ours definitely shouldn't be in the hands of kids. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Ross Martinez. I appreciate the panel for letting us be here today. I'm here representing VJ Farms. VJ Farms is a family-owned and operated business specializing in boutique hemp products. As one of the first licensed hemp producers in the state, we've seen the market landscape change with large swings in commodity price, uncertainty on legal statuses of certain cannabinoids, the opening of legal marijuana markets in neighboring states, and the ever-persistent competition from the black market. With an estimated $20 billion in economic activity alone in Texas, the current condition of the hemp market is both one to be proud of and optimistic for, as long as we don't mess it up with legislation. We hemp producers recognize the need for age restriction and uniform safety guidelines. But we hope that the challenge of pioneering new standards in the hemp industry does not get deterred to other states. Instead, we hope that hemp industry interests, the concerned community members, and the leadership from this body can come together and make Texas the gold standard for hemp cultivation, make Texas the home of industrial hemp innovation, and add yet another layer when we talk about the fabric of freedom. Prohibition doesn't work. It surely didn't work with alcohol. In fact, prohibition can be linked to the rise of organized crime. We saw the accidental poisoning from unregulated bathtub gin. Can we not make the comparison of the rise of cartels and street gangs taking advantage of the black market prohibition has made room for? Can we not make the comparison of fentanyl-laced marijuana on the streets and bathtub gin during prohibition times? I understand the concerns of citizens not wanting cannabis products being sold and marketed to Texans under the age of 21. As a hemp producer, I can tell you we make those concerns top priority. Our target is to bring the healing benefits of cannabis to adults seeking alternatives to pharmaceuticals and alcohol. We pay close attention to our branding and marketing to make sure that our values of farm to table, family business, and a healthy lifestyle are the messages being conveyed by our marketing. The last place we want to see our products is in the hand of a child.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that microphone over, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
First, I'd like to thank the Honorable Committee. My name is Thomas Scott Monty. I'm a retired Illinois State Police Trooper. I retired at the rank of Sergeant. I spent 27 years in law enforcement. I was a supervisor on our full-time 65 personnel full-time SWAT team for 17 years, and I also worked undercover narcotics for the state of Illinois. Prior to my retirement, I was also Executive Protection Supervisor for 42nd Governor, former Governor Bruce Rauner in Illinois, and I was promoted to the Officer Survival Statewide Section Coordinator, which included the medical coordination, working hand in hand with the medical director in Illinois, who was Dr. Andrew Dennis, head of trauma at Cook County Hospital, and I was also at the time over our medicinal marijuana coordinator prior to recreational. I would like to speak on behalf of not banning Delta 8 and Delta 9, which is probably quite surprising to you, and I'll explain to you why. 3 bullet points. Age restriction, that's self-regulation. Currently, that is an easy fix, legislative fix, similar to other impairments and intoxicants, alcohol and tobacco. Currently, there is $8 billion in revenue in this state. As the major spoke to today, referenced cartel and potential money laundering. That is in a current gray market that if this shuts down, that money gets pushed to other states and stays in the gray market. Potentially, that is your best benefit. If it goes to the black market, it now funds cartels on fentanyl trafficking, opioid trafficking, and human trafficking, especially with being a border state. I can only speak as a prior law enforcement officer. I was also a tactical medic. I can speak to the medicinal side of it that I know of, but I don't know as much as a medical doctor, obviously. So I currently work part-time as a retired trooper in Mr. Berner's vape store, not only helping with the sales of products, but making sure that the current legislation, such as certificates of analysis, lab reports, and things are all upkept and properly stored and record kept for law enforcement review if needed. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Sergeant. Secretary Perry, you're recognized.
Just real quickly, I'm glad your wife's doing better. And I will apologize to anybody that was offended. I think I speak from layman's terms, but let me kind of share. I was a huge advocate of right to try. It's a different context. It's those people that find themselves in terminal that had a litany of other drugs that honestly were probably more harmful or harmful than what they're trying to try. So as I led into this today in my opening conversation, for those that have found benefit, then we should try to seek possibly, especially in the veterans community that we've heard, maybe a way to make that accessible. I mean, I'm not opposed to people that find relief, but what's been lost in the conversation in the opiate world is specifically we've produced legislation that has such a tracking mechanism where one person can't go to a CVS and across the street to a Walgreens and not be noted that they have just now gotten an opiate and even track it to the point of how frequency there is. So as we talk about this, it's only fair to have the fair conversation is today I could buy Delta 8 or Delta 9 at one location, walk across the street, get another one, and another one, and another one. Well, I could literally, as we've heard already, people overdose from it. So when we're talking about some regulation, those doctors and those facilities that overprescribe or do not track and such, there's heavy consequence. There's criminal, there's civil, there's fines, there's removal. And so how do we get down to a regulatory point is what this committee is going to talk about, because you're no different. You've substituted the substance, and there is some medical benefit to it possibly, which research is still to be done. I think that what we have to have an honest conversation about is we're not hearing any of that potential oversight, so that there's no opportunity to know when Joe has had more than Joe should have. And that's going to be the challenge for the industry. And that's going to be a challenge for our veterans community. And we have a regulatory environment already to accommodate that. Arguably, it's not as accessible as it should be. But I think I'm going to speak for me. I'm not suggesting to you that if you had found relief, I'm suggesting to you there has to be some mechanism to make sure that it's measured, it's monitored, and when you get excessive in that need, you potentially are in an addictive mode that you can't retreat from. We've got kids here that are 26, 28 years old that their parents are suggesting that they may never come back. And so that's the balance that we strike here. And to be clear, for those that I cannot walk in their shoes today, I have a lot of empathy and sympathy for that. But to suggest that it can't be monitored in a way so that when those people get out of their norm and people selling it have no knowledge of that person's out of their norm, we're responsible for that person. And that's the challenge we're going to have.
Are there any other questions, Senators? Thank you, guys, for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Thank you very much.
Education is what we need on the subject. You know, educate people.
The chair calls Ross Westbrook.
Thank you.
Sir, thank you.
Kenneth Berner. Yeah, we sure are. And David Sergi. We're looking for Ross Westbrook, Kenneth Berner, and David Sergi. Sir, you had wanted to testify, So if anyone else wishes to testify on this charge, just make your way down here and, yeah, go ahead and take a seat. And here's what we're going to need, though. We're going to need to, before you leave, we're going to need you to register on one of those kiosks. Did you already do that? Tell me your name.
Mario Bettis. I registered for all of your speaking points today.
And to spell your name for me.
Marioperez.
Okay. Very good. We'll make sure we have you in here. Thank you very much. And did we not call you, or did we?
No, I registered at the very end when y'all started.
No problem. Tell me your name.
Morgan Roberts.
Okay. And I think you gentlemen, I called your names, gentlemen. Very good. Again, everybody gets to talk. We just want to make sure we have all the records correct. So welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
All right, 2 minutes, right?
You bet.
Perfect. All right. Hello, everybody. My name's Mario Van Bettis. I'm a sophomore here at the University of Texas at Austin. And let me tell you, I thought I had shed some very critical inside information on the youth here and how they see this stuff. To begin, let me give you guys a quick anecdote, right? Drinking did not run in my family, it drove, all right? I had very bad experiences with this substance, and I didn't like it, all right? However, I always like to favor the scalpel over the axe when it comes to regulation. Should you guys say we have that issue with substances, okay, let's ban it. Well, guess what? Prohibition. They already learned that lesson in the 1920s. Anyways, where was I? All right, so as for the Delta 8 and the Delta 9 issue here, right? Here's how I see it. I'm all for regulation. That's always good. However, I'm here to call against an outright banning of it. The fact is, this is a billion-dollar industry, and I'm a bit confused here when I hear that it's being marketed towards kids. Because if you go look at your local gas station, you can see plenty of amazing alcoholic beverages that look just like lemonade, that just look just like orange juice. But guess what? You try to buy it, they ask for your ID. I fail to understand that, okay, what adults here have not enjoyed these candy? What adult does not enjoy chocolate, all right? It's up to the responsible adult how they choose to indulge in this stuff. And of course, like any other substance, it can be abused. And that is something that should be avoided. I agree. However, should an outright ban happen, guess what? Well, last time I checked, a back alley dealer is not going to ask for an ID. And I hate to say it, but should that be a banning, I fear that in these meetings you would hear a lot more parents who have kids that unfortunately overindulge in the black market of this substance. However, when it's legal, you can tax it. When it's legal, you can regulate it. And that's how it should be. Let me tell you, I am not an enjoyer of alcohol. I don't like to drink. I'm 19. I can't even drink. I don't even like weed. I don't. But however, with regulation comes control. And that's control you should keep. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Pull the microphone over, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
I've got documents. I have this as well. In the packaging, there's not product. This is demonstration. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman and honorable members of the committee. Banning Delta 8 and Delta 9 products will wipe out one of the fastest growing small businesses. My name is Morgan Roberts, and I've been licensed since 2020, and I'm one of the small business owners. Since starting this business in 2018, I have seen firsthand the efficacy of what quality, carefully marketed hemp products in child-resistant packaging can do to change the life of Texans. For example, the veterans who come into my store with intractable post-traumatic stress disorder have found temporary and long-term relief from their PTSD symptoms where more conventional pharmaceuticals have failed. Similarly, cancer patients from MD Anderson and other cancer treatment centers return again and again to report to me the dramatic positive effects hemp products have had in 3 critical areas: pain, sleep, and appetite. To that end, Accordingly, regulation, not banning of Delta 8 and 9 products is the needed step to ensure the safety of our state's most precious resource, the children of Texas. To that end, today I have brought samples of child safety packaging we use in my store for every sale of every product. I would encourage you to examine the package and its contents. It's not product, it's just examples. but it's as a demonstration of how easily and cost-effectively hemp products can be marketed to adults while minimizing and eliminating the risk to children. By implementing requirements for packaging hemp products that is both adult-focused and child-resistant, Texas can take a major step forward in safeguarding hemp products from children while maintaining their availability to Texas veterans, cancer patients, and others who rely on hemp products for relief of profound and chronic symptoms that would otherwise be unavailable in our great state.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Pull the microphone up, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Sir. Kenneth Berner. I am a born and raised Texan. I'm a veteran of a foreign war. I have a Bachelor's of Science in Physics from the University of Houston, and I'm a small business owner. We have a store where we sell hemp products. You aren't allowed in my store unless you're 21. That's just the way we operate things. Keep it safe. We have some of the packaging that you're talking about. I can't say we market to kids because kids can't come in my store. So if anybody gets it from somebody that gets there, I can't stop that. That's just like having somebody buy alcohol for someone. I won't harp on too much, but I don't want to repeat everything that everybody else has said. Obviously, I'm against the ban of it. It'd kill a huge industry. And the most important takeaway from that, I think, is before hemp was legal in Texas, and like it is now, marijuana was all over the place. You get rid of it, it's still going to be all over the place. The difference is, where are they going to be getting it? Are they going to get it off the streets from somewhere where it could be laced with something else? Or are they going to order it from a legal state and have USPS drop it off in their mailbox? If you think I'm kidding, that's been happening all along. It never stopped. It's okay for them to package it up and send it, evidently. I don't know, but nobody ever seems to get in trouble over it. It's all over the place, so it's not going away. Regulation is your best bet to keep it as safe as you possibly can for the people. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
So my name is David Sergi. I'm an attorney in San Marcos, Texas. I was the original trial attorney in the Sky Marketing case. I have been representing hemp clients throughout the state, as well as in California, where I'm licensed, and other states where I appear pro hoc vice. I'm not going to repeat everything that has been said. However, the one thing that no one has really talked about is what happens if we go back to a prohibitionist mentality and we ban it. All these parents that came here and talked about what happened to their kids, well, when they fall off the wagon, they're going to become criminals again. We don't need that. We need sensible regulation, as Sky Marketing has been asking for, as many of my clients throughout the state are asking for. We want to make sure that we don't sell to kids. We want to make sure that our packaging is not attractive to children. We want to make sure that we can serve our veterans community, that we can make sure that it is available to consenting adults that can make decisions that are their own. And as a lawyer, I'm not used to giving back time, but I'm going to give back the last minute.
Thank you very much. If there's any questions for the witnesses, thank you each for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Those are all the witnesses we have registered to discuss Delta 8, Delta 9. Oh, okay. Oh, very good. Come on down. Come on down.
I think I registered late.
No problem. Pick a seat. That's fine. And I'm going to ask, is there anyone else present wishing to testify on this charge about Delta 8 and Delta 9? We have other charges to consider, but we want to make sure we have it all in this one. Come on down. Come on down. All right. Anyone else present wishing to testify on the committee's charge on Delta 8, Delta 9? Very well. Did you guys, you mentioned you registered, did you register, sir, on the
Not yet, no, sir.
No problem. We'll give you we're going to give you each a card to fill out just to make sure. So please return it to us before you leave, okay?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Testimony is important. It's important it be all correct in the record. So welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hi, my name is Brandy Townsend. I am the founder and CEO of Cozy Cannabis. I had written a statement prior to coming here today, but after hearing some of the other testimonies, I found it important for me to share something a little more personal and relative. I'm also a woman in recovery from many years of heavy drug addiction and mental health struggles, but I've been able to recover, care for 5 small children, and run a multi-million-dollar cannabis business while consuming cannabis, and it has not triggered me to relapse or cause any sort of psychosis. I've been sober for over 12 years. Every person is so unique. This society is super complex, but addiction and mental health issues are rarely caused by the substance alone. It is an internal battle, and it takes way more than abstinence to become mentally and spiritually fit. Cannabis is not the cause. However, regulation could greatly impact the safety of these products in a positive way. Cozy Cannabis is a licensed boutique retailer on the square in Georgetown, Texas, which you may know is comprised of older, affluent, and more conservative individuals who not only support us but often rely on the products we offer. We have moved away from all other cannabinoids, D10, HHC, and similar ones, as we believe some of these processes may compromise the safety and legitimacy of the actual healing properties, and until they are allowed and regulated, we will not carry them. We are hoping and fighting for full recreational legalization for Delta-9 with robust regulation, especially in licensing requirements, product testing, child safety packaging, zoning laws, and age requirements. Although not required, we also enforce 21 and up and utilize in-person ID verification software for all of our purchases. My hope is that you would partner with other safety-conscious retailers and eliminate retailers who are only in it for the money. Banning all THC, even if only temporary, would not only redirect our customers back to the black market, but it would also affect the multitude of jobs and livelihoods supported by small businesses like mine, and it would leave the door open for Big Pharma to take over in the meanwhile. Lastly, I hate to do this because it feels so cliche, but I have to state the obvious and compare it to alcohol. I encourage you to go into and observe the stark contrast between environments like a nightclub on 6th after midnight and a Saturday afternoon at my shop. I assure you we are not here to cause harm. We are here to help people.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, and go ahead with your testimony.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jacob Charles. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
First and foremost, I want to thank the members of the committee for allowing me to speak today and share my story. Like many of the veterans that have been here prior to you, I myself served honorably for 22 years, United States Marine Corps. I joined the Marine Corps at the age of 17 right out of high school in San Antonio, Texas. Fortunately, some of these duties required me to go into a peacekeeping mission called Operation Joint Guardian in Kosovo at the age of 19. There is where I witnessed the first inhumanities that can be committed to one's fellow countrymen and women. What I saw left an experience lasting impression on me. At such an early age, to see such a traumatic environment to be taken away, and children that were taken away from their families, was traumatic, to say the least. My second major engagement came shortly after our country came under attack during 9/11. Our unit was deployed to Operation Iraqi Freedom in February of 2003 as a part of a preconditioning movement for the first initial invasion in March of 2003. Our unit sustained many injuries during this battle. I myself witnessed several of my fellow Marines fall. After our returning stateside, I did like most veterans and looked to ease the pain. The only way I did this was by alcohol use. The alcohol use led me to inpatient care. I was in jeopardy of losing my wife. My son had no recognition of who I was anymore. The issues that I faced from anger, anything that would trigger for my PTSD actions is what caused me to look for an alternative. I'd looked into the alternative hemp program, like you've mentioned, Mr. Perry, but part of that major program, one of the cons is that they would take away my right to bear arms. I've served this country. I raised my right hand. I made that ultimate sacrifice to defend against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Like every other veteran that we have done, if you make the decision to take away these products, aren't giving us that choice, aren't giving us that opportunity that our country has asked of us to give for everyone else on this land and foreign land. I thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator Perry, you're recognized.
Real quick, Cozy
Cannabis.
So you made a comment that you don't sell 10 and some other things, Delta 10, but I guess here's the question. I should have asked it earlier. The delivery, everything's Delta 8. It moves to Delta 9 with the heat and some other things we've talked about. It's the delivery through Delta 8 versus Delta 9 is what we were told today. So do you sell Delta 8, and what is the decision factor in someone picking 9 or 8 off the shelf?
All of our edibles are Delta 9 edibles.
Period. You don't have any.
We used to have Delta 8, and we no longer carry.
You got rid of Delta 8 because of the confusion in the market.
The confusion in the market and the processes of
And
how they
the reason someone would want a Delta 8 instead of a Delta 9 is that you can ingest it quicker, or
I actually, honestly, when I did try it, because again, I'm a mom of 5, it was milder for me, and I liked that. And so I had to learn my dosing, and so I was able to find mints that were 1 milligram for Delta 9, and figure out that 2 milligrams is my happy place. I like it for medicine, and so Delta 8 was milder for a lot of people and more manageable.
The reason this is important to me is because we, by federal statute, legalized Delta 9. And it appears from the marketing, if you go down any street, it's the Delta 8, and it's the silly, inflatables. And we have Delta 8s and all the Delta 8s conversations. So I keep going back to the obvious. We legalized Delta 9 in compliance with the federal act. But yet we have an industry that is very robust. And large parts of their volume is something that we didn't legalize. They can argue it's legal. That's in the courts to decide. But my point is, you are a legitimate, under the Texas Hemp Act, federal act, Delta 9 sales, and you have a clientele that seeks and gets relief.
I will be very blunt and honest. We also sell THCA.
You do have flower.
Yes.
Which is outright
under the
pot.
Delta 9. What's under Delta 9? It comes from the hemp.
Yeah, well, I think the feds are going to fix that one for us. But
it's,
is that the majority of your volume? Is that a fair question?
Yeah.
Okay.
The
So that clarifies. I moved from
consumers
8 to
get-
flower.
The
so.
consumers get relief from the original cannabis. That's where the relief comes from, and that's what the people want.
Well, I'm glad you volunteered honestly, but it didn't help where we're at, because we just moved from an 8 to a flower conversation in the same sentence. And flower, actually, I think the feds have recognized it's just outright pot. So,
Any other questions, senators, for the witnesses? Thank you guys for being here. Thanks
Thank
for
you
your
so much.
testimony. And listen, we're going to have a card for each of you guys to fill out just to make sure we have your information, okay? Here we go. All right. That concludes public testimony on the Delta 8, Delta 9 charge. We will now open public testimony on the election security charge. And so we're going to call the following witnesses and ask some more to be in the room ready. We're going to, the chair calls Betsy Singleton, Lori Gallagher, and Nilofar Hafizi, Mary Rose Gallagher. So we're looking for Betsy Singleton, for Lori Gallagher, for Nilofar Hafizi, for Mary Rose Gallagher. And our do we also have Ann and Ella?
Ella and Ryan are gone.
Okay, so very good. So is this all the Gallaghers?
Yes.
For now. Okay, very good. Okay. We're also looking for Christine Welborn. Christine Welborn. Is Christine Welborn here? Very good. Come on down. Thank you very much. And again, we're looking for the next panel for Betsy Singleton, for Nilawar Hafizi, and for Christine Welborn. Also Karen Abusi, Mike Webster, Fran Rhodes, Levi Fiedler, and we'll have Miss Castilla back a little bit later, and we'll grab you too. So very good. So welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony. Yes, ma'am. We'll start with you. We always go right to left from my perspective. It's not a reflection on where you are on the spectrum. Go ahead, please.
Gotcha. Hello, I'm Christine Welborn. I'm the president of Advancing Integrity, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and Advancing Integrity. And thank you, Chairman Hughes, for the opportunity to testify today on election integrity in Texas. You and other members of the committee have long been advocates for sound reform that's going to rebuild trust in elections, so thank you for that. First, I want to address countywide polling. While a few counties have managed to conduct it well, it's produced some serious unintended consequences. Every election, my organization receives calls about voters receiving the wrong ballot style. The chances of this happening are greatly reduced with precinct-based polling. It also means that a precinct's ballots are kept together, adding to the security and accuracy of precinct returns, chain of custody, and storage. This is crucial for recounts. Even when recounting a small district covering only a few precincts, all of the ballot boxes for the entire county must be opened and sorted. Dallas and Tarrant counties recently learned this the hard way. Until trust in our elections is restored, we predict that there will be an increase in election recounts and contests, not a decrease. Texas should uniformly adopt precinct-based polling for both early voting and Election Day. Now let me address illegal electioneering. The 2024 primary election cycle has seen the most overt use of public resources and time to advocate for specific candidates for office. While some instances did cross the very clear line of electioneering in violation of state law, a large amount of activity fell in a gray area. The letter of the law was being kept while the spirit of the law was being flagrantly violated. Loopholes in the election code need to be closed, and we need to enforce the law. School districts have been particularly guilty of these violations. That is why we're advocating to go one step further and ask that Texas move away from using public education facilities as polling places. For years, ISDs have used these location placements to their advantage and engaged in questionable practices. Ensuring the integrity of Texas's elections is paramount to maintaining public trust in our democratic process. And thank you so much for your attention. I look forward to your questions.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome, introduce yourself, and give us your testimony.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much for having us. My name is Lori Gallagher. I'm from Williamson County. I'm the executive director of Tally Texas, an education organization that is teaching Texans how to return elections to the people in the polling place. Through the last 3 years, we have dug into the countywide polling place program and the voting system standards in Texas Election Code 122.001A1 through 10. All voting systems in Texas must meet all 10 voting system standards, including preserving the secrecy of the ballot. If these systems do not meet those standards, they must be decertified by the Secretary of State until the system does meet the standards. As y'all know, with our state chairman's ballot and many other ballots, I've got friends that have Attorney General Paxton's ballot, Governor Abbott's ballot. My ballot has been exposed. And so the proper thing would be to decertify that system, and the Secretary of State has decertified devices and equipment that have been deficient and defective in meeting those 10 voting system standards. So we would ask y'all to push back on the Secretary of State. We'll be in contact with you and provide you several experts, including Dr. Andrew Appel's ballot marking devices cannot ensure the will of the voter paper. Dr. Walter Daugherty, Texas's own top election security expert. He would come and meet with all of y'all. He's out of Brazos County. And we'll be in contact with y'all and show you. We have 7 out of 10 of these voting system standards violated with the electronic equipment being used with the countywide polling place program. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
My name is Ann Gallagher, and I attend Founders Classical Academy of Leander in Williamson County. And with your permission, me and my sister would like to split reading Dr. Andrew Appel's voting law article.
Go ahead. You each have a amount of time, so go ahead. We'd love for you to use it that way, and get a little closer to the microphone when you do, please.
Paper ballots are considered important for election integrity because they provide a physical record of voters' choices that can independently verified. Here are reasons why paper ballots are important. Voter intent. Paper ballots are accurately record the votes as expressed by the voters. They allow voters to physically mark their choices, ensuring that their intent is accurately captured. Records on the audits. Paper ballots can be recounted and audited to verify the accuracy of election results. Risk-limiting audits can be conducted to ensure the accuracy of the election results. Risk-limiting audits can be conducted to ensure the votes recorded on paper ballots are tabulated correctly. Software independence. Paper ballots are software independent, meaning that any undetected change or error in the software cannot cause an undetectable change or error in the election outcome. This provides a safeguard against hacking or manipulation of electronic voting systems. Contestability. Paper ballots are contestable, meaning that if there is change or error in the software that alters the election outcome, it can produce public evidence that the outcome is untrustworthy. This allows for the detection and correction of any discrepancies.
Number 5, defensibility. Paper ballots are defensible, meaning that when the reported electoral outcome is correct, it is possible to generate convincing public evidence that the outcome is correct. Despite any malfunctions, errors, or alterations that might have occurred, this helps build trust in the election process. 6, transparency. Paper ballots provide transparency in the election process. They can be physically stored and secured, allowing for transparency in the chain of custody and ensuring that the ballots are not compromised. 7, public confidence. The use of paper ballots helps to instill public confidence in the election process. Voters have a tangible record of their vote, and the ability to physically verify their choices provides a sense of trust and assurance in the integrity of the election. Overall, paper ballots are a reliable and verifiable method for recording and verifying votes, ensuring that the election outcomes accurately reflect the will of the voters. Thank you.
Thank you. And tell us your name also.
Oh, I'm Mary Rose Gallagher.
Very good. Glad to have you all here. Members, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much. The chair now calls Betsy Singleton, Nilafar Hafizi, and Karen Abusi, Mike Brewster, come on down, Fran Rhodes, Levi Fiedler, Cindy Castilla. Ms. Castilla was here earlier. Was Rachel Carter still here? Rachel Carter, come on down, Ms. Carter. Christina Das. Come on down, Ms. Das. Is Veronica Warms? All right, please come down. And we're going to be looking for Ken Moore. And then last call for Betsy Singleton, Nilafar Hafizi, Karen Abusi. We have Mr. Brewster here, Fran Rhodes, Levi Fiedler, and Cindy Castilla. All right, thank you for being here. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Hi, I'm Veronica Warms, a policy staff attorney with the Texas Civil Rights Project. Chair Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, and members of the State Affairs Committee. I'm here to testify in support of the countywide polling place program. Countywide polling is overwhelmingly popular in Texas. Last session, Chambers County Clerk Heather Hawthorne told the House Elections Committee that they moved to countywide polling in 2021, and I quote, "Our voters love it." Without countywide polling, she said one car accident on the Trinity River Bridge could separate thousands of Chambers County voters from their right to vote on Election Day. Moreover, as the storms in Houston and North Texas recently proved, natural disasters can make planned polling places inaccessible for reasons beyond our control. Countywide polling allows impacted voters to seek other polling places without delay in those circumstances. If this program is disbanded, 14.2 million Texans would instantly lose their right to choose their polling place on Election Day. Thousands of otherwise eligible voters would be thrown out statewide. We know this because that was the norm not so long ago. Before countywide polling, thousands of people across the state had their votes thrown out when they cast a provisional ballot on Election Day in the wrong precinct in a county with precinct-only voting. Over 4,000 people in Texas's 5 largest counties had their provisional ballots rejected in November 2018 for this reason. TCRP estimated that as many as 10,000 voters statewide may have suffered a similar problem. Countywide solves the wrong precinct problems for would-be voters. It makes voters' lives easier by allowing them to choose the polling place that works best for them, rather than having to hunt down the correct precinct on an already busy election day. It allows voters to leave a polling place with a long line in favor of a more convenient location, and it alleviates pressure on poll workers who routinely advise voters in long lines to go to shorter ones nearby. It makes no sense to prevent these benefits of countywide polling on election day, especially when voters in all 254 counties have access to it during early voting. Countywide polling is popular amongst voters and election officials alike. It is currently available to 4 out of 5 Texas voters. Pulling the rug out from under this program would disrupt Election Day in 91 counties and result in thousands of wrongly rejected ballots. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Chair Hughes, members of the committee, thank you for having me. My name is Christina Das. I am a voting rights attorney with the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, America's premier racial justice organization fighting for the rights of Black and brown voters. We are here to express our support for countywide polling programs or election day vote centers. Studies show that unlike precinct day polling places, election day vote centers or countywide polling places are characterized by their accessible and central locations and their openness to voters who otherwise may face hurdles to voting at precinct polling places. I'm talking about voters with transportation limitations, voters with accessibility needs, voters who work non-traditional hours or lack childcare. As with many other aspects of the voting experience, there are disparities in line length and wait times along racial and ethnic lines. Racial and ethnic minorities have faced longer lines and longer wait times when compared to white voters. These longer wait times have consequences. They have consequences for our elections administrators that lead to more negative public evaluation of management of elections. They lead to lack of trust in our elections. Centralized EDVC sites allow clerks and elections administrators to use higher quality facilities, larger spaces, much more access to accessible machines, and they lower the burdens of attempting to find locations for numerous precincts that might be older and smaller and lacking in quality. Year after year, voter turnout at polls is significantly impacted by the distance that voters have to travel for their nearest polling center. And the methods of transportation available to voters are a clear issue. Just a quarter-mile increase in distance to the nearest polling center has been shown to translate to 1 to 3 percentage point decrease in voter turnout. The negative effect is amplified for non-white voters because of the racial turnout gap or the difference in the turnout rate between white and non-white voters. That's especially important in this state, given that 1 in 20 households in Texas does not possess a personal vehicle pursuant to the National Equity Alliance, and more than 3.5 million Texans lack access to public transportation. Any increase in wait times or travel distance will have a significant disenfranchising effect on a large segment of Texans who are eager to vote but lack the means to travel to their polling location. This impact will fall even more heavily on Black communities, where more than 1 in 10 households do not possess a vehicle, or where 1 in 5 people is living below the poverty level. We urge you to keep countywide polling places in place, and this will also save Texans millions in taxpayer dollars. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead when you're ready.
Good evening, Chairman Hughes and members of the committee. My name is Rachel Carter, and I am a field coordinator at the NAACP Legal Defense Fund. I'm here to convey our support for the countywide polling program that is currently used by urban and suburban counties across the state of Texas. The program has since expanded to over 90 counties, including neighboring Hays and Williamson, as well as counties with vast demographic composition comprising about 83% of Texas's total voting population, or 4.9 million voters, as Ms. Adkins stated earlier. Voters across the board report positive voting experiences using countywide polling. They are marked by better accessibility for voters and drastically lower provisional ballots cast based on going to the wrong precinct polling place. Compared to precinct-based polling locations on Election Day, countywide polling also creates lower economic and transportation burdens in a state where more than 2 million voters cast their ballot on Election Day. Although countywide polling is fewer in number than precinct-based polling locations, their ability to serve a higher volume of voters results in lower operational costs and more effective use of scarce personnel. This is critical now more than ever with poll worker shortages across Texas in the wake of SB 1, which created criminal penalties and restrictions on poll worker conduct. Larger and more visible sites can reduce informational costs that voters incur when attempting to find a polling location and offer more available parking at the site. Centralization also allows for better equipped polling locations to efficiently process voters. With more staff at each polling location, poll workers will be able to specialize in certain tasks such as checking in voters or assisting them with their ballots, which should lead to more efficient operations and improved service to voters. Voters from every county where the program is in use reported a positive experience that their chosen polling location was not out of their way. Moreover, voters of all races and ethnicities reported a significant and positive voting experience using countywide polling. The benefits of this program can be exemplified as recently as yesterday's primary runoff election, where polling places across Dallas County were impacted by weather-related outages, but thankfully Dallas has countywide polling. For the reasons outlined today and the rapidly approaching 2024 general election, this committee should strongly support the continuation of the countywide polling place program. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
I'm Mike Brewster. I'm from Tarrant County, and I am in opposition to the countywide voting program. And in fact, I'm very concerned about this program. First of all, we'll just turn out. Susan Valiant, one of a researcher in Tarrant County, did a study out of the 12 largest counties that were in the program. 7 actually had a decrease between 2018 and 2022 in voter turnout, despite an increase in voter registrations. Go figure. It doesn't seem right, does it? But it is. It's a very popular program. I can't deny that. And it does make things easy. You just pick a polling place and you go to it. We're going to look at some practicalities here. If I'm at my precinct polling place, which incidentally is near my home, in a 13-day period, I'm probably going to be near my home sometime in the 12-day period. The judge is going to pull the tape at the end of the voting period. They're going to send the drive off to the election center. They can put the tape on the door. The judge takes the tape home. They can look at that and they can see that that happened. Now, that's easy accounting, and that's the common man type of thing. We'll address that a little bit more in a minute. We know there's no manipulation in the vote between the thumb drive and there. There could be some manipulation here, but we've taken part of it away. When we add early voting and we add mail voting, we add some complexity to that. It's not terrible, but it adds some complexity. If I add countywide voting, I'm going to add one more cup to my 4, but I want you to envision that in Tarrant County, I just added 250 cups, because now I can cast my precinct's ballot at number 1504. That can come up at any one of 250. You have created a mess of a reconciliation system. There's no transparency in that. There's none. I've been keeping up with books all of my life, and I can take that apart and put it back together. But your problem today is you got to convince the guy that lost that he lost. You need to the common man needs to have faith in the system. He can understand this. He's not going to go pull all the reports he needs to pull to do this. 250 places. This is a lot of places to hide information. Thanks. And I appreciate y'all being here. This is a very long day.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for any of our witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thank you very much for your testimony. The chair calls Ken Moore. Do you want to come up, Mr. Strickland? Come on up. Come down, please. Yes, ma'am. We got you. And the chair calls Bob Parks, Mel LeBlanc. Any pick one, wherever you're comfortable.
I think everyone's gone home.
Maggie DeSanza. Now I saw Mr. Figueroa. Come on down. Luis Figueroa, counselor. Jennifer Doinoff. And again, many of these names I'm calling for the first time. Folks may be in the overflow room, may have gone home. It's getting late. We're looking for Shannon Lackey. Shannon Lackey. How about Ed Johnson? Mr. Johnson had left to go take someone to the hospital. I think I don't know if he came back or not. Mr. Bearden, I see you back there. Chase, come on down if you're ready. How about Laura Rogers? She's from Sherman County. Oh, there we go. Renee Perez, Libertarian Party of Texas. Come on down. We got one for you right there, if that's okay with you. All right. Now, I'm just gonna say, for those in the overflow room, if you registered to testify on this election charge, please make your way into this room, and we'll keep calling names and make sure everybody gets a chance. Weston Martinez, Sonia Aston, Greg Murphy. We have our complete panel here, but I want to get the rest of the folks on the way in. So welcome. Mr. Bearden, welcome. You're up first. Get that microphone ready. When you're ready, introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
All right, thank you. My name is Chase Bearden. I'm the Executive Director at the Coalition of Texans with Disabilities. And thank you all for staying late. I know it's always this fun, but I'm going to try and remember everything we talked about earlier today. Countywide polling centers are actually very useful for the disability community as y'all go through this process of looking at how they run and how y'all want to see the future of them. There's a lot of it that helps. I mean, access is usually number one. For me, back when we had a precinct area in our neighborhood, it wasn't the most accessible one. Now I have a spot right across from the office where I spend more of my life than I ever do at home. So it works a little better for me for voting. For others, having that access makes a big difference. It just could be the difference between being able to vote or not. One thing I do want to bring up that kind of came up in that invited testimony this morning. Beth had made a comment about the poll books and that she knew one of some IT people that had, I guess, shown her how it could be manipulated through the router. And I would take it, I guess that was during an election. I don't know. But a comment like that, I think, like discussions were being made earlier, is a little bit of sunshine. I think y'all should bring this person in, that IT person. Secretary of State's office, there's a big screen up there. Have them do it in front of everyone. If there are security breaches like that or something that needs to be addressed, I think that's when you do it. If we're going to talk about making sure our elections are secure, we're talking about it for everyone. And I'm not talking about this in a partisan way. Our organization, you don't get a choice when you get a disability. You could walk out there, you could have a heart attack in a day. There's a lot of things that you join our organization with. And that means Republicans and Democrats and everyone in between. So making sure that we have that kind of, I guess, transparency, if we're going to talk about transparency, especially when it comes from someone who's an elected or an election judge. A lot of times sitting in these committees, there are a lot of election judges on both sides that come in and talk about things. But I think in situations like that, if we're really going to get past the idea of no one trusting anyone, the best way to do that would be in an open area like this. Let's get it up on the screen. Let's have that IT person come forward, and let's have the Secretary of State's office in at the same time to watch that. Thank you all for everything.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you. Counselor, welcome. Introduce yourself. Now go ahead with your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Luis Figueroa. I'm the Chief of Legislative Affairs for Every Texan. And my very first session as an advocate was in 2005 when House Bill 758 by Representative Mary Danny, Republican, authored the pilot program for countywide pollings. It was sponsored by Republican Senator Harris in the 79th session. And the very first witness for it in support of it was a person by the name of George Hammerlin on behalf of our good friend, the Harris County Tax Assessor, Senator Benacourt. This program has always been a bipartisan, well-supported program. I worked very closely with Senator Duncan over the next few sessions to scale it up. In fact, the first three counties who wanted to implement this was Lubbock County, Erath County, and Galveston County. This was not a program supported by urban, progressive, communities. This was asked for by the bottom, by counties that wanted to reduce. They had three goals, basically: ease the burden on voters, reduce election costs, and reduce the number of needed trained poll workers. All of those remain true then as they are today. And now it's scaled up to 90 counties, as mentioned. 83% of Texas population is able to access it. To undo it would really wreak havoc on our elections. Every Secretary of State's report says it's successful. There have been no legal challenges to it from 2005 to today. And in fact, Lubbock has reported that it would cost the county $300,000 to remove the program. Williamson County said it would cost them several $million. And as we've heard from testimony from multiple organizations, weather, as we've experienced, is exactly why we need countywide voting, so that we don't send people to a wrong precinct and have to do a provisional ballot that won't end up being county. We heard a lot about other issues, including open records requests, human error, and change of command. Those are all separate from the issue of countywide voting, and we'd be eager to address those issues separately, but we would ask you to keep the countywide program as a bipartisan supported program. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Mr. Perez, welcome. Introduce yourself. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Rene Perez Jr. I speak for the Libertarian Party of Texas, and from my experience on the Tarrant County Early Voting Ballot Board, we support the countywide polling place program despite the issues identified this morning. LP Texas supports voter rights and overcoming obstacles to voter access. Risk and responsibility are necessary to defend our freedoms, especially to protect the most fundamental right. Instead of regressing the technology of the voting environment, LP Texas supports learning from the stated errors to improve training and update processes accordingly, including working with the machine vendors to increase public confidence and grow voter turnout. In 2022, according to the Secretary of State, Governor Abbott had the votes of 20.3% of the voting age population of his fellow Texans and 25.1% of registered voters. Are the members of this committee satisfied with these numbers? Is this the best example of representative government? The Libertarian Party thinks Texas deserves better. Voting centers give us better. Thank you.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you very much. I'm Marcia Strickler Watson, Citizens Defending Freedom in Williamson County. Thank you all for being here and for putting up with all of this today. The very first requirement for electronic voting systems in the Texas Election Code 122.001 states that they may only be used if A, it preserves the secrecy of the ballot. I am one of the 60,000 Williamson County voters that has been disenfranchised as my ballot is not secret, and our Constitution requires that, which is currently in the federal courts. Texas Election Code 122.001. Isaiah 5:20 says, "Woe unto them that call evil good and good evil, that put darkness for light and light for darkness, that put bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter." This has been a really rough day for many people. I pray for Ed. I want you all to know that there's a very easy solution to some of the things we've heard today. This is a list, and you all have an email in your email box of all of the waivers the Secretary of State has given on election codes. This is a long list. You have them all in your box. The Secretary of State can unwaive. You all can recall these waivers, and we currently have good laws on the books now that would allow us to go to pre-printed sequentially numbered ballots starting with 1. That would reduce a large majority of the fraud that's going on today. That's something that is doable right this minute and can be done before November. So that is the one thing. I'm a solutions provider. I love to provide a solution to the problems we've been hearing today. There's other things that can be done to remove these waivers from the Secretary of State. And let me just read you one last thing here. Texas Government Code 552 states, "The people in delegating authority do not give their public servants the right to decide what is good for the people to know and what is not good for them to know. The people insist on remaining informed so that they may retain control over the instruments they have created." Thank you all for being our representatives.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you each for being here. Thanks for your testimony. Chair now calls Lucy Trainer. And I'm going to call again Weston Martinez. Mr. Martinez still here? Okay, we'll check him as not testifying. The chair calls Sonia Aston. Sonia Aston, she gone? Okay. Chair calls Stephanie Swanson. Is Ms. Swanson still with us? Chair calls Janine Chapa. Okay, thank you very much. Amber Mills. The chair calls Amber Mills. Is Amber still with us? The chair calls Barry Warnick. Barry Warnick.
Maybe I just
Want to come on down. The chair calls Bradley Hodges. There he is. I saw him earlier. Mr. Hendrickson, come on down. I'm sorry. I should have seen your name sooner. I saw you. You probably would have stayed anyway, but come on down. Thank you very much. All right, and we're still going to be, let me just say again, for those in the overflow room, for those listening, if you have registered to testify on the election charge, please make your way to this room so we can be prepared to hear from you. And thanks for being here. Senator, welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes. My name is Andrew Hendrickson. I represent the ACLU of Texas. I appreciate everyone being here late tonight. I know it's been a long day, so I'm just going to hit 3 points. If everybody remembers back to our first panel sometime last week on the tech issue, I just wanted to highlight one thing that I know, Senator Hughes, you know quite well. This idea that we can regulate and in some ways compel speech to be published on a social media site or a biotech company is in our opinion, a big problem for actual genuine content moderation and the chilling effect that it will have, and 2, an infringement on the First Amendment rights of private corporations to decide what speech they're going to publish. As was debated at length on the floor when HB 20 passed in the second special session of the 87th legislature, there's this idea of the common carrier that comes from the Knight versus or Biden v. Knight First Amendment Association case. Anyway, you know that issue pretty well, as we're all maybe familiar with. I think the real key, though, in that case, what the court was talking about was about whether President Trump could be deplatformed from Twitter. And crucial to this common carrier theory is the idea that there is a monopoly by these social media companies, by these big tech companies. The subsequent facts of Mr. Trump's situation actually prove quite clearly that that's not the case. He was able to found his own social media company. He was not banned from the public square. He was able to engage with through a different medium that aligned more with his viewpoint. I think that is more something that we need to keep in mind when we look at these regulations, that the idea that the modern public square is not just a few distinct social media companies, it's not just a few search engines. It may be that that is true of the internet writ large, but that does not mean that you can compel, or the state can compel, private corporations to publish content on their website that they find objectionable or don't agree with or find to be misleading.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Name's Brad Hodges. Good to see you, Senator. Senator Paxton. Awesome. So on illegal electioneering, turns out that I do, in fact, have dead people somehow voting in my precinct here in Travis County, of course. So anyway, with 158 days to November, I would hearken back to the choice in 2020 to greenlight unlimited mail-in ballot trafficking. That was a moratorium on election integrity, and it still is. I want to revisit some pending points of inquiry for the Senate to consider on this charge. What are the explicit rules, terms, and conditions on hearing objections and counting errors and resolving same? Who decides that? What are the explicit guardrails to safeguard in general against ballot trafficking and against unlimited absentee ballot trafficking in particular? What exactly is the consideration at stake on counting error? What, if any, guardrails on ballot trafficking are present in the election consent agreement, as Texas Secretary of State, right, on our website? What are the forfeiture stipulations and instances of breach of consent agreement by the parties in that consent agreement? If there aren't any forfeiture stipulations, then why not? Who arbitrates objections and appeals in time to actually matter? Point is, election integrity lies on the other side of those answers to those questions. It would be better if we all had those answers before November. Now, I did hand count here in Travis County, tail end of that. It's a big topic. I didn't have any problems with it, guys. And this is from us to you by the Secretary of State. We had a deadline, and it had to meet it, statutory. This is not my opinion. So what I did notice that was a problem that we had at the end, we had a choke point where all of our counts, all those ballot styles, man, you wouldn't believe. And that was, So we had a system for that, and then we had to hand it over at the end. You have to go through 2 people to put it in the spreadsheet. And they came out with 3 errors on that, caught it immediately because there was checksums. Other than that, it went pretty smoothly. It was mostly people problems. It wasn't the vote. The votes are not the problem. It's the counting really isn't either. It's the communication from us to the sex state, where because it's go or no go. There's no second chance, and hence my questions, the points of inquiry.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Lucy Trainer, new SREC member for SD 25. I'm very excited about this. Speaking on behalf of Bexar County Election Integrity Project. So just to give you all a little glimpse of what happened on Election Day in Bexar County. When a Republican ballot this is very detail oriented. When a Republican ballot was entered into the express vote, the date on the screen was changed from May 28th to March 5th, 2024. So after several of these, the judge tested the Democrat ballots on various machines, and the date did not change. The machine will do that on the machine will do what the barcode tells it to do. So it flips a date on at least 3 of the 10 Republican ballots. Then the question is the DS200 programmed to only read the correct date? A clerk stated this was happening throughout early voting. So we're concerned that those ballots weren't counted by the DS200. So in Bexar, we also consistently have seen votes flip, and it wasn't what the voter checked in originally. So we have heard e-poll book check-in numbers fluctuating all over Texas, in addition to the machines being offline for hours. So, and our urban county chairs can't easily go back, if we're talking about precinct-based voting, they can't easily go back to that system. Because all those elected positions in the county would be voting against them. And of course, the EA, who's an unelected bureaucrat, will also not want that different system. So we need to help our urban county chairs with transparency and their audits that are consistently, that are always part of the new code, right? So ultimately, we need to get back to paper check-ins, not use these e-poll books, and go back to precinct-based voting. Given all the problems that we've seen from activists over the last few years. And I thank you to the Senate for passing SB 990 last session. It got stopped in the House, of course, but I think we need to do this again for next session and see it to the end.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and
all right.
Pull that close and then
see the timer, I guess. All right. Thank you, Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, Mr. Perry. Thank you all for having me here today. My name is Barry Wernick, and I'm going to put on my reading glasses because I'm 53. I had some information that I was going to go over with you. Constitutional, I think Beth Beazle had mentioned that I would be talking about how countywide polling program is unconstitutional and illegal, violates many federal and state statutes. I don't want to get there. I want to just give you those codes. You all know how to read that. I want to get down to some of the stuff that I heard earlier. First of all, as a result of a recount, I did run for state representative for House District 108, Republican primary. As a result of the recount, we inadvertently came across the fact that voters' privacy is at risk, and the secrecy of the ballot is no longer there. Got 1 minute here. There was a lady here who spoke about Chambers County. Really quickly, I just wanted to pull up how many Republicans on Election Day, out of the 170 Republicans that voted, how many of those Republicans' ballots could I find and pull up right here? 16. How many of the 252 Democrats from Chambers County ballots can I pull up and know exactly how they voted? 13. 10%. Can you imagine 10%? Dallas County is the same. We have 20,000, about 20,000 voters on In Dallas County, that's 10%, just under 10%, that we know exactly how they voted. Collin County, you can pull that too. Lubbock, I know Mr. Perry, you're in Lubbock County. On early voting day, early voting, 311, this is just Republicans, 311 ballots, I can tell you exactly how they voted, 4% of them, of your early votes in the Republican primary. 604 on election day, that's 5% of the votes. I sent out a petition regarding blatant violations of voter privacy and ballot secrecy in counties participating in the Texas Secretary of State's countywide polling place program. 96 counties participate in this. And I asked for the relief being to repeal, well, they can't repeal it, it's up to the legislature to repeal Texas Election Code 43.007, which allows for countywide polling place program. I said, maybe we can do something better. We have, and I just want to give you a remedy really quickly, and that is the Secretary of State said they can't do anything about it. In fact, in subchapter B, 122.031, approval of system and equipment required is done by the Secretary of State. The Secretary of State, in B, may seek a temporary restraining order or a writ of injunction obtained through the Attorney General to prevent the use of any part of a voting system or voting system equipment that has not been approved. They can disapprove just as easily as they can approve the countywide polling place program. This countywide polling place program also applies to early voting. So even if you are in a county like, well, let's say Wood County.
Well,
we're gonna finish this.
We've
I
made
welcome
everybody else
any
out of the
questions that you have. If you want to know about your counties and how many votes you can find out there, I'll let you know. I had some for Mr. Menendez in Bexar County, where 15% of his votes, his election day votes of his Democrat constituents, I can find and pull up in a second.
Thank you for your testimony. Members, any questions for any of these witnesses? Thank you each for being here, for waiting, for testifying. We're listening to each one of you. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
We have a few names. We're not sure if they're still here. The chair calls Angela Smith, Aubrey Campbell, Rocio Fierro Perez, Lucinda Caprell. Please have a seat. Pick one you like. Ms. Campbell, come on down. And I'll ask now, is there anyone else present wishing to testify on this charge? Okay, come on down, man. And anyone else present wishing to testify on this charge? All right. We'll have a seat with doesn't have your name on it, but you can have it right up there. Have a seat. And we'll do the same thing on those cards, okay? We'll make sure and get a card to you before you leave to make sure we have all our records correct. Everybody's welcome to testify. Introduce yourself again and give us your testimony.
Hello, everyone. Let's say good evening, but good night. My name is Marilan Bettis. I'm 19 years old, and I'm a sophomore at the University of Texas at Austin. Today, I'm here to talk to you about the importance of accessible voting. Let me tell you that right now, speaking as a college student that knows many college students, convenience is a critical factor for voter turnout. It's enough of a battle to get these busy people to make their voices heard. When I'm literally pointing to the building where they have to vote, and I'm like, it takes 5 minutes. It takes 5 minutes. That's right there. I mean, it's work, right? But to lubricate the cogs of democracy, you need to make sure that as many constituents are able to vote as possible. Not everyone, regardless of their party symbols or colors, red, blue, donkey, elephant, has the luxury of prime physical health or the priceless commodity of free time. Believe me, I have plenty. That's why I'm here today. Voting must be convenient. It must be easy. I'm a big activist on increasing voter turnout at my university. As much as I'd love to be in front of you with my suit and ties I normally have at these meetings, being outside, getting these kids to register to vote or helping them find organizations to increase voter turnout is sweaty work. Hot and sweaty work. Believe me, deodorant, critical. I know people that aren't able to walk, but they still make the effort to make their voices heard. I know people with full schedules and stressful deadlines that make the effort to use their right as a citizen to vote. But how many people are not able to? It must be made easier for present and potential voters. There must be equal opportunity to vote in our democracy. I'm big on campaign work in Travis County, and let me tell you, for that runoff election the other day, one of the lowest voter turnouts to date. This is bipartisan. As a state, we need to make sure that more voices are heard so that our representatives are able to stand for their people. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your testimony. Welcome. Introduce yourself and go ahead.
Brian McAuliffe, and I am currently election tech and central count judge for Hayes County, and I oversee ballot board and manual recounts. And earlier, Senator Bennicroft asked how long it would take to hand count paper ballots. In Hayes County, if we had a 45% turnout in the presidential election, and it took us 5 seconds per race to mark it down, we would need 5,530 man hours to do a hand count. And so that's overwhelming. Also, currently, we usually run 60 vote centers, but we have 87 precincts. And it's hard enough to find enough staff for the vote centers. Increasing that additional 27 voting locations would be almost impossible. Also, there's a misconception that paper ballots are more accurate than the machines. I can tell you what, on the manual recount, when we did Christy Craddock versus Christy Clark in the runoff, it was a mess. It took us 3 times to get the right vote. And every recount we've ever done, the machines have always been right. All the errors have been on the personal side. If you want to increase in election integrity, first thing, really restrict mail-in ballots, number one thing. Second of all, voter registration should not be 30 days before election because we're still processing voter registrations during early voting. It needs to be 30 days before voting starts. And then there's other things that you can do. I want to remind everybody, paper ballots were around when Box 13 and LBJ were. In 1976, I did a recount, found a massive voter fraud against Ron Paul. So paper ballots are not a solution.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Pull that microphone over, the one to your right, and introduce yourself and go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Hughes and Vice Chair. I'm Lucinda Caprell, and I'm also in Hayes County. I've been an election judge for more than 10 years, and I'm also a member of the League of Women Voters, but I am speaking for myself today. As an election judge, I'm very committed to the safety and security of all of the equipment and the ballots and the voted ballots. And I do realize the importance of the chain of custody. And I realize that today is the day after an election. If I had worked the election, I wouldn't be here because it's a 16-hour day, from the time, we get the polls set up and get everything packed up and get the 45 minutes across the county to turn everything in. So, and I do welcome the poll watchers. I think it's been helpful to include them. And let's see. I guess that's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Thank you for working those elections. Welcome.
May she yield the rest of her time to me?
No, you go ahead. You still got the same time. Thanks.
Thought I would try. My name's Aubrey. I'm the founder, lead investigator, lead author at TakingBackTexas.org and Taking Back the Republic, TBTR.us. It's frustrating to see the theater go on here. Countywide polling place was never about expanding access. It was always about reducing locations. And I challenge everybody who argues on behalf of expanding access related to the countywide polling place program to pull Hyder Garcia's own report from when Tarrant County initiated countywide polling, in which he outlined that minority and low-income neighborhoods would retain their in-precinct locations because it's actually most convenient to go to a location that's closer to your home. Auditability should be top of the list. Auditability and security, not saving money and what's easy and convenient and popular. There has to be a wall between a voter's ballot and their ballot selections and what anyone else on this planet can see. No state or public entity should have access to reveal even one voter's ballot. And the fact that Representatives have left and they have no questions when we had another candidate come up here and tell you exactly how many people are affected in your county. That tells us that not only do some of these people know, they have known, and they're okay with the fact that their own constituents' ballots could be revealed. This is not a voter choice issue because y'all didn't tell the voters what would happen if they voted outside of their precinct. You didn't tell the voters. The Secretary of State has to be bound to the will of a duly elected legislature. Otherwise, the waivers that have been brought up, the gray area, the legal gray area, and the confusion related to how to apply state statute, we wouldn't have to be dealing with that. We need to focus on statutes that make sense. And Texas has great statutes. I worked with the America Project a year and a half ago. We looked at 11 states. This is a national push to remove surgically provisions from U.S. elections that allow us to forensically audit those results. So auditability needs to be a prime focus, security needs to be a prime focus, and ballot secrecy should be a prime focus. That should be between a voter and God. And it makes me wonder why the Democrats aren't that concerned about it, because maybe they want to be able to see if their primary voters switch to the Republicans in the fall. It needs to be fixed immediately.
Thanks for your testimony. Members, any questions for the witnesses? Thank you all for being here. Thank you, each one. Let's make sure and get a card from you just to make sure we get everything right. Did
I
we have
signed
you?
up online.
I know it's not, you did it right, and we got you. Okay, good.
Okay.
No problem. That's all right. Okay, thank you, guys. Did you want to testify? Come on down. Anyone else present wishing to testify on the elections charge? All right, we have our last witness. Welcome. Introduce yourself, and before you leave, we want to make sure we get your information on one of these cards just for the record, okay?
Thank you, Senator.
Thank
and
you.
The senators.
Get that microphone close and go ahead.
I need to speak louder, too.
Yes, sir.
And I'm just a soldier of Texas, in a sense.
Right. You give us your name.
And my name is Dick Tyson on my Social Security card. My given name on the birth certificate is James Richard Tyson.
All right.
And I didn't vote in this primary, in this runoff. One of the reasons is I went to visit some gravestones and see what was happening in San Antonio. And it's happening all over Texas. And I wish you well, those of you, 31 senators. And what really distresses me is we now went to the Congress this session, I understand, to set our rules. That Texas had great pride in itself. We've always had pride in ourselves. How did we get in a position where we're now going to have congressional districts represent us instead of Senate districts represent us? That's the question. And the way I tried to read the election law, you had made a provision that if you came here to the Secretary of State's office, there was a way you could vote if you were in Austin and had qualifications from your election officials in the county you reside in. So I'm not here to criticize what you've done. I'm here to salute the people that were before us and wish Texas well in the future. And we've got to think ahead because we have an election coming up in November that is critical to us, and how are we going to get through that with an extended ballot? And it's going to be very difficult because we haven't done it this way before. So we've got a future, and I wish some of the money would look at where we're at in war today. I was blessed to be born in the 30s, and we were looking at war. And we survived World War II, and a lot of it's because Texas made a great contribution. And Senator, you've done an excellent job of conducting this hearing, because everybody's had a chance to speak, including me, and I've always spoken on election issues. I hope I can get back in the Senate chambers because I didn't do too well the last time I was there. I was pretty sick. And, we should respect those that are dead, but we've got to think ahead. And we're not, I'm only 86, and so we're going to move forward. regardless of who's here and who's not here. But our Constitution is great because but we're not doing as well as we should, I think, in educating people about the changes we make. The one change we made is going from senator strength to congressional strength, and I just don't like it.
I understand. Thank you for being here. Thanks for waiting to testify. Thank you very much. That concludes public testimony on our charge. Oh, Mr. Tyson, we want to get your information here too. That concludes public testimony on the elections charge.
I'm bringing y'all candy.
Thank you so much.
It's scripture candy, so you got to read it before you eat it.
Thank you.
Can I have one of those cards for candy?
Thank you. Thank you. And we.
I'm sorry. Give me some issue.
And now we're going to open public testimony on the issue of land ownership. There was the discussion about foreign entities owning Texas land, and also about home ownership, and also about large institutional buyers. We have a number of witnesses who've registered to testify. We're going to go through those names, but let me just say this. If you're here and you want to testify on the issue of land ownership and folk and those from foreign nations owning land in Texas, come on down and we want to hear from you. I'm going to go ahead and call some of the names now. Thank you. So the chair calls John Fleming. I think he may have left. I saw him here earlier. Mike, y'all come on down. That's okay. Mike Rust, Apartment Association. Ben Martin.
Sir, I'm here. I want to speak on the institutional.
Very good. You come on down. That's fine. We got you. Come on. Is it Mr. Martin?
That's right.
Great. Please. And tell me your name, sir. Oh, I'm sorry. Gentlemen, what's your name?
Paul Shinkawa.
Paul Shinkawa. Gotcha. Have a seat, Ms. Shinkawa. Anybody else in the room who wishes to testify on any of the property or housing related matters? Okay, very good. Very good. Come on down. All right. You do want to testify? Very good. We got one more, then we'll have more after that. And tell me your name, ma'am. What's your name, ma'am?
Oh, I'm sorry, Gloria Shinkawa.
And we have you here as well, Ms. Shinkawa. Mr. Perez will make sure and get that card from you, okay? Very good. So I'm going to, for those listening, if you're here to testify on the charge about, generally about land ownership, about certain foreign entities, about institutional buyers, about home ownership in general, please make your way to this room. We're going to go through the names in a moment. Welcome, introduce yourself, and go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair. I'll try to make it quick. My name is Ben Martin. I am the Research Director for Texas Housers. We work to help low-income Texans achieve the American dream of decent, affordable, and stable housing.
Thank you.
I'm just going to be speaking on the domestic institutional buyer aspect of this charge.
Very good.
I agree with the gentleman who spoke earlier from Texas A&M about the need for more data. There are things that the state of Texas can do to achieve more data about what's going on with institutional buyer activity. We could require cities to have a rental registry so we know who owns rental properties in our cities in the state of Texas. At a state level, we could also require some measure of LLC transparency, disclosure of beneficial owners of properties. Just two approaches to learning more about institutional buyer activity in the state of Texas. In addition to the harms of would-be buyers who may have trouble competing with cash-only offers from REITs and other big firms like that, I do want to note that there's a couple other parties that may be injured in this activity. Current low-income homeowners, research suggests that there is activity from institutional buyers in distressed communities. One way that wouldn't limit that activity but would give those buyers a little bit more information is if there's a difference between the appraised value of the home and the sale price, requiring an independent appraisal. just so the owner knows what their home is actually worth. And then future renters at those properties, unlike your mom and pop landlords, those who do live in homes, rent homes from institutional owners, we know that those owners are more likely than mom and pops to file evictions as a form of rent collection. So if we want to unclog our JP courts, there's some things that we could do to limit that activity. I'd be happy to speak more about that.
Thank you, and thanks for your testimony. You're not required to offer written testimony, but if you will email or share that with us, that would help us a lot. This is all being taken down, but can I burden you to send your recommendation to us as follow-up as well?
Absolutely. I'd love to do that.
Thank you very much, and we may have questions for you. We want to make sure and get that. Mr. Shinkawa, welcome. Get that microphone ready. Introduce yourself. Pull it over there, and go ahead with your testimony.
Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton. My name is Paul Shinkawa. I'm an attorney here in Austin, Texas, and I'm a member of the Japanese American Citizens League. I've been practicing law for 46 years, and I have been board certified in administrative law for the last 20 until I retired 5 years ago. I've spent almost all of my career either pushing forward legislation or the carrying forward of legislation which the legislature has passed, or defending it on behalf of state agencies and the public. I have quite a bit of experience in some of these areas and how things can go wrong when legislation is not passed with an eye toward the possibility of unintended consequences. I would caution you that in a matter like foreign ownership of Texas property, that those definitions should be very narrowly drawn along with the statute itself and with a very clear eye toward the consequences and the goals that need to be achieved. The example I'd give you is not so much an example, but a for instance, is legislation that would create Fifth Amendment taking. I think landowners in this state have an expectation that they can sell their land to the best buyer, to the highest priced buyer. And when you artificially take away the right to do that so that they have to sell to the second or third highest bidder, then you may have taken away a property right that would subject them or subject the state to an eminent domains taking case. And the case I would present to you is just last month, de Villiers versus the state of Texas. And it is not that type of takings case, but what it clearly does is de Villiers made the state liable for its actions. And that is an unintended consequence that I do not think you should allow.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Mario Lambetis, a sophomore at the University of Texas at Austin. I come from a family of immigrants who risked everything to build a life, a future, a legacy. I'm new blood to this city. I don't come from money, but I come from a dream. I have a goal to attend law school, to dedicate my life to defending those who can't afford it in the proud state of Texas. As I look at these rising housing costs, I ask myself, when did living for one person become so expensive? As a person of my generation, I can see that the American spirit of self-sufficiency is not dead, but it is fading. What is a life without property? Studies show that 48% of Americans between 18 and 28 are having to live with their families because they can't afford their own home. People who lived, worked, and persevered in the past were able to secure a place to call their own home. This goal is becoming a pipe dream to many. Without independence, what is a Texan? I believe in these ideals. Your decision on housing affordability policies are, to my generation, a question of survival. I come from the small border town of Del Rio, Texas. I studied with talented, skilled, and dedicated people, but they had to stray from their dreams of independence, of higher education, because housing is not feasible for those who don't have strong financial support. I have a support system, but I am barely able to cover tuition. Housing has been an obstacle to me, but to many it is unsurmountable. I pay an average of $1,600 a month in housing costs, and that was at the cheapest dorm on campus. And for a person of my age, of my studies, of my background, being able to keep my grades at an A while having that strain on my bank account, I do not live, I survive. To my peers, to my generation, we see this Texan ideal of independence. We strive for this Texan dream to thrive. Housing must be affordable so the future of this state can carry on to secure our passions, our goals, our legacy. Thank you and good night. Thank you for your time. That was Mario Lambertus.
Thanks for your testimony. And welcome. Pull that microphone closer and introduce yourself and offer your testimony, please. Welcome.
Good evening, Chairman Hughes and Vice Chair Paxton. My name is Gloria Shinkawa. I am a third-generation Asian. One of the things that I would not like to see is history repeated. We had an act back in the late 1800s called the Chinese Exclusion Act, which prevented Chinese people from purchasing land. I do not want to see that repeated. My grandfather was unable to purchase land, and I think about how hard he struggled. So I would like to say that the people that want to purchase land and are denied, that denial should not be based upon their national origin. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony. Senator, any questions for any of these witnesses? Thank you each for being here, for waiting, and thank you for your testimony. And we're listening to it. It's all been recorded. Anything you want to share with us in writing, please email it to me. We'll share it with the committee. And thank you very much for being here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you guys want a souvenir?
You bet, man. I'd love that. Can I have that? Yeah.
Handwritten by my finest handwriting.
All right, I'll take it. Thank you very much. It's good to meet you, man. Thank you very much. Now, do you want to testify on this one? All right, very good. So we're going to have you.
I did sign up.
Yes, ma'am. I'm going to get a table full.
Oh,
We got
there's
some
more people?
We got some more.
Sorry.
So maybe not. No, please take one of them. That's okay. Okay, we previously called Mike Rust, and one more time, I don't believe this is your last call for Mike Rust. Okay, and then we got Strickler Watson. We're going to call one more time Weston Martinez. Okay, we'll take Mr. Martinez off. Is Professor Leo Yu here? Okay, we'll take him off. Stephanie Fisher, Mayor Stephanie Fisher. Mayor, come on down. Have a seat. Lucy Traynor is here. Ms. Traynor, come on down. Is Janine Chapa?
Gone. She's gone.
Okay. What about Mr. Nakamura? Gary? All right. Come on down. We got a seat for you right there. And then we're still looking for, if folks are still here for the next panel, Lily Trieu, Nabila Mansour, Niloufar Hafizi, Deborah Chen, Fran Rhodes. Very good. Your Honor, thanks for waiting. Introduce yourself. Give us your testimony.
My name is Stephanie Fisher, and I'm the mayor of Johnson City. I'm a lifelong conservative, and my only goal is carrying out the promise that I made to my citizens to protect Johnson City from outside entities who would take advantage of the heritage and the rural character of our beautiful home. And I'm here because I 100% am against taxpayer-funded lobbying. As the elected leader of my city, I know it's my job to be the voice of my constituents here at the Capitol. Over the past 5 years, Johnson City has experienced rapid and unsustainable population growth in the form of outside developers, mostly from the West Coast. They tell me that they know what is best for our city and that we must face the fact that we must grow and give up the land that makes us who we are. I have two goals. One is to levy the no new revenue tax rate this year. The other is to make sure the farmers and ranchers in my area are not run off their land by encroaching developments who suck every drop that they can from the aquifer and dam the creeks that these ranchers have been using to water their livestock for generations. They don't care that the land around their development is crucial to feeding our families. Leveling the hill country isn't progress. Every acre that is clear-cut and subdivided is a step closer to eating meat grown in a lab. Johnson City has approximately 589 residential units. As of today, Johnson City also holds permits for 65 short-term rentals. Of those short-term rentals, only about 7 are owned by local Blanco County residents. The remaining are corporate-owned and maintained. That means 60 homes sit in my city that are not lived in by anyone. They were bought by the highest bidder, usually with cash, which has overinflated the price of housing. The state has told me that cities like mine overregulate short-term rentals. I know that I'm trying to protect affordable housing for my citizens. 6 miles west of Johnson City lies a new development owned by a company from Mexico. The name of the development is Puerto del Lobo. Translated, it means Gate of the Wolf. If that is not irony, I don't know what is, Senator. I will work with y'all if y'all will give me the benefit of the doubt and trust that I want to do what is right for the state and for my city. I just need y'all's help. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks for your testimony. Ms. Trainer, welcome back. Introduce yourself. Give us your
Lucy
testimony.
Trainer with SREC SD25. The current growth rate in Texas is nearly unsustainable and is a huge threat to our agricultural resources. Rural cities and counties are being treated the same way as urban and suburban areas. Because of regulatory growth is being stripped, it's being stripped from all cities and counties. Local governments have lost the ability to protect their resources. Most rural areas are governed by elected officials who only wish to maintain their land and water resources and want to keep their way of life. State officials can't expect to be able to know what's happening all over the state with resources and agriculture. So the state must trust our local officials in these rural areas like Blanco, who know their homes best and that decisions will be made in good faith. Something like population caps on bills that affect regulatory control by local governments will give our rural areas the ability to ensure that they can protect the farm and ranch land that we all depend on to feed us. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Nakamura, pull that microphone over and introduce yourself. Give us your testimony. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, esteemed members of the Senate Committee on State Affairs. My name is Gary Nakamura, and I'm the Executive Director of the Houston chapter of the Japanese American Citizens League. The Japanese American Citizens League was founded in 1929, and we are the oldest and largest Asian American civil rights organization in the United States. Our Houston chapter is one of nearly 100 JACL chapters spread across 27 states. JACL strongly opposes any kind of land law that restricts real property ownership to certain groups of people based solely on the country of their birth, targeting entire communities of hardworking immigrants and labeling them as potential threats to national security is unjust and unfair and goes against our American values of fairness and equality. My late father, Captain George Nakamura, and his family experienced the very negative repercussions of the Alien Land Law of 1913, and my late grandparents could not purchase land in California. And because of anti-Japanese hysteria, racism, and a colossal failure of leadership, over 120,000 innocent people of Japanese descent were incarcerated during World War II, including my late father, his mother, and his 5 siblings. My father and his family were forcibly removed from their home in California, incarcerated in a camp in the hot, desolate, and arid Arizona desert. Yet, my father was one of the very first Japanese-American young men to volunteer to serve for the U.S. Army during World War II, and he was awarded a Bronze Star for Valor and a very rare battlefield commission to second lieutenant.
Wow.
Any kind of land law that discriminates against groups of people without providing any evidence of wrongdoing harkens back to the very dark days of the Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, the anti-Asian alien land laws of the 1900s, and the mass incarceration of Japanese Americans during World War II. Esteemed senators, you have the power to keep these types of highly discriminatory land laws from being introduced during the next Texas state legislative session. Please do not place the presumption of guilt on entire groups of hardworking immigrants who came to America only to seek freedom and greater opportunities for their families. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony. And thank you for telling us about your father's service, especially under those circumstances. Thank you.
Marcia Strickler, Williamson County. I have 3 things, just brief, that I wanted to mention that I want you all to be aware of, and I'm sure you probably are, but the 3030 land grab is a big deal that everyone needs to know about. Dan and Margaret Byfield talk about that with the land stewards of America, and they're going across the nation talking about this, but they live right there in Georgetown, Texas, and they need to be, you all need to learn about them. 3030 land grab, Sid Miller, Commissioner Sid Miller has spoken with them and has presented to them at this 3030 summit, and it's tied to the Epic Times, no farmers, no food, so please take a look at that. There's also another concern that I have as a landowner, a large landowner, in the Webb County area on the Mexico-Texas border. We have people contacting us all the time trying to buy our property for 10 times more than what we think it's worth. And shell companies that we can't identify who these people are. And we need some protections. We need to know. Farmers and ranchers down there need to understand who it is that is approaching them, trying to sell them or buy their lands from them. And when you go and look into that, it's shell companies. That is a dangerous thing. And we need protections there for Texas. We don't know who it is. We don't know if it's someone that's just come across this border illegally. We don't know if it's someone that doesn't even live in the United States. So we need somehow to have some protections there. And then, of course, the Agenda 2030, which is what Lucy's talking about and referring to, and a lot of what happens right here in Williamson County with the largest Samsung plant being built in the world in Taylor, Texas. We're seeing so much eminent domain problems with these rural farmers and ranchers that don't have a clue what's happening to them. We need help. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Senators, any questions for the witnesses? Very good. Thank you each for being here. Thank you for your testimony, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Nakamura. Thank you, Ms. Trainer. Ms. Wilson. Mr. Byers, come on back. Did you want to testify on this issue, or very good? Come on down. Thanks. Is there anyone else present wishing to testify on the committee's charge regarding real property, housing? Very good. Want to make sure and get a card from each of you before we go, just to make sure we have your information. And give us your name again and give us your testimony.
My name again is Tyson. It's my last name, and I go by my nickname of Dick. And I appreciate the strength of this panel. I don't think I've seen a panel in Texas as strong as this of the past 20 years. But let's go back to what I want to talk about was a huge change, and that was when we removed, and that deals with our judge structure, because, we have the three branches of government, which you know well, but we have the other branch, which is our judge structure. And when we took the bankruptcy court and removed its check and balance, we got back in the robber baron days. And we're in that now, because what you've heard is land ownership. I feel blessed to be related probably half the people sitting up there now, and we don't even know it. We don't know who in Texas. If you want to go to the oldest family reunion in Texas, you can go to Comanche. And grandfather was pretty well known in this state because his older brother, he got elected to Congress. And he was a sergeant in arms up here for a former Speaker of the House. And we forget that people move up in government. Some of you know it very well. And so Texas has got to get back to where we are dealing with each other in honesty and integrity. And we've got to fix our laws so that people feel comfortable with them. The election law is critical. But nothing is more important to me personally. The Tyson family wasn't broke, even though the robber barons locked down the railroads and they couldn't sell their oil. They weren't broke. They had to stay on the property and guard the oil in the mud pit so the investors in it wouldn't blame them for the company going broke. But the company wasn't ever broke as much as you think it was. Some people up here have inherited part of it. And I wish I'd done a better job. Is my plans. Grandfather's family was known as the lawyer Calloway's. And so that was a great group of men. And so I feel blessed to be part of it. But I didn't do my part. When I came to Texas, I didn't stay long enough. And so this university, our schools, and I feel lucky to be in a little town of Albin, which had the first community college designed to be free for the public. But it isn't today. And I don't know how we can get back to where we had the structure of education that like it was when I went to University of Texas. The fees were $25 for the but to go to the ball games or participate in activities, I think it's $82. The dollar value has obviously changed. So, and you've watched it, and you've been part of it. We all have. This is not a party or a state of blame. This is a party and a state and a group of men and women that have to accomplish things. So, as my friend Mr. Bullock said, God bless Texas.
Amen.
And the people in it. And I thank you for the work you're doing, staying up this late. But we go back to the bankruptcy bill that was passed, and they blamed student education fees on it. But it removed the check and balance of the district judge being over the bankruptcy judge. So whenever we pass federal laws, it has chilling effect.
It does.
Just like state laws.
It does.
So I think we're all in agreement with that. So let's get our balance back. Let's get our thought back. And remember, if you've ever watched Russians, if you've ever seen how they do business, it's very tricky. And if you deal with Chinese, they don't forget. And we now have tremendous immigration of people. And what they blame it on in a lot of countries is corruption in their own dollar. So let's think positive, be positive, and go forward.
Thank you for testifying. Thank you for staying up with us.
Again, what I didn't like was that bankruptcy bill.
We understand. Thank
From many years ago.
No, we understand. Thank you. That was a federal thing. You're right. Welcome. And I think I may have called you. We might not have you in the system.
Lily Tro.
Yes, ma'am. We got you. Thank you so much. Welcome. Introduce yourself and give us your testimony.
Thank you. Chairman Hughes, Vice Chair Paxton, Senator Perry. I also want to name Senate staff as a former staffer. Thank you for hanging on today. My name is Lily True. I am the Executive Director of Asian Texans for Justice. We're a statewide nonprofit organization that connects the Asian American and Pacific Islander community to civic action. As a lifelong Texan, I appreciate the efforts to keep us safe from national security threats. However, recent proposed legislation and rhetoric around land and asset acquisitions in Texas by foreign entities is creating more harm and preventing many Texans from being safe. AAPIs are the fastest growing and most diverse racial group in Texas. According to the 2020 census, there are now more than 1.9 million AAPIs who call Texas home. Proposals in the last regular session, like SB 147, help to create a narrative that people from certain countries are harmful to Texas. Not only do we believe that that is untrue, we believe that that is xenophobic and racist rhetoric. This type of rhetoric puts a target on the backs of anyone who looks a certain way, regardless of their citizenship or nationality. A few folks who spoke before me mentioned the Chinese Exclusion Act, what happened during World War II to Japanese Americans. I won't belabor those facts. I think that the key takeaway around that is we must learn from the darker times of history, and we must be sure not to repeat them. When we consider foreign land ownership, we know that countries like Canada own about a third of foreign-owned land in the U.S., while China's ownership accounts for less than 1%. Evidence of a national security threat via Chinese land ownership is yet to be indicated, but it is clear that Texas is ranked 4th amongst all states in the U.S. in terms of the number of anti-Asian hate crimes. So I hope this committee will take the safety and security of all Texans seriously by ending this false narrative that people of a certain national origin pose a safety threat and really focus on how do we reduce racism and violence against AAPI Texans. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. And were you a staff member here, or?
I worked for Chairman Dan Huberty in the 86.
Oh yes, ma'am. We probably ran into each other. Thank you for testifying, members. If there's any questions, thanks for waiting up with us. Thanks for your testimony. Thank you very much. And anyone else wishing to testify on the charge on land ownership, home ownership, matters we've been discussing? Very well. Public testimony is closed. We thank each one for being here. We especially thank the the committee staff, the member staff, all the folks helping keep everything going. Thank you. And we thank each witness for testifying. And with that, if there's no other business, the Committee on State Affairs stands in recess, subject to call of the chair. Good night.
Find your gavel.